Those little sheep were avoiding getting their haircut.
That's right. I had all sorts of reasons in my head that I will not share publicly, but that.
I'm just a pessimist that way.
Reminder.
Absolutely.
Yes, between open comment and the public hearing, we have 100.
Aaron, can I
Yes.
ask, can you see, is my jacket doing this?
No?
On my side, it's doing this. Thanks.
No, it's staying nicely in place.
Thank you.
All right, staying on tradition, what do you get from a pampered cow? Spoiled milk.
Oh.
I think that might be your best one yet, Matt. That was funny.
Yeah, I'd reached rock bottom, I think, a couple weeks ago, so I had nowhere else to go with it.
Where are you sourcing these?
Oh, it's these dad journals. You can subscribe to these like little dad blogs that just send you this stuff at nauseum, so you pluck it out at will.
I do appreciate a good dad joke.
I think you should see, Matt, the answer should be I'm naturally a funny person. I'm naturally charismatic, as opposed to say I read it somewhere.
Oh, that'd be plagiarism. I'd be lying to everybody in the community right off the bat.
So Bob is going to be late this evening, so we're going to start without him. But I think, are we missing one other person? Let's see, Tara was on a minute ago. Oh, there's Tara, sorry. Here you are. Okay, 8. I count to 8. Alicia, are we ready to go?
We are ready to go. Is channel 8 ready to go?
Can someone answer that question?
Oh, I apologize. I think Ryan was moving location, so I don't know if anyone who's at the Tate building can tell us if channel 8 is ready to go. Oh, I hear that they are good. Thank you.
Well, then let's get started.
We are live, Alicia, so whenever you're ready.
Our mayor has to take us into the meeting and welcome everyone and do the announcements.
Right? Did we get the recording started? That's the only question I had.
I am not a co-host, so I can't start that.
Okay, the recording has been started. So,
Okay, great.
good afternoon and welcome everyone to the Tuesday, April 5th meeting of the Boulder City Council. We've got a packed agenda tonight, including a joint meeting with the Boulder County Commissioners. So buckle up and join us for the evening. So let's start with a roll call, please, Alicia.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkert.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Here.
Spear.
Here.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner,
Here.
and Councilmember Yates will be late, sir. So we do have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. So now, if I could possibly get a motion to amend the agenda to add item 1B, the NCAR fire update.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any objections? Seeing none, the agenda is amended, and let's move on into announcements. All right. Well, out of practice here. We haven't done this in a few weeks. Okay, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. For testing information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, please go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site is at 2445 Stasio Drive. That's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Boards and commissions. Well, our regular annual recruitment period has closed, but we're still recruiting for the following boards due to an insufficient number of applications received. And I'll list those real quickly. The Beverage Licensing Authority, Boulder Junction Access District Parking, as well as Travel Demand Management, Board of Zoning Adjustment, Cannabis Licensing Advisory Board, Design Advisory Board, Downtown Management Commission, Library Commission, and the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. And you can find descriptions and information about the vacancies at www.bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. And if you have any questions or need assistance, please contact our city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. Okay, I think that ends our announcement there. So we are going to move on into item 1A, which is a declaration declaring April as Space Science Month, to be presented by Council Member Benjamin. Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Aaron. And I think we have a little content to go with it. So Taylor, if we got that, look at that. There we go. Oh, just went away. Awesome. I think it's playing. There we go. There it is, slowly but surely. In December 1968, the astronauts of Apollo 8 were attempting to be the first humans to ever leave low Earth orbit and circle the moon, roughly 250,000 miles away. It was on their fourth lunar orbit that the astronaut named William Anders took a picture of the Earth rising as seen from the far side of the moon. This is arguably one of the most famous pictures ever taken. Most historians attribute the galvanizing force of establishing Earth Day on April 22nd to this famous Earthrise photo. It was truly the first time we saw our planet surrounded by the emptiness of space, and perhaps more importantly, we saw the fragility of our home as the atmosphere appeared as nothing more than the skin of an apple. The environmental movement as we know it today was in large part created by humanity's pursuit of the cosmos. Well, the video is going slower than I thought, so I'll keep going. For over 60 years, our home of Boulder, Colorado has carried on this legacy of space science and helped forge countless new discoveries, technologies, and industries. The University of Colorado Boulder often carries the distinction as being the #1 NASA-funded public university in the country. CU Boulder has also prepared and graduated generations of students that go on to make lasting contributions to the combined fields of space science around the world. The university also hosts our community's celebration of Astronomy Day in April. Ball Aerospace is Boulder's #1 employer, while building many of the instruments and technologies for the most well-known and consequential spacecraft and orbiting telescopes ever assembled, like the Hubble Space Telescope, the Kepler Space Telescope, Worldview 1 and 2, and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, as well as the James Webb Space Telescope, just to name a few. Accompanying Ball Aerospace are numerous other aerospace and defense contractors that make huge contributions to our national security. Boulder hosts more than half of Colorado's 30+ federally funded research labs, including the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, the Laboratory for Atmospheric Space Physics, the National Center for Atmospheric Research, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and so many more. It is estimated that Boulder's space science community generates over $1 billion to our state's economy. Spanning unimaginable scales of space, time, from that of quantum physics to the origins of the universe and everything in between, Boulder is home to world-renowned scientists, researchers, administrators, and staff that continue to expand the knowledge of new frontiers. As such, Boulder stands out as one of but a few cities around the world that lay host to so many of these industries and researchers. As is often joked, one can throw a rock in town and likely hit a scientist, which is a testament to the reputation of Boulder. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare April 2022 as Space Science Month, and we celebrate the people, institutions, and industries that have informed, inspired, and unleashed generations of imaginations that seek to understand our place in the cosmos. So, thank you for the opportunity to read that declaration, and really do hope we can celebrate this amazing industry that's been here for quite a long time and will be here for generations to come. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks so much for that, Matt. And what a lovely video to go along with it. And is there anyone here to receive the declaration tonight, or?
No, that would be many thousands of people from various different groups, so a little insurmountable there.
It would be tough. It is a phenomenal group of individuals and scientists we have in our community, so we're very grateful to have them. Okay, moving on to item 1B, which is an NCAR fire update. Mary, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and good evening to all. As we start off tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge what we all know, right? We had a significant event that impacted our community since we were last together, and that wildfire broke out on open space near the National Center for Atmospheric Research, speaking of science, in South Boulder on Saturday, March 26th. Dubbed the NCAR fire, the blaze resulted in the temporary evacuation of more than 19,000 people over the course of the weekend. The fire followed on the heels of the devastating Marshall Fire, which decimated residential communities near ours just 3 months earlier. And understandably, our community is on considerable edge as we approach what has traditionally been considered the wildfire season later this spring and early summer. We have scheduled a study session to discuss with all of you some lessons learned during both of these major emergencies, as well as an overall climate resilience and mitigation work the city is doing that is scheduled for April 26th. And because we have such a full agenda tonight and guests from the County Commission are coming and joining us, the mayor and I have agreed to ask you all to hold your questions until then, because I know it is of extreme interest to you and to all of our community. I did think it might be helpful, however, to give you a quick overview of the situation, as well as a preview of some of the areas in which we believe improvement is necessary. The NCAR fire was first reported at 2 p.m. on an afternoon that was both warm and blustery, resulting in immediate concern about neighborhoods that form our urban wildland border, as well as the many hikers and recreational users out in our open space. Crews arrived on scene within 4 minutes of the first call and launched a strategic and ultimately successful containment approach. While traumatic for many, the NCAR fire resulted in no losses of life or structures, thank goodness. And thanks in large part to the effective and coordinated response of Boulder Fire Rescue, Open Space and Mountain Parks, the police department, and many partner agencies from jurisdictions in the local area. And we are thankful for their partnership. One of the areas of success I'd like to highlight is the mitigation work done on our open space in recent years. Within the South Boulder area specifically, staff have completed over 600 acres of forest thinning to decrease the risk of intense wildfires. These projects decrease fuels, enhance forest habitat, and improved overall forest health. In addition to forest thinning, 500 acres of cattle grazing that occurs each spring naturally decreases fuel loads. Due to the concerns that the winds could blow the fire toward town, the first responders made the call to order evacuations. The quick cooperation of our city departments and mass care agencies allowed for a shelter to be established quickly, and transportation was made available to those who needed assistance. In all, 33 people stayed overnight in the community shelter. Many others stayed with generous and welcoming family and friends. This community of sharing and caring is really part of what makes Boulder so special. Getting the word out in the first hour of an emergency is often a challenge, and that was definitely the case here. It was a busy Saturday afternoon in Boulder with people out and about engaged in a variety of activities. I do want to thank our emergency services dispatchers and incident command for launching evacuation notices quickly, even before our public information officers were able to fully mobilize. The decision was made to use both Everbridge, our longstanding alert system, which dials landlines and cell phones for people that have registered for that service in advance. We also utilized our new wireless emergency alert system known as WIA, which was just implemented last month. We will certainly go into more detail about the various emergency communication systems used in this response at the April 26th study session. But we'll note a little bit, because we have had many questions on the different types of alerting systems, that the WIA system pushes an emergency alert out to most cell phones in a format similar to an Amber Alert. The benefit of the WIA system is that individuals do not need to register their numbers in advance for WIA alerts. Using both systems gave us a better chance of reaching anyone in harm's way. But no technology is perfect. WIA uses cell tower technology to identify phones that should be pinged, and most cell towers cover large areas that might be needed in an evacuation situation. Emergency officials knew in sending out the WIA alert that we would be notifying some people, more people than would be necessary, but made the decision that the situation warranted casting as broad a net as possible. I certainly support this decision, but also want to acknowledge that this caused some confusion, as did the publication of two slightly different maps with the first two evacuation orders. As again, I mentioned before, we have a study session on April 26th, and we're going to go into more detail on the city's various alert systems and why the issues occurred in this instance, as well as improvements that are already underway. In the meantime, I want to assure you and our community that we understand that accurate and timely communication in an emergency, as an emergency unfolds, is essential to life safety. After every critical incident, city staff take stock of what went well and what can be improved on. In the case of the Marshall and NCAR fire, this includes a careful review of our operational and communication tactics, resources, and capabilities. And I look forward to having more of this complete discussion of lessons learned, as well as the action items we recommend to staff at our April 26th study session. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks so much for that, Maria. I really appreciate you teeing up that conversation and for city staff bringing that to us quickly on April 26th, that we can have a full discussion and ask all of the questions about the response at that time. But I do just want to very much offer my thanks to city staff as well. And the NCAR fire was yet another extraordinary and frightening event for our community. And I'm so grateful to all of our many city staff colleagues and people from other agencies who rose to the occasion to help keep Boulder safe. So on behalf of the City Council, I want to express my appreciation to the many, many city staff members who responded to the disaster with amazing skill and emergency expertise, as well as compassion and with their unwavering commitment to serve our community. So we see you and we appreciate you very, very much. And with that, we'll come back to this on April 26th, unless anyone wanted to offer any other words. But seeing none, thanks again for that, and we will move on. So it is now time for open comment, and I think Ryan is unavailable. Brenda, would you be able to go over the guidelines for us?
I'm happy to, Mayor Brockett. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for sharing these slides. And I have a few black boxes on your screen there, Emily, but I can do my best to read them aloud regardless. So thank you, everyone, for joining us for open comment tonight. We're happy to have you here. We have these rules to help everything go smoothly and easily and keep everyone safe. So the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. The vision is designed to support physical and emotional safety for community members, for staff, and for council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information, we invite you to visit our website. If you click on the search bar and put in productive atmospheres, you can learn more about the project that led to these slides. Next slide, please, Emily. And here are some examples of the rules of decorum that will be found in the Boulder Revised Code and will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. For open comment, that is things that are not on tonight's agenda. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability of this meeting to continue are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known as, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. If you see that your name is not listed in the way that you registered, please reach out to me in the Q&A box and I can help you change it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Brenda. All right, we have 20 people signed up for open comment. Each person gets 2 minutes, and our first 3 speakers are Valerie Beltran, Sherry Hack, and Chester Ward.
You should be able to unmute Valerie.
Okay, hello. My name is Valerie Beltran, and I live in Boulder, and I'm here to speak in favor of the push to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi. I'm a licensed MFT who specializes in trauma. In 2019, I did a year-long training in psychedelic-assisted therapy at the California Institute of Integral Studies in San Francisco. During the training, I volunteered as a guide at a clinic in Amsterdam, where participants ingested psilocybin over a weekend retreat. I'm also a supervisor at Sage Institute, a community mental health clinic that offers low-fee ketamine-assisted therapy. During my time in these settings, I have witnessed exceptional healing take place in participants who had tried countless forms of therapy or medication in the past, had symptoms of PTSD, depression, anxiety, and so on, and who experienced long-term healing after just 1 or a few sessions with psychedelics. I remember one client who experienced significant child abuse and an assault in their teenage years, who consistently felt unsafe in the world, worthless as a human being, and couldn't remember the last time he felt happy. With the effects of the psilocybin, he experienced the feeling of safety, trust, and happiness for what he recalled as the first time, and has maintained a sense of peace and acceptance since the experience. Another patient whose wife wanted to leave him because he was an absent father was able to reframe his entire view on life and family after his single experience with psilocybin, and he became a completely different father and husband. He is now still happily married and has a healthy relationship with his children. Because of all of this, I believe that these substances should be decriminalized because no one should be going to jail for the use or possession of these substances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Valerie. Next, Sherry Hack, Chester Ward, and Ron Bennett.
I am not seeing Sherry on the list. Let me take another look. We also have 3 callers who've called in by phone.
I do see Sherry in the attendee list.
You do, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through my S's and not seeing it. Oh, there it is, thank you. And you should be able to speak now, Sherry.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank our firefighters and first responders for saving our community from the potential devastation during last week's NCAR fire. As an evacuee from this fire, the reality sunk in that I might lose everything in one afternoon. As I packed up my car, deciding what to leave behind and what to take, I took a moment to think about what life might be like tomorrow if this fire were to spread. And I thought about the Marshall Fire victims and what a terrible night that was. Being faced with potentially losing everything you worked your whole life for is traumatic, to say the least. And my first thought was to wonder how the fire started. Was it started by a lit cigarette, a campfire, or was it started by a firebug who enjoys setting fires and watching them burn? Or could it have been from the use of propane tanks used by illegal campers that we have in this city? It brought to mind that the quality of life for the citizens of Boulder is slowly being taken from us due to the my quality of life could have been devastated in that one afternoon, and it brought to my mind how the quality of life is being taken from Boulder citizens slowly by the rising crime and endangered public safety that we face daily. At your April 26th study session, I urge you to address the threat of propane tanks being used in our public and open spaces by illegal campers, and also the frequent grass fires that have been set around town and what can be done to mitigate this. The use of propane tanks by illegal campers in our public and open spaces in Boulder is a grim and dangerous threat. This brings to mind the March 1 presentation by Chief Harold and Dr. Reinhard regarding the rising crime in Boulder. Chief Harold said that what she needed from City Council was the support of City Council. And what I heard from a lot of the City Council folks was they wanted to know what the reasons for the crime was. I'll tell you what the reason is. The reason is that the city is soft on crime. And also Chief Harold said that, am I over? I can't see the timer. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Next, we have Chester Ward, Ron Bennett, and Christopher Allred.
All right. Hi, my name is Chester Ward. I work for the 14er. We're located at 2897 Mapleton Avenue, Suite 800. I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Brockett, City Manager Rivera Vandermeide, and the members of City Council for allowing me to make a comment. This regarding the license renewal and ongoing construction for 14er Holistics. I believe the 14er's license should be renewed pending our completion of the approved floor plans. The 14er has been an integral part of the community for over a decade and continues to serve and promote health and unity to Boulder visitors and residents. As an individual living with combined generalized and focal epilepsy, 14er has helped not only myself, but the needs of many suffering with chronic medical conditions in the Boulder community. Sustainable health helps foster a community of inclusivity, helpful outreach, not only inside the company, but in the greater Boulder community. Considering the demonstrable attempts to conform with all requests and requirements from the City of Boulder, and the overall positive benefits that the renewal and ongoing maintenance of sustainable health license renewal will bring to the Boulder community, I again ask that you consider our request to allow 14er to complete the plan that we're working under, to return to compliance, and continue to communicate with the city. Again, I would like to thank Mayor Brockett, City Manager Rivera Vandermeide, and the members of the City Council for their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chester. Next, Ron Bennett, Christopher Allred, Lon Nelson.
Hello, Mayor, City Managers, Council members, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Ron Bennett, and I reside in the City of Boulder. As an architect, I design efficient, all-electric buildings that can be heated and powered entirely with renewable energy. As a volunteer for 350 Colorado, I understand the urgency with which policymakers must embrace a clean energy transition to avoid the worst impacts of global heating. I'm thankful for and proud of Boulder's commitment to 100% renewable energy by 2030, but I was perplexed when I learned that the City of Boulder signed on to Xcel's recent settlement agreement that would allow Pueblo Unit 3 to burn coal until 2035. Hopefully, the Public Utilities Commission will modify or reject this agreement, considering Unit 3's distinction as an expensive and unreliable burden on ratepayers. The PUC is charged with ensuring that Coloradans have access to affordable, reliable, and clean electricity. At its March meeting, PUC commissioners discussed either deciding on an early retirement date now for Pueblo 3 or waiting until the second phase of the case to decide the retirement date. If the commission rejects the settlement and chooses either of these options, the commission's decision should be respected, given the evidence that retiring Pueblo 3 before 2030 will reduce both emissions and costs. At the same March meeting, all three PUC commissioners stated that they support requiring tax payments from Xcel to the Pueblo community through 2040, regardless of Pueblo 3's retirement date. Such tax payments will support Pueblo's transition to the new energy economy, regardless of whether the settlement is rejected or accepted. I respectfully ask that if the PUC modifies or rejects the settlement, the City of Boulder should accept that decision. I'd like to thank the Boulder County Commissioners for signing a recent letter asking the PUC to require Excel to retire Pueblo 3 by 2030 at the latest. 3 Denver City Council members also signed the same letter, reflecting both cities' desire for meeting the climate action.
For your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christopher Allred, Lon Nelson, and Laura Parker.
Good evening, Council. Hi, my name is Chris Allred from Longmont, and today I'm hoping to address 3 topics for your consideration. First, I'm speaking on behalf of the Colorado Coalition for the Prevention of Nuclear War. I'm requesting that you please pass a resolution in support of the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This is following up on a request made to the previous council by Usama Khalid in October 2021. In March of 2021, Denver City Council unanimously passed a resolution supporting the TPNW. It would be a courageous statement for Boulder to join in solidarity, especially in the current times when nuclear war has again risen to the surface of public consciousness. But alas, the threat of nuclear war has been a shadow upon us for decades, and the US continues to fuel a new nuclear arms race by budgeting nearly $2 trillion over the next 30 years to modernize nuclear weapons. This is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we must hold our government accountable from the local level on up to the federal. Boulder's history is intricately woven into the history of nuclear weapons, which brings me to the second topic, Rocky Flats. I would like to announce on Saturday, April 23rd, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., a symposium on Rocky Flats hosted by Physicians for Social Responsibility. This event has an impressive lineup of scientists and will be broadcasted nationally. That's April 23rd, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And more info can be found at psrcolorado.org. And the third topic, please announce in a community newsletter that the city is allowing paper and online petitions for direct democracy this year. Thank you to the new city manager, and thank you to Evan Ravitz for his steadfast work to make this possible. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we've gotten a couple comments about the timer not being visible, but now it's being shared, so hopefully people can see it now. Next, we have Lon Nelson, Laura Parker, and Ramsey Abuita.
Hello, my name is Lon Nelson. I'm the GM of Rocky Road Remedies up here in Vail. It is a recreational dispensary. First, I just want to thank Mayor Brockett and City Manager Riviera Battermine and the council members for allowing me to make this comment regarding the license renewal of 14er in Boulder. I've worked with Rocky Road for 8 years, 6 of which I've been in a management role. I've been working with Sustainable or 14er for a majority of this time. Over this time, they've been one of the most compliant companies I've had the pleasure to work with in the state. They've been on top of compliance with packaging, labeling, all the way down to manifesting and transferring their products. They always include everything that needs to be presented, down to the extra email that is sent out with each manifest. And that is one reason why I continue to keep them on my shelf. I'm sure whatever caused this hearing today was not intentional and can be resolved. I'm positive that 14er will be able to complete and comply with any compliance plan presented to them. And this is why I think their license should be renewed. It is my belief that they are a staple in Boulder's community and have been since 2010. And yeah, again, I'd like to thank the mayor and city manager and all the council members for allowing me to make this comment. Thanks for your consideration. Have a great night.
Thank you, Lon. Next, we have Laura Parker, Ramsey Abuita, and David Polishek.
Mr. Mayor, I have an L Parker that I'm going to go ahead and enable the microphone for. Please let us know if this is Laura.
Yes, this is Lara. Can you help me or can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Lara Parker. I am a Boulder City and County resident for almost 6 years now and have actually lived in Boulder area 3 times now throughout my life. It's a place that I love. I adore calling this my home. It's something I feel completely drawn to throughout my life. I've also been a 14er employee for 3.5 years, and I do compliance specifically with them. I am speaking today about the threat that 14er might not be able to renew our dispensary license here in Boulder. I'll let my associates go into more detail about the specifics of the issue at hand, but personally, I'd like to speak to the importance that 14er places on compliance. My official job title is metric director. My position alone, I feel, is a testament to 14ers' dedication to compliance. You know, the fact that we have a full-time employee on staff to do and oversee the tracking of our product. I do constant audits and inventories, inventory controls, and also general compliance in many other areas throughout the company. I feel that this speaks volumes to how important and how much of a priority compliance is at 14er. I've been in the cannabis industry in Colorado for 8 years, and 14er is by far an industry leader in how to do regulated marijuana right. And this is very similar to how I feel that Boulder City is handling this new industry. We go above and beyond all the time. 14er has worked and continues to try to work with the city to achieve and maintain compliance. I truly hope that this can be settled copacetically with Boulder City and city managers. We have 60 plus employees that are part of this community. You know, we're your friends, we're your neighbors, our kids go to school with your kids, our dogs play with your dogs at the dog park. We're law-abiding, tax-paying, productive members of this community.
Laura, your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Ramsey Abuita, David Polishek, and Daniel Seidman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hello, my name is Ramsey Abuita. I live in Boulder. I have a degree in neuroscience, and I work in the clinical research industry. I'm here to give some updates on our push to get entheogenic plants and fungi decriminalized in Boulder. We recently had a large community rally that was really successful and drew out the community. We sold out the venue and had to turn away dozens of people at the door. So this is an issue that community really cares about. Just wanted to say a huge thank you to the members of City Council that reached out in interest about this initiative. There were a few of you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to make progress towards this goal. About 15 cities around the country have passed decriminalization resolutions, usually unanimously. 2 of them are Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Cambridge, Massachusetts. 2 other college towns. So we have plenty of precedent in how these things unfold in cities like Boulder, and all the data shows that bad things have not happened in those cities. Denver recently published a year summary of what happened in the city after they decriminalized psilocybin mushrooms and found no ill effects. The report is available online to read. The resolution we are suggesting for Boulder expands on Denver's resolution and includes more substances within the psychedelic class. I will expand in detail via email which substances were included in our language and why they're included. The resolution does not allow for large-scale commerce of these substances. It does not create mushroom dispensaries. All it does is tell law enforcement to deprioritize the investigation, arrest, and prosecution for the use, possession, and cultivation of these medicines. Nobody should be going to jail for using these medicines. We will be clearing the language with the city attorney to make sure it's within the purview of City Council. And finally, I will be sending everyone on City Council an email with the proposed language attached so you can read it and offer feedback or questions that I may answer. I look forward to continuing to work with City Council to advance progressive drug policy reform. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ramsey. Next, we have David Polishek, Daniel Seidman, and Annie Buckley.
I do not see David in the meeting at the moment, so I will enable the microphone for Daniel Seidman.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for having me on. I've been a long-term dug-in member of this community here in Boulder. I've been working hard to construct our cannabis retail store for the last 5 days. I'd like to go through the timeline that led me to this moment. In the dark days of COVID, we did a lot of demo at our store space, perhaps more than we should have, and we got a building permit. We were then closed down in April for non-compliance. We appeased the regulatory bodies, and we reopened 4 days later. We appealed to the courts, and it was determined that we had messed up in July. We agreed on a compliance plan with the city, and we've been following that diligently ever since. We learned a hard lesson there that major modifications with licensing had to be completed before building permits, and that was step one. So we've been working with licensing to develop a floor plan, but the safe storage requirements were unclear. They were finally established in September. In October, we met multiple times with licensing to review those floor plans. In November, the major modification was approved. The architect was contacted 2 days later. And we worked with him through December. In January and February, after the holidays, we worked with engineering and contractors to finalize those plans. On March 24th, we were threatened by the licensing department to not have our license renewed if the building project wasn't completed by April 8th. We managed to get a building permit last week, and we spent the last 5 days constructing this place. Please let us finish with our agreed upon compliance plan, and please communicate with us licensing.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we have Annie Buckley, Katie Rodriguez, and Russell Sourage.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Annie Buckley, and I've worked for Fortino Holistics, located at 2897 Mapleton, for 10 years. I currently serve as the VP of HR and oversee 60+ employees and members of our community. I'm here to make a comment regarding the license renewal for Fortino Holistics, also known as Fortiner. I believe that Fortiner's business license should be renewed pending our completion of the approved floor plans. As I mentioned, I have been with Fortiner for 10 years. Over the last 10 years, I've worked closely with city licensing and submitted each renewal application for Fortiner, and I've never missed a due date. Per city code, we are required to submit our renewal application 45 days before expiration, which I did on February 21st, 2022. City licensing did not reach out to us in regards to our application until March 24th, 2022. At this time, city licensing stated they would revoke our license on April 8th if we did not complete construction by this date. Why did it take the city licensing 30 days to respond to us with this crucial due date? And why was this the first time Fortiner was given a due date for our major modification completion? As a business, we are required to submit our applications in a timely fashion to the city, or we face fines, suspensions, or possible revocations. But city licensing has not granted us the same courtesy and waited a month after submission to inform us of a critical piece of information that could result in the closure of our store and layoffs. Fortiner should be allowed to renew our license while pending completion of our approved floor plan and finish the path to compliance that we started on and are almost finished with. We got our building permit on April 1st, and we are more than halfway completed to our compliance goal, and we are in full compliance. And I ask that we are able to finish that path to compliance so we can continue to employ and serve members of our wonderful community. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Annie. Next, we have Katie Rodriguez, Russell Sourage, and Russell Chandler.
I don't see a Katie Rodriguez on the list. I do have a few other names that Katie might be an alternate name for. So if that's you, please reach out to me in the Q&A and let me know what name I might be seeing on the screen if you're here, Katie. So in this case, I am seeing Russell Chandler, although not Russell S., whose name I will not butcher.
So let's move on to Russell Chandler then.
All right, I'm here. Okay. Hey, thank you everybody for letting me speak tonight. I'm the owner of Full Cycle Bike Shop, longtime resident. I just want to speak out on rising crime. We've been affected by it quite a bit. Our customers and employees are being heavily affected. It's having a very negative effect on everyone. In fact, our employees are not safe. They don't feel safe anymore. They don't feel safe sending people out on our Goose Creek path nearby. We're almost daily visited by bike thieves, shoplifters, and people strung out on hard drugs who are sometimes violent. One of our employees was actually assaulted recently. The past 9 months, we've had 2 bikes stolen with bolt cutters in broad daylight during business hours. 2 more were stolen using fake stolen IDs. Another attempt was made just last week. Thanks to a tip from another bike shop and rapid response by BPD, they were able to bust the person in the shop. That wasn't a great scene for the shoppers entering for the next hour, but it felt pretty good to get that a little bit of progress. We've had repeat felons enter our shop. The very next day, somebody showed up with bolt cutters in his backpack, needing a little bit of help with a $12,000 stolen bike. Again, we called 911. Again, 2 days in a row. Thankfully, we were able to get the person apprehended. I have no idea if either of these people are still in any type of detention. I suspect they may not be. My staff no longer feel safe. They don't feel comfortable, as I said, sending out on test rides. There are active shops right within our store. Many are in camper vans or city subsidized apartments, just a few yards, 100 yards from our location. Some of them are gang members. Many of them are. They traffic drugs and stolen property. We're making it easier for them by allowing illegal encampments that linger for days and weeks before being broken up, only to be coming in again. Repeat camping ban violators need to be detained. Yes, we need to detain them if we don't have any other place for them to treat their illnesses. They cannot be allowed to continue to sleep outside at night and get taken in by the criminal gangs that are taking advantage of them. If they refuse services, you got to keep them in. I'm sorry until...
Russell, your time is up, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Ron. Please go ahead.
I believe we have Katie Rodriguez available now.
There was a little garbling. There was one thing that you said that was kind of...
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. My name is Katie Rodriguez. I am a student at CU Boulder, and I also work for 350 Colorado. I want to encourage you to do everything in your power to make sure that we move away from coal and gas as soon as possible. Excel's proposed resource plan is a bad deal and doesn't align with Colorado's climate goals. It allows Excel to burn coal at the expensive and unreliable Pueblo 3 plant until 2035 and prohibits it from retiring before this date. This is 5 years longer than any other coal plant in the state. Together, Pueblo 1, 2, and 3 are responsible for 84% of toxic chemical pollution in the Pueblo area. The Pueblo 3 coal plant needs to retire as soon as possible, 2030 the latest. This unit is the single largest source of carbon pollution in the state of Colorado. Shutting this plant down would be the equivalent of taking more than 500,000 passenger vehicles off the road per year. In addition, Pueblo 3 is Excel's most unreliable generating unit in the state. According to a 2021 PUC report, the unit averaged 91.5 days per year of outages over a decade and has been 45% more expensive to build and operate than Excel originally planned. This plant is a blatant example of environmental racism, especially when you consider that Pueblo 3 doesn't provide power for the homes in Pueblo, which is the community it pollutes. The current settlement forces Excel ratepayers to foot the entire bill for the early retirement of the plant instead of making Excel shareholders pay. The settlement would also put Excel on a path to build new gas plants that would burn for at least 40 years. If the Public Utilities Commission modifies Excel's ERP settlement to ask for an earlier retirement of Pueblo 3, Boulder should support that decision and not join the expected appeal by Excel. Boulder residents do not want to support coal and want to hold Excel accountable for its pollution of Colorado communities and contribution to climate change. Thank you for your consideration of this issue and your time.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Alex Ellsberg, Mickey Pye, and Joseph Wright.
Hi, my name is Alex Ellsberg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Alex Ellsberg. I'm the Director of Wholesale and Distribution for Sustainable Health, DBA 14er, and I was born and raised in Boulder County. I would like to mention a few things on behalf of the 65 people that rely on 14er for their livelihood and healthcare, to highlight the confusion that has been created throughout our major modification process. As we all know, the COVID pandemic has created several challenges for all businesses over these last 2 years. 14er has only had the best intentions in all of the efforts to provide a safe work environment and a safe retail experience for our customers and the community. Many regulations and practices have changed multiple times as our community has navigated through the COVID pandemic. 14er has been working under a compliance plan that was agreed upon by the city and the company, and we would like to ask the council to support us in allowing us to complete the plan as was set forth. Communication has been one of the largest hurdles in this project, and I would like to ask all parties involved to try and work with us to improve communication. Please allow us the privilege of getting back to full compliance and earn back the trust and respect of the city and our community. There's a lot of people counting on us, and I would really like the council's support in helping us renew our license. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Next, Mickey Pye, Joseph Wright, and Nicholas Broderick.
Hello. Hi, my name is Tara Sakurad Pai, and I'm the General Manager of Thornton location for Rocky Road Remedies. I would like to thank Mayor Brockett, City Manager Riviera Vandermeid, and the members of City Council for allowing me to make a comment regarding the license renewal for 14er Holistics, also known as 14er. I believe that 14er's license should be renewed pending their completion for their approved floor plans. I myself have been a Marijuana Enforcement Division employee badge holder for 12 plus years, badge number M10876. I regard compliance to be my #1 priority during my entire career since day one. While working with 14ers Boulder over many years, they have been 110% compliant when it comes to their products, packaging, labeling, invoices, and manifests. I've never encountered any issues with the City of Boulder's additional requirements for their transfers, which includes the email printout to go along with those manifests and deliveries. I've had nothing but great communication and compliance during the whole time I've worked with 14er Boulder to this day. Again, I believe that 14er's license should be renewed pending their completion for their approved floor plans. I send my thanks to Mayor Brockett, City Manager Riviera Vandermeid, and the members of City Council for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Joseph Wright, Nicholas Broderick, and Michelle Rodriguez.
I do not see Joseph in the meeting. Joseph, if you're here, please let me know in the Q&A. So I will enable the mute button for Nick Broderick.
Hello, my name is Nick Broderick. First of all, thank you, Council and City staff for taking the time to provide the opportunity to speak to you today. I was born in Boulder a long time ago and been a resident for 20 years. I'm one of the original founders and owner of Sustainable Health, known as 14er Holistics. I am now the acting CEO of the company. Last year, we did have
We seem to have lost Nick.
Nick, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So I'm the owner and founder of Sustainable Health, known as 14er Holistics. We are a vertically integrated cannabis company located in the city of Boulder. I currently employ 65 people. We pay in excess of $1 million in taxes per year, and we have 6 locations and 6 landlords in the city. Last year, my partner, Evan Anderson, acted in a pretty poor manner without notifying legal counsel, cities requesting information from the city or communicating to the necessary parties. And we got a violation for that. We certainly deserve that violation. He was fired immediately upon the ruling. I took over as CEO, and my goal here is to rebuild the confidence with the city and rebuild trust. I graduated from CU as an engineer, and I understand the importance of compliance. It assists in operating in a civil society and ultimately keeps our citizens safe. So I do really appreciate the regulatory aspect of our business. And, what I'm asking for is the opportunity to finish the compliance plan that was a result of the violations. And ultimately, asking you to not make me fire 65 people, because these people's livelihoods and their families don't deserve this. So if there's anything you can do to help us in this, I would really appreciate your consideration of this issue. I will remain steadfast in my opportunity to get into compliance and remain in compliance, and whatever it takes, I will do it. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nick. I believe we have Joe Wright now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joseph Wright, and I am the Senior VP of Marketing for 14er, located at 2897 Mapleton. I've had the pleasure of working with 14er since its inception in February 2010. To that point, obviously, our 65 employees, the City of Boulder, and this company mean a great deal to me. Let me start by saying I am very appreciative of the committee's time, and I want to thank Mayor Brockett, City Manager Rivera Vandermeide, and the members of City Council. Over the past decade, our company has evolved into a vertically integrated business that now employs more than 60 people that services the surrounding Boulder community. I'd like to start by saying I fully support the renewal of 14er's license because our company has and will continue to comply with all the necessary requests from the City of Boulder in a transparent and timely manner. We have always just wanted to finish what we had started. Furthermore, our company took actions internally by selecting new executive leadership to oversee all future compliance and regulations with the City of Boulder to ensure the highest level of transparency and compliance. I can promise the committee here tonight that our new CEO who just spoke, Nick Broderick, has all of my trust, and I have full confidence in his character and leadership abilities. You should too. At 14er, we often say we are in the business of compliance, and we also happen to sell cannabis. So we take this and every compliance issue extremely seriously. As one of the original cannabis companies licensed here in Boulder, we have always been extremely transparent and up to code in every facet of our business. Our livelihoods by people who we employ depend on us doing so. 14er has completed all the requests pertaining to the city's orders to submit a monthly written request report, progress reports, and have completed all the necessary floor plan improvements to date. I am highly confident that our relationship with the city will be strengthened through our complete transparency in the past and here today. We want to continue to be a beacon of what a safe, professional, and premium cannabis company looks like in the City of Boulder. I'd like to thank the city and the council once again.
Thanks, Joe. And I know you were in the meeting before. Apologies that we missed you. Brenda, I'm no longer seeing the timer when people speak, so I don't know if we can get that back.
It is coming.
It is coming. The timer got kicked out and we're getting it back on screen.
I hope it didn't misbehave in some way. Okay. Two more speakers. We've got Michelle Rodriguez and Stephanie Hall.
And I am not currently seeing Michelle Rodriguez. And so Michelle, if you're here, please reach out in the Q&A. So I am enabling the mute button for Stephanie Hall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Stephanie Hall. I'm the Director of Operations for Rocky Road Remedies. I want to thank Mayor Brockett, City Manager Rivera Vandermeide, and the members of City Council for allowing me to make a comment regarding the license renewal for 14er Holistics, also known as 14er. I've been working for Rocky Road Remedies as the Director of Operations for 7 years. And I've completed multiple build-outs, modification of premises, and the opening of new locations in different municipalities in the state of Colorado. As we're all aware, remaining compliant with the state of Colorado, the local municipalities, is the #1 priority in the initial phase of construction, day-to-day operations. And the importance of this is ensuring public health and safety. All licensed and regulated companies within the industry strive to obtain that goal, taking extraordinary measures to remain open and operational, including Boulder, 14er. And having worked with the City Council and other municipalities, I understand your role representing the community in which you serve. I also know and understand the many difficulties regulated cannabis companies face in following and enforcing policies and procedures and in keeping our staff and customers compliant, and no doubt one of the most highest regulated industries in America. Rocky Road Remedies has worked and collaborated with Boulder 14, and I'm certain that there was no ill intentions or malice in their actions which have resulted in us all being here today. Boulder 14 is willing and able to comply with the compliance plan. I would ask that the City Council of Boulder remain open to continuing to work with 14er to achieve the compliance required in your municipality and consider the action taken. We live in interesting times, and the more we all work together, the better community we build. There's a quote by Coretta Scott King: "The greatest of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." So as an individual working in the industry and a community member, I would ask again that you reconsider and allow 14er to renew their license pending the completion of any requirement.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, that brings us to a close on open comment. Do we have any staff responses to open comment?
Mayor, I'll defer to the city attorney on the matters concerning sustainable health for 14er, but really just want to acknowledge that we have heard them and we have received their correspondence, and I'll pass it on to Teresa.
Mayor, members of council, Teresa Taylor Tate, city attorney. I want to assure you that we have indeed been in contact with 14er Holistic. We are looking to determine compliance, and we are committed to finding a resolution that meets the law and hopefully satisfies all parties.
That's great to hear. And hopefully we can find a path to get to a resolution, as we heard is earnestly desired by a number of people tonight. So appreciate that response. Any responses from council members? I see Terry, you have your hand up.
Ross, I don't know if you're still here from Full Cycle, but I wanted to say how sorry I am that all your you and your employees are going through. I want to personally thank you for your testimony tonight, and thank you for helping us understand how you and your employees are so greatly affected by the bike theft issues that you're constantly having to deal with. So all we can do is just apologize for what you're going through right now.
Thanks for that, Tara. Well said. Okay, not seeing any other hands raised, then I think we can move on to the consent agenda. If we could please, Alicia.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda for tonight is item number 3, and it is items A through F.
Do we have any questions or comments about these items, or possibly a motion?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second that.
Second.
Great, we got a motion and a second, and I believe we have a roll call.
Yes, sir, we do. We'll start tonight with Council Member Weiner.
Here.
I think it's yes or no, Tara.
Momentarily not listening for 1 second. Sorry, community. Repeat the question.
We'll start the roll call with Council Member Weiner.
It's a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, I definitely approve the consent agenda. It's awesome.
Great. We'll count that as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
And Wallach.
Yes.
Mayor, our consent agenda is approved with a vote 8-0.
Thanks so much, Alicia. And now we have a call-up check-in. I have to actually recuse myself from this one, so I'm going to mute myself, turn off my video, and hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Friend to conduct this.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. So, Alicia?
Yes, ma'am. Our call-up check-ins are number 4 on tonight's agenda. Item 4A is the use review number LUR 2021-00030 and administrative parking reduction number ADR 2022-00033 for existing non-residential uses at 777 Poplar Avenue within the residential-low 2 RL2 zoning district. This site is within the area originally conceived as the village center of the Wonderland Hill Planned Unit Development, PUD.
Thank you, Elisha. I assume there's no staff presentation, but checking on that first. Nuri, is that?
I believe that's true, but we have Sloan to answer any questions unless there is, if there are any questions.
Okay, hi Sloan. So I'll turn that over to council. Any questions? Okay, I'll count to 3. Hearing no questions or concerns, would anyone like to call this up? Okay, I'm counting to 3 again. I got a lot of no's. Okay, with that, do we need a vote on that, Alicia, or can I text the mayor?
You can text the mayor.
All right, we're going to sit back for a moment.
Sloan.
Unless, I think that's all that we do there, right?
That is all we do.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're back. All right, thanks for taking care of that, Rachel. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we move into our one public hearing for the evening on the library district, and we are going to be joined by our county commissioners here tonight. So very happy to welcome Claire Levy and Marta Locheman and Matt Jones to our meeting this evening. And then I'll turn it over to city staff to get us started.
Thanks so much, Mayor. And we're going to try our hybrid technology out as we have our library team assembled in the dictionary. I believe David Gear is going to be kicking us off.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Gear, and I'm an attorney who's been working with the city attorney's office and our library staff on the library district issues. With me tonight is Janet Michaels, also from the city attorney's office. Also with our team is our deputy city manager, Chris Meschuk, and library director, David Farnan, and deputy library director, Jennifer Ferris. So we will all be available here tonight to answer your questions. I guess maybe somebody should, if somebody wants to put up the slideshow, that would be at slide 2 now.
Great, and I'll just, as we get this started, I'll just note that we're going to have our staff presentation here, and then if we can just hold any questions until the end of the staff presentation, and then council and commissioners will all have the opportunity to ask questions at that point. So thanks so much, David.
All right, can we forward one? There we go, thank you. Tonight we hope to complete the following. First, staff is going to present the background of the community conversation and the process around the library district, review the proposed resolutions, which if passed, will form a library district, and set the stage for forming a library district in the city and the surrounding area that will provide our library services instead of the city of Boulder. The primary purpose of the resolution is to, in fact, create the district, set the library district boundaries, and describe a recommended property tax mill levy to fund the district. We will also describe tonight the cost of funding library district services based on the service level standards that were adopted as part of the Boulder Library Master Plan, which was adopted by our City Council in 2018. The second objective tonight is to hold a public hearing as required by the Colorado law and to listen to the testimony of the residents and visitors that are interested in whether the city and county should take the next step in forming the library district. Finally, after the public hearing, the county commissioners will adjourn their meeting and continue it to April 7th at 1:30. The city council thereafter will deliberate to determine whether or not to pass the resolution and form the district. If it decides to do so, we also ask that the council consider a motion to appoint 2 of its members to a committee that will act as appointees together with 2 members from the Boulder County Commissioners for the purpose of appointing an initial library district board of trustees. The recommendations of that committee will ultimately be ratified by the entire council and the commissioners. As I noted, the commissioners will consider similar actions to what I just described for the city council at its April 7th meeting. Funding for the library has been a topic of conversation for some time. As many of you are aware, the library is predominantly funded with sales tax. Sales tax is often subject to the whims of the economy, and from time to time we've needed to balance the services when there's a dip in the sales tax. This affects many general funded city services. Most recently, funding of the library was the subject of the 2018 Boulder Library Master Plan. One of the primary objectives in the plan was to study and establish a sustainable funding source for the library. As part of the implementation of the master plan, the council directed staff to do a comprehensive analysis. I think we need to next slide.
Next slide.
All right. In 2019, the Boulder Library Champions, which is a local advocacy group supporting the library, proposed a district by the petition process in the Colorado library law. Thereafter, they withdrew it after discussions with the city manager about approaches and the process for considering other library funding ideas. Staff presented the council with information about the 2 processes to form a library district, which are by petition or resolution in 2020. Staff also prepared a draft IGA and presented it to our council in an effort to understand how the city, county, and library district, the library district would deliver library services. In 2021, the council was presented information on municipal and district governance and funding options. The options included the status quo as to how the library is funded, dedicated city taxes with city council governance, and then finally to a library district that would include boundaries beyond the city limits and be funded by property taxes. The council held a public hearing on this topic and thereafter directed the city staff to continue to explore the district by resolution process and form a citizen resident committee to discuss the terms of a potential IGA. This winter, the staff convened a library district advisory committee that included a diverse and inclusive membership from both inside and outside the city limits to develop recommendations and terms for the intergovernmental agreement. The LDAC recommendations were presented to the council in February of 22. Thereafter, the council has had further conversations about what it would anticipate would be in that IGA, and there are still some remaining issues that are the topic of conversation around, for the most part, the transfer of building and land, options for trustee appointment after the initial appointment of the trustees, and the deadline and process for dissolution should potential Tabor measures fail at the ballot. Next slide, please. The Colorado library law provides some of the elements that should be addressed and discussed at the public hearing, including the purposes of a library district. As proposed, the Boulder Library District, if formed, will be a public library as defined under the Colorado library law and have all the powers and responsibilities set forth in that law. The purpose of the library district is to provide facilities, materials, media, computers, programming, public meeting spaces, community services, and other services provided by library districts to obtain financial support from the district's voters for taxation, and that the city of Boulder and Boulder County will not provide direct financial support for district-wide library services. Next slide, please. The library law has a number of requirements related to the creation of the district. It provides that entities creating the district, including the city, county, and the district, enter into an intergovernmental agreement within 90 days of district formation. The IGA will have the rights, obligations, responsibilities, financial and otherwise, of the governmental entities, including the following topics: the interim funding and the appointment of the Board of Trustees. The plan is that the City of Boulder will provide financial support for the district during the time between the formation of the district and the establishment of a revenue source for operations of the district. The appointment of the Library District Board of Trustees is proposed to be done as set forth in the statute, using the process I've described above with subcommittees of the council and the district, appointing the boards with the full legislative bodies ratifying their terms. There are a number of terms that address the transition from city to district operations, including services for the operation of the district, moving city employees to district employment, and the transfer of city property to the district. The resolution and the IGA will also address what happens if a Tabor measure fails at the ballot, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So at this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to David Furman, our library director, to discuss library district boundaries, the cost of library services, and the revenue needs for those services.
All right, next slide, please. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and members of the Board of County Commissioners. I'm David Farnan. I'm the Library Director for the City of Boulder. We believe there are two critical items in the resolution, that being the boundaries of the map and the mill levy, that you wish to discuss tonight. And so I'm going to cover both of those briefly. And I'll start out initially with the proposed library district boundaries. The Library District Advisory Committee established 6 criterion, which are on the screen before you now, to establish what the library district boundaries would be. And they are essentially to keep the boundaries easy for voters to understand, following a rational boundary that's simple to explain, make those boundaries consistent with voting precincts to the extent that that was possible, maximize the number of library card holders within the district, in order to maximize revenue, while at the same time respecting the other criteria in the list. Include all of the areas within the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, avoid any conflict or area of influence by another town site or municipality for the provision of library services, and to exclude all those areas where the primary road access occurs in another county. Next slide, please. So the map then that the Library District Advisory Committee recommended is this one that you see before you now. It includes a number of precincts, roughly 91,000 registered voters, and generates a revenue in the vicinity of $20 million annually at a 3.8 mill rate. Next slide, please. So I do want to call attention to Jamestown. The city staff is not really, we have not weighed in on the map up until this time, but did so recently in a hotline post. And due to the lack of conversations between the Township of Jamestown and this initiative, we are recommending that the entire voting precinct 913, which includes the Jamestown Township, be eliminated from consideration to be included in the district. The entire precinct 913 represents less than 1% of all the registered voters within the entire district, and less than 1% of the entire revenue that the proposed library district would raise by having a mill levy at the 3.8, whatever rate it would be. So we are proposing this evening that that be eliminated, be considered for elimination from the map. We have also developed maps, which we're happy to discuss with you later, because we know that there's been some discussion around the Marshall Fire. And then further, we've developed a map which excludes the area of the township of Niwot. That has been an area where there has been conversations, but the conversations have gone in both ways, and we'd like to hear that community out fully as to whether or not it wants to be included into the area of the map as well. We have done the calculations on the percentage of registered voters and the percentage of revenue generated by both of those areas. So again, the Marshall Fire area is right around 1% of the total number of electors, less than 1% of the total revenue that the proposed district would generate. Niwot represents about 2.5% of the registered voters in the entire area, and slightly over 3% of the overall revenue. The three combined are less than 5% of both revenue and registered voters. Now, if we can jump to the next slide, please. The Library District also, the Library District Advisory Committee had proposed a library mill levy up to, not to exceed $3.8 million and not to exceed $20 million. If the resolutions are adopted by the city and the county, that would be the amount that we're looking at this evening, but we realize you also want to weigh in on that topic. So using the currently proposed library district boundary, 3.8 mils would provide adequate funding for library services and goals to complete the expanded version of the Boulder 2018 Boulder Library Master Plan. Can we go to the next slide, please? I want to talk a little bit about what it currently costs to run the library. Go ahead and flip to the next slide. Finance Department has been consistent in this representation since we initially brought this topic up in 2018, but there have been some questions about what the cost of running the library is and perhaps some confusion. I hope to be able to clarify that this evening. So this uses the actual costs for the 2022 library budget. The 2022 operating budget is $9.18 million. That's the item that shows up on page, I think, 331 of the city's budget. It is essentially the cost for materials like books and the staff. What we call the administrative overhead budget, or is commonly referred to by city staff as cost allocation, covers the cost for facilities maintenance, IT infrastructure, software, hardware, HR staff, and HR software. It covers the cost of payroll, attorneys, insurance, risk management. It's a whole lot of costs. They are actually budgeted costs, which do show up in the overall city budget, but do not show up under the library page on 331, because they are a part, the library, as other departments, many other departments, are part of the general fund. We've also analyzed the average capital maintenance capital budget. You know, the number is inconsistent from year to year, but if you take a 5 or 10 year average, the average cost annually is right around $1 million in capital, in the capital budget, which brings the true cost to the taxpayers, of taxpayer revenue that goes to funding the library annually, to right around $13.78 million. Now, depending upon the capital, that might be 13.9 one year or 13.5 one year, but in the entire time I've been here, it's roughly in this area, $13.78 million. So in the February memo that we prepared for council prior to this meeting, we also outlined the estimated costs for 2023 for the city and both for the library district. So in 2023, we anticipate the North Boulder Library branch will open. The cost for running that library, inclusive of staff, books, cleaning, security, utilities, all of those costs, is roughly $1 million per year. The library staff also intend to request in the 2023 budget cycle the operating deficit that was cut due to the pandemic. That is equivalent to roughly $700,000. those requests will be made. There is not currently a designated revenue source identified for them because we haven't really begun the budget process. And then separately, the facilities master plan calls for roughly a 2 to 4% investment in city facilities in maintenance cost in order to address the deferred maintenance on buildings. The library's portion of that cost, which is currently unfunded, is $1.3 million annually for 15 years. The library district budgeting, the finances for the library district budget, takes that $1.3 million into account with the assumption that it would adhere to the facilities, the City of Boulder's facilities master plan to invest between 2 to 4% annually in the capital of the capital costs of each of those buildings to ensure that we both keep the buildings in preferred working order, and then also to do things to decrease the climate emissions, the carbon emissions from many of those buildings by improving windows and the envelopes, the roofs, that kind of thing. Which brings the estimated future total of the library to roughly $16.78 million in 2023. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, as some of you will remember, in 2018, we did a deep dive on the financial projections for the library over the course of 15 years in the context of the master plan and what it would cost to meet certain service levels. The maintained service level is the level that we are currently at. $14.5 million is the estimated cost for doing so. Those costs do include the projections by George K. Baum Company do include the cost of maintenance of the buildings, and that's why there's that discrepancy between 14.5 and 13.7 where it is right now. The goal to address community demand, which was entailed in opening up the Nobo Corner Library and fully addressing the capital expenses related to the facilities, brings the budget projections to around $18.9 million. And then the service expansion level, which includes opening a library in Gun Barrel, reopening the Canyon Theater and making it available to the public, reopening the Carnegie Library for Local History and making it also available and fully staffed from the public, and a number of other items, brings the total of the projected budget that George K. Baum did to roughly $20 million a year. Next slide, please. So this is also a document which we shared with the Library District Advisory Committee when we were asking them to weigh in on the cost, at what service level did they want to recommend that the library district go forward with a mill rate on. So as you can see at the maintained service levels, if you translate the current $13.78 million into a mill rate, that would encompass the entire district, right? So the district as they had designed it, the cost of doing so is roughly 2.74 mils. That is the cost that we would operate at the current level that we have. To reach the address community demand level, we would obviously add the operation of the North Boulder Library branch and address the deferred maintenance and building a capital and operating expenses, which jumps that mill levy up to a total of 3.37 to do the address community demand level. And then at the service expansion level, this lists a number of the things that were intended in the library master plan to be completed and what that translates to in a dollar amount for mill rates to achieve. So I realize this kind of looks a little bit like a shopping list. That is, I assure you, not our intention. Our intention really was to show that the 3.8 mil number wasn't something that was thought up through thin air. This actually ties back into the actual costs that were determined by George K. Baum in 2018 and shows those costs over the course of time. So it's a 15-year projection. It makes some assumptions about the increased cost of labor and the increased cost of materials throughout that document. And so these mill rates attach to the cost of actually providing these services, which gets us to 3.72 mils. There were some things that were unanticipated and are still unresolved with regard to the 3.8, and the reason why the Library District Advisory Committee recommended going up to 3.8. As you remember, the Library District Advisory Committee recommended giving all the facilities and their grounds, in some cases the grounds, to the library district. The library district financing does not anticipate in any place the costs associated with grounds maintenance around any of their buildings. So that was a cost that we did not anticipate. That was something that the Library District Advisory Committee felt was necessary to add and to get it to the 3.8. The other cost-centered interest that the Library District Advisory Committee had was around equity of wages, and they wanted to have some assurances that a library board of trustees would have at least the option of increasing library staff wages beyond what their current level is, which is established by the city's living wage. And I believe that completes my slides, and I am turning it back over to David Gear.
All right, thank you. So just kind of what we're here to do tonight is to consider resolutions to form a library district. They are formed by resolutions that are passed by both bodies. And the resolutions have a number of required elements, including the proposed name of the district, which will be the Boulder Public Library District. The purpose of the library district, which we went through in a slide above, acknowledging the terms of financial support for the district, which will be the city of Boulder until the library district develops its own revenue source, establishes a proposed mill levy. It defines the process for appointing the initial board of Library District Board of Trustees, acknowledges that we will in fact be creating an intergovernmental agreement to address the transition and how the parties will cooperate. There is a deadline in the resolution that sets a time limit on the time that the district has to obtain tax funding. And if they fail to get tax funding approved in a taper type voter approval election, the library district will dissolve as now proposed in 2024. And of course, I talk in terms of resolutions that these, the resolutions in basically the substantially same form need to be passed by the Boulder City Council and the Boulder County Board, the Boulder County Commissioners. So, okay, next slide, please. So here's the timeline. If we are, if a district is formed by resolutions, the next steps will include the appointment of the board, negotiation and approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the city, county, and the library district, the creation of the interim funding plan, followed by the taper election to approve district taxation. Next slide. In closing, we look forward to hearing from the community tonight. If after considering the testimony of the council and the Board of County Commissioners, think it's a good idea to go forward with the next step in the exploration of providing library services through a library district, we will ask the council and the county commissioners to pass resolutions forming the district and start the process for appointing the library district trustees. So with that said, thank you. We are all available for questions, or at your pleasure, you may proceed to the public hearing.
Thanks so much, David and David. That was extremely informative and very helpful. So this is our chance to ask questions of city staff. So if any council members or commissioners would like to do so, please raise your Zoom hand and I'll call on you in the order that you raise it. And we've got Junie and then Martha.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. I just have a question based on the presentation, and I just wanted to ask you mentioned maintaining service level, it would be 14 million. Addressing community needs would be 18 million, 18.9 million. So addressing community needs with the North Boulder Community Library, that's where we are heading anyway, right? That is my understanding, without districting.
That's correct, Judy. We anticipate that the North Boulder Library will be funded in 2023.
Okay, and then the service expansion would be 20 million. So I'm just thinking, because we get questions from community members a lot who believe in their own mind that essentially creating this library district would double the library budget or the amount that needs to be spent on the library. But I think I'm just looking at the slide that you just showed us with the maintenance services of 14.5 million and addressing community needs it would be 18.9 million, and then the service expansion would be 20 million. So it seemed to me that districting would really cost us just a little bit over about $1.1 million.
I'm not sure I follow the last part. I mean, as far as the percentages go, adding NOBO helps address community demand. That adds $1 million. The cost associated with maintaining the buildings at the recommended level, that is a significant cost. It's not insubstantial. That is roughly $2 to $2.5 million annually for at least 15 years. So the increase in cost from going where we are currently to the meeting community demand level, which is essentially opening NOVO and taking care of what we have, is roughly a 23% increase. To go to the additional level, which is the service expansion, and is what the Library District Advisory Committee recommended, that adds another 10%. And that is for opening Carnegie, opening a library in Gun Barrel, potentially opening a library in Niwot, opening the Canyon Theater, and building a robust outreach program for early literacy more broadly in the community to reach underserved communities. So it's the total increased cost, roughly 33%, so roughly a third. A large chunk of that, 20 of the 33%, I think 1/3 of that is really the cost of maintaining the buildings. If we project that, as GK Baum did, and if we use the facilities master plan recommended level of investment in the capital infrastructure at 2 to 4% of its overall value, that leads to us investing roughly $2 to $2.5 million annually. That is a significant cost, without a doubt.
Thank you.
The buildings are old. I mean, the buildings are quite old. I mean, we're looking at the average age of library buildings is slightly over 60 years currently. And if you remember from the facilities master plan, a couple of them grade out at a D level. And they're in need of, some attention soon.
Ginny, does that answer your question?
Thank you so much, Mayor Brockett.
Great. Marta, and then Claire, Nicole, and Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. Good evening, everybody. Buenas tardes. I have a ton of questions, but I'm just going to start with really the presentation and focus on that. And I'm sure I'll learn from other folks' questions, and I'm sure we have some repetitive thoughts going around. So just from the presentation, the very last slide went really quickly on the timeline. And I think it would be really helpful for us to understand not just how you get to the next meeting, but what that means for residents, what that might mean for voters. Could you presenters maybe just spend more than that brief time just talking about the timeline? Because I also heard there's some negotiation, there's some questions, there might be opportunities to look at that list of different items that would be involved in a resolution that could be resolved in an IGA that might take some time. And so I just think it would be helpful for all of us to know in that timeline, really where are the cutoff dates, so that we know, if this doesn't happen in 2022, what that timeline really looks like. So that's my first question, and wonder if the presenters would go back to that slide for just a moment.
Yeah. Pull the slide up.
And I think I heard
Emily?
David and David, but I might be wrong.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get them to pull the slide up. So I think that right now the timeline is, well, it's based on the November election, and we've kind of backed out a schedule in terms of what we'll do, how to get there. One of the things that I think that we hoped that we would be able to do, that we don't think that the IGA negotiation necessarily has to be long and drawn out. Of course, there's always the potential that that could happen, but I think that our council asked us to engage in a pretty robust public process in terms of putting out kind of at least the city's expectations on what a draft IGA would look like. And then the city staff had to defend those with a bunch of people who were from a variety of walks of life in terms of what would be an appropriate and a fair IGA. So I think that part probably we've done an awful lot of work already on that, and I don't know that will be a terrible time sink. But then the rest of the issues, I think that the other big work item, or I'm not quite sure how big it'll be, but will be appointing a board of trustees. And the statutory procedure is pretty clear on how to do that. But like all efforts to get volunteers to do something, there's a recruitment process, an interview process, a selection process, and a ratification process. But we did try to kind of work in all the time that would be necessary to do those issues. And then, of course, I think ultimately the big.
Thank you, Chris.
The big issue in all of this in terms of, I guess, public engagement will be once the library district board of trustee puts on a Tabor measure, and I think that will focus the community conversation in terms of whether or not to pass a tax within the district to do this, as to whether or not there is truly the kind of support that you would need to get funding passed.
Okay, so on the resolution, let's just focus on the resolution then, because we're here this evening to ask some questions. But I think one of the questions specific to that is what will be agreed on, obviously, by City of Boulder this evening, and then by the Board of County Commissioners on the 7th. But what in that resolution could be changed, or is it the resolution and then that would be it? Is there any room for movement, and if so, what would the process be so that folks know what is the? Go ahead.
Sure. So I think just about everything in the resolution can be changed. I think the issue is hopefully there will be some level of agreement. The library law itself, it sets forth a number of issues that are required to be addressed in the resolutions. I think that we have hit all of those, and really when it comes down to it, at least what I've been hearing from the community, and I'm guessing David as well, as the kind of the big issues are what is the appropriate district boundary for this, and David can talk about the rationale for why the boundary that was chosen, and then of course the mill levy, the amount of revenue necessary to actually fund the district.
Okay.
Those are the two big issues, Commissioner, and the we understand that there may be a difference in terms of what is recommended by the Board of County Commissioners and the City Council about both those issues, the boundary and about the mill rate. So what we will do is if City Council decides tonight and then there's a difference of opinion in the Board of County Commissioners, we will bring that recommendation back to the board, from the Board of County Commissioners back to City Council to see if we can't find agreement. Yeah.
Okay, and so I think the question there then is from the process and the timeline. In a public process, how would that happen? Because we are going to separate at the end of public comment this evening. And so if you all, excuse me, not if you all, but if the City of Boulder comes up with a different recommendation for resolution and the Board of County Commissioners come up with a different recommendation around the boundaries, around mill levy, around fill in the blank, what is that public process that fits into the timeline so that the public understands what the process will be?
Well, our anticipation is that it will look a lot like the adoption of the comprehensive plan, whereby, we typically, in terms of, that's approved by both the city and the county, and there isn't always a meeting of the minds the first time around, and that we would try to find common ground, and then, if the county commissioner, I believe that the council is at least scheduled to act first if the county commissioners did not agree with everything that the Boulder City Council proposed in its resolution. Then we would bring whatever the commissioner's resolution was back to the council and try to find middle ground.
Okay, my last question. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I guess, the bottom line is, since we are kind of backed up to, the schedule is backed up based on the election, right? That the longer it takes, the more likely it would be that any ultimate decision would have to be moved to the 23 election.
Okay.
Assuming the resolution passed.
Sure. The last question I had at this moment was around your comments in the presentation around Jamestown. It wasn't clear to me about why you were recommending removal. You just stated that you had talked with somebody up in Jamestown. I wonder if you could just speak to that a little bit more. And then also you said that you would be checking in with NIWAT. And so again, just concerned about your timeline, what that process would look like. And I'm also happy to share what I've seen from the NIWAT Community Association that I believe David Farron also received. And I just don't know if the rest of the City Council at Boulder received that survey as well too. So.
Deputy City Manager Mestick will address the question about Jamestown, and I'm happy to talk about NIWAT. But.
Yes, specifically regarding Jamestown, as we were preparing for this public hearing tonight, in conversations with both city and county staff, as well as the various folks in the community, it was unclear to us what engagement had occurred with the town of Jamestown, which is an incorporated town and has its own local governing body. So we did reach out to the town of Jamestown, and I did speak with Mayor Box, and indeed they have not really been engaged on the conversations of the library district. And so that's what brought us to the recommendation to you tonight to exclude that area of Jamestown.
And that's based on the library district so far not engaging with the town of Jamestown?
Yeah, in the conversations, what it sounds like is there really hasn't been a lot of engagement with the town of Jamestown. And because this would be another governmental entity that would essentially overlay with the town of Jamestown, it didn't feel appropriate to proceed without further conversation with the town of Jamestown on whether they would be interested. I did speak with Mayor Box about that today, as well as their town clerk. So that's really what brought us to the recommendation for today.
Okay, thank you. And the question on NIWAT?
And for NIWAT, there have been ongoing community meetings, at various times through the past 2 to 3 years. So the community, there are a number of community stakeholders that were obviously quite aware of it. And they have recently conducted a poll. The community, as you mentioned, the Community Association has conducted a poll. And I believe the chair of the Community Association is going to speak tonight. So I do not know if that poll was shared with city council, but I know it was shared with county commissioners. And in the end, these are all policy decisions, right? So we don't have the areas of Niwot and also, I guess, the Marshall Fire fit the criterion that the Library District Advisory Committee recommended. Jamestown was a little bit looser on that, fitting that criterion that the Library District Advisory Committee advised. But as far as determination of where the boundaries lie, that is a policy decision which we're looking to City Council and the Board of County Commissioners to determine for us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for your patience.
Thanks, Marta. Claire, then Nicole, and then Mark.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for arranging this joint meeting. I hope the members of the public find it convenient to get to speak to both City Council and County Commissioners all in one evening. I know it makes for a long evening. I have several questions, and I hope it's okay if I just ask them all now so that we can get them out of the way. Some of them have to do with process, some have to do with financing, but I think it's just going to be helpful for me anyway. And this seems like the best time to ask those questions. And the first is just to do some level setting for the people who've tuned in. We've gotten a lot of email, I'm sure members of City Council and staff have as well, from people who are asking us to vote no on this resolution for various reasons. It needs more work. They think it's a bad idea, whatever the reasons. And my understanding is we're sort of in a situation with, we either do it by resolution or it happens by petition. And so it's, heads, you lose, tails, I win. Is there anything in between, for folks who maybe, wondering if there is a way for us to continue this dialogue, get more community input, examine different funding scenarios, or do we really just have two choices?
Do you want to take that? I appreciate the question. The query about are there other funding scenarios, we have proposed to City Council over the past 4 years. So we've been, I know I've been either in memos or in person in front of Council 16 times. Tonight is the 16th on this very issue since the summer of 2018 when we first broached the issue of the idea of a district. So the conversations have been ongoing. I feel like there's been a lot of community engagement. There have been at least 2 polls, now a third that we've heard of. So there has been some level of community engagement in terms of what the different items are. We proposed to, we put in front of City Council the issue of different forms of funding over the course of the year. So municipal funding, leaving things as is, a dedicated tax within the city. So those have all been entertained by various councils and either dismissed or not taken up.
No, and excuse me, that wasn't my question. So I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Speak over you. It seems like the situation is one way or another, this is going forward. It's either going to happen through this resolution process or it's going to happen by petition. And I'm just looking for some confirmation that for what some members of the community are asking for, which is some additional time to examine other alternatives, gather more community input, that at this point is not really an option. So it's, yes to a resolution, or if we say no, then it goes on the ballot by petition.
Yeah, so I would agree with just how you characterized it. Under the library law, it's incredibly easy to get a petition for the voters to form a library district. So yeah, you have that on the one hand. We were there in 2019, 2020, where we asked the committee of the petitioners to withdraw their petition and have the conversation that we've had so far. Now, could we go back and ask, well, you don't necessarily have control over whether a petition gets submitted, but there is always the possibility that we could have a conversation with at least the Boulder Library Champions, who have been kind of one of the primary groups, if there would be the need to do additional public process.
Okay, thank you. So thanks. I think it's just important for members of the public to realize that we only have so much control here. And so for those who are looking to us, some of us anyway, and hoping that this will not go forward, that's probably not a realistic scenario. Most of my questions actually have to do with the funding proposal, and I did spend some time with the analysis by Baum and Company that was based on 2019 assessed values and budget projections. And I did ask Chris Metchuk earlier whether you have more recent assessed valuation figures that the current proposal is based on. And the figure I got was the total assessed valuation within the proposed district, I think, was $5.56 billion in value. Does that sound correct?
That is correct.
And in the Baum study, it was 4.7 billion. And the reason I asked for that is, we've seen when we do our budget forecasting, we look at projections for property tax revenues, and the line goes up because we know what's happening to property values in the city of Boulder and Boulder County in general. And I think I did the math, not my strong suit, but I think that's a 16% increase from the time this study was done. And so I think where I'm going with this is the 3.8 mils that are requested now, unless something crazy happens, that the revenues are going to escalate at a pretty rapid clip to this library district. And I'm wondering about whether we could discuss starting with a reduced mill levy, not with the intention of hampering the ability of the library to fully serve the district, but with the understanding that it will take a while for the district to get established, fully and reinstate services and get the plans for the gun barrel library on the drawing boards, find the land, all of those things, and then that by which time property values will have increased to the point where they'll have those revenues. And so that's one thing I'd like to explore. And just for sort of a point of reference, in the Baum study on page 28, the proposal with a property tax only and the service expansion, if I'm reading this correctly, the thought was 3.3 mils would be adequate for all of that. There is a footnote that these scenarios don't include the, now the little indicator thing has covered up this language, the $3.38 million cost allocation, because the assumption was that was going to continue to be covered by the general fund. But there's the property values have gone up 16% within the district, and the mill levy, the proposed millage, has increased. So I'm just wondering, how about that, and whether we could start with a smaller millage.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know if you're asking me, if you're asking the question
I'm just asking
of your other governing officials, but yes, I agree there is some flexibility. We did, so the way in which the Baum study worked, we kept up with all the property tax increases over the course of the last 3 years to arrive at the number. We recently, in the past week, have uploaded the 2021 actuals, which amounted to not a 16% increase, but a 2.5% increase. We had already accounted for the percent increase in tax assessments. What we didn't account for was new inventory. So the total value was already in the Baum model when we were meeting with the Library District Advisory Committee, was already at 5.3 billion. So we went up another 2.5%. So is there room to adjust the mill levy? Yes, there is. How much? I can't really say until you guys have finalized a map. Once you finalize a map, it's relatively easy to do the calculations to understand what amount of money that produces, and then you could adjust the mill levy accordingly.
Well, I think my question is a little bit more complicated than that, just in that what would be a starting revenue generated by the assessed valuation and the proposed mill levy that would allow the community demand to be met with the understanding that property values will increase, and we know costs go up, but not at the rate that property values increase. So, what would be a reasonable starting revenue for the library? So we don't need to answer that right now, but that's something I'm looking for. I think the last question, and I don't want to monopolize the time, I think, well, I guess it part and parcel of the Baum analysis, all of the scenarios, I believe, did assume that the cost allocation would continue to be covered by the general fund. And it sounds like that assumption is no longer valid. So is that perhaps, I'm looking for ways to make this more affordable to people. I'm very, very sensitive to the affordability issue for people in Boulder who are trying to stay here, who we don't want to drive out. And I'm just wondering about the fact that in 2019, the assumption was that the city would cover that cost allocation.
I don't know. I appreciate the question. I don't believe City Council ever agreed to such a notion. We presented, in the Baum study, we presented a lot of different options to the city, including dedicated tax, a lot of different things. I don't believe the city ever even gave much consideration to the idea that somehow the city would continue to fund support for library districts' internal cost allocation. We may have proposed that as a possibility. I don't believe council ever took us up on such an idea.
Okay, well, I'd invite you to revisit the report because the scenarios assume the 3.333 mill levy is maintained, and they do not include the 3.38 million. So just the last thing I guess I am wondering about is governance and how we build in accountability. It appears that the only, and I'm, accountability for responsible expenditures of the budget, for delivering on the services that that the community, members of the community are hoping to get. It appears that the only accountability is our opportunity to approve or remove for cause members of the Board of Trustees. And that's a little bit concerning to me. Here, we approve a mill levy, big chunk of money, and then nothing further by an elected body.
Well, Claire, I think that you hit the nail on the head in terms of in terms of governance and accountability. I think that those are pretty much the only things that are set forth in in the statute. I don't know if there would be other approaches that could be negotiated into an IGA to ensure accountability. But that said, most libraries in the state are governed by the same type of board of directors with the same set of oversights with quite great success.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Claire. We've got Nicole, and then Mark, and then Julie, and then Rachel.
Thank you. And thank you to staff just for the really informative presentation. I feel like the more I get this, the more it starts to come together a bit. One of the questions I have, some of these are just following up on some previous questions. As I understand it, I think we talked about this at our last discussion about this on council. The mill levy that is kind of being tossed around, this 3.8 mills, am I correct in understanding that that's actually kind of on the low end of what other library districts do here in Colorado, and especially in some of our neighboring communities? Like I think Netherlands is maybe over 6 or something like that. I'm just wanting to get some clarity on where this sort of 3.8 is on that spectrum. And then I've got a follow-up question on that.
Do we have that slide? Thank you for the question, Councilor Spear. I think we have that slide that shows the comparisons. That's not how we arrived. I mean, just so you know that's not how we arrived.
No, it was very clear how you got there. Thank you.
Right. So I apologize. I don't know that we have that slide in the back pocket, but yes, the different libraries around the state have different mill levies. 3.8. I'd be hard pressed to say it's an average rate or a lower than average rate. There are a number of front range libraries who certainly have mill rates at a much higher rate, and you're correct that Ned is, I believe, 6 mills or roughly that. Arapahoe County is about 5.8. Jefferson County, which is not a district library but a county library, has a mill rate of around 4.3. I believe Douglas County has 4 mills exactly. I need to see the list to show to be able to confirm all that. But 3.8 is not at the higher end of the mill rates. That's for certain. But it is adequate to the cost that we predicted would be there for a library district. So that is where we arrived at.
Thank you. And that sort of just leads into my other question, which I think is just a clarification of a point that Claire was talking about, that if we were to decide not to move forward with this as a resolution, am I correct in understanding that we council and the county commissioners lose our ability to control what mill levy limit is on the ballot if it were to move through by petition? Am I understanding that's like, this sort of is our chance to have a say in where we want that mill levy to be?
It would depend upon how the petition was written, right? So in all, like the petition that was submitted in 2019 named City Council and the Boulder County Commissioners as the establishing entities. So it would depend upon what that petition stated. I believe they would have to name someone as an establishing entity. I don't think they can just say we're doing this, but that's for the lawyers to determine. But I think it would probably just initiate this same process over again to some extent. It would have to go back. And they would look to, in part, the establishing entities for confirmation of the boundary and confirmation of the mill rate. But yeah, in order for you to have a role, City Council and or Boulder County Commissioners, you have to become an establishing entity by forming a resolution, which then gives you the ability, policy decision, of establishing the boundaries and of establishing the mill rate and establishing the conditions under which a library district would be dissolved if it did not have funding. But I'd love for one of the lawyers, I'm not a lawyer, one of the lawyers to jump in on this and confirm that for me.
I think that's accurate, that you have a lot more flexibility if you're the one creating it. And when you get into the petition process, kind of one of the remedy is kind of drastic, as instead, you know, as an entity that already has a public library, that would be the city of Boulder. Our kind of main, I guess, leverage, if you will, in the statute is that if we don't like what's being proposed, we can opt out of the district. So it's kind of, you gather up your marbles and go home.
Thank you. And then my other question was around some of the services that could be provided with the funding. And I think this was one of the last slides that you all were showing, kind of breaking down the different mill levies. And one of the programs that I had heard about, and I think this may be related to the I think you had it labeled as Latinx community outreach, was a pilot program that was going out into some of our manufactured home communities, Ponderosa, Vista Village Meadows. And I believe it was because part of the process of forming the library master plan, the most recent one in 2018, was it, well, actually, and in 2007, was this recognition that there were people in our community who didn't have easy access to the library. So the idea was sort of to go to them. And so I was just wondering if you could kind of expand on, you know, what some of those programs are. I believe that pilot program kind of fell apart with the pandemic and all the staffing cuts that you took, which was really unfortunate. So that was kind of when kids and families really needed that support. But it, you know, I'm just wondering about whether we can meet some of the equity goals that are laid out in the library master plans without this library district.
Yeah, so I could go on about this for hours, and I know that's not what you're asking for, but yeah, we did have a pilot program for outreach to the Latinx community. It had been described as a goal of the master plan in 2007. It was reiterated in 2018, and we put slightly higher emphasis on it. And over the course of prior to the pandemic, yeah, we were running a number of programs. Book Rich Environments is a partnership with the Boulder Housing Partners. Reading Buddies is a program with the community, which we also work with BVSD and some of the Title I schools. So all of the programs are designed to help with early literacy. By early literacy, you know, 10 years of age or younger, and improving literacy skills and aptitudes and advantages that the various families have. And it is primarily focused on the Latinx community, but it's truly to serve the underserved. If you have two working parents, the likelihood of you being able to get to story time on a regular basis, which story time is our preeminent program in terms of early literacy, is limited. And so our idea was really to take that program to the community. And so the whole concept of the outreach program is one in which we're taking early literacy tools, and not just early literacy in terms of reading, but also in terms of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, and math, so that everyone in the community has access to the tools that they need to, you know, not just survive in our society, but to thrive in our society. So we had a lot of programs going on prior to the pandemic. You're correct that those programs were suspended, and we are currently looking to build that program back, and we'll have requests for funding in 2023. And the district funding in the district budget, which outlines funding all of the things within the master plan, funds that program. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. We got Mark, then Ginny, Rachel, Matt, Claire.
Okay, I want to start by going back to something Commissioner Levy spoke about, which was sort of the inevitability of a library district by petition if we do not do it by resolution. But so my question is, and I just don't know the answer, if we have an opt-out in the event of a petition, it would seem to me that would vitiate the idea that this is inevitable one way or the other. Am I misreading the statute or our ability to opt out of it?
We can opt out of it as an entity that has its own library. And then I think, as David mentioned earlier, in the process of the petition, once the petition is submitted to the establishing entities, you have two choices. The first choice is the establishing entities can create a resolution, and I guess there's probably some level of control there to get things ready for the election, or you just refer their petition to the ballot and let the voters decide.
Okay. My second question is actually, I guess, more for our city manager or Chris's deputy. At 3.8 mils, the library system would be funded basically at a vision level. Am I not correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question then is, how many of our other departments are currently being funded at a vision level?
I think that's a really fair question to ask. And as council members know, and for the commissioner's benefit, we prepare kind of master plans or business plans for each department in the city, and they get updated at various cycles, typically between every 5 and 10 years. And so it's a bit of a rolling case. So there's always not kind of one where every master plan has been updated. So of the current master plans that we have, the vast majority of our departments are at kind of a current funding level. We have a couple of departments that are working on action plan levels of funding. But we have very few city departments that are funded at the full vision level. And part of that is a nature of the current, available funding of we're balancing our services across the city. And part of that is also as we achieve things in master plans, and we update those master plans and we add new things to that vision list. So it's a little bit rolling, but I think, Mark, to your key question, what you're really getting at is there's a trade-off conversation to have here of municipal services. And that's part of the consideration that we have to make, is balancing all of those services that are provided by local governments.
Thank you, Chris. And my next question is, assuming there is a resolution to form this library district, the interests of the city are not entirely identical to the interests of the library district or those who advocate for it. And my question is a process question. How do we ensure that when representatives are sitting in a room negotiating an IGA, that somebody is actually advocating for the interests of the city when those interests diverge from the interests of the library district? Because unless you define one as being consistent with the other in every respect, and I don't think that's the case, there needs to be somebody in there advocating for interests of the city, not simply facilitating whatever it is that the library district would prefer. It would seem to me it ought to be negotiation with two sides, not one side.
Yeah.
How do we ensure that?
Well, I think it's just built into the process. So I think that probably one of the first things that would happen as soon as a board of trustees is appointed is they would hire counsel, and they would have legal counsel. I'm told by our legal advisor on this that then the legal counsel would negotiate on behalf of the district, and it would be more of your typical traditional negotiation where it's either, interest-based or positional, or however the negotiations go.
Thank you. And my last question is, and I don't know if anybody actually has this information, on a statewide basis, how many residents actually live under a district regime versus library systems operated by a municipality? As I looked at the 20 largest cities in Colorado, it seemed to me that 12 or 60% of them do not have districts. And I'm just curious, do we know on a state level how many people are actually functioning under a district organization structure for their libraries? Out of I think the population is 5.77 million for the state?
Yeah, Mark, I used to know those numbers off the top of my head. I don't have them. It's around 60%. So roughly 60% of the library card holders in the state of Colorado are served by districts. So I don't know what 12 municipalities you're talking about. The only 3 municipalities that are, well, I guess there are 5 municipalities above 100,000 population that do not have a district. That is Denver, Boulder, Longmont, Aurora, and Westminster. All of those libraries are municipal and or county libraries. And as you know, I mean, Boulder is having this discussion, as is Longmont, as is Denver. The only 2 that are not currently considering formation of a district are Aurora and Westminster. Aurora did put a ballot forward in 2008, I believe. That ballot initiative was unsuccessful. The district dissolved, and they've never gone back to consider it.
What about Broomfield? What about Broomfield, Castle Rock, Highlands Ranch? I mean, are they?
Castle Rock, Highlands Ranch, yes. Broomfield is not a community that I'm aware of that has 100,000 people.
Okay.
Highlands Ranch is a community of 100,000. It's served by a district. Castle Rock, I don't believe has 100,000, but perhaps it does. It is also served by a district.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I just make one more comment? I was told that maybe my voice was a little off, but when I was describing when a petition is submitted, the 2 options, one is that we can, not cannot, opt out, and the other one is if we choose not to opt out, well, you can opt out, or you can, what is it?
Just pass a resolution.
Yeah, pass a resolution
or let it go to a vote.
Let it go to the vote.
Just so I can be clear, because you broke up for me, broke up on me for a minute. You can opt out or cannot?
Can. If you have a public library, you are able to opt out.
Okay. So the only point of that is simply to address the issue of the inevitability of a library district if it is done by it's done by petition. It's not the case. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Now I'm done.
Thanks, Mark. Jeannie.
Thank you, Aaron. I have a question. I just wanted to go back to the question about the different mill levy, and I just want to thank Commissioner Levy for her comments and wanting to look at how to make it a balance to go forward with this, but also ensuring that people can really afford this particular mill levy. And my question would be, what would you have to do to look into this? Do you have to go back and do a poll, or is this something that we can just do ourselves without doing any kind of poll within the community?
Junie, just to ask for a little bit of clarification, are you asking just on once a boundary is set, how do we determine the mill levy amount?
Yes.
So once a boundary is set, we use essentially we can use assessor data of current assessed values of all the property within that district, within the district boundary, to estimate what that revenue would be. What council and the commissioners are doing through the resolution process, if you are to pass a resolution, you set a ceiling. So up to 3.8 mils or up to $20 million is essentially, you'll set the ceiling, and then the district is allowed to essentially set a mill levy up to that maximum ceiling, but not above it. So that's really the decision for all of you to make tonight, is where do you want to set the ceiling?
But I do have a question for you, and I think that's where I'm slightly not sure when you ask that question, because I'm looking at, the vision level and what is required. And just give me a moment. I'm looking at the slides for the service expansion, for instance, opening the Gun Barrel and Naira corner libraries, renovate and activate Canyon Theater, outreach program to Latinx community members, which I believe my council member just mentioned here, Nicole Spear, and renovate and increase staff at Carnegie Library. So I guess my question would be, if we were to lower the mill levy, lower than 3.7, what would we be giving up?
Yeah, so again, the list that we shared on the mill rate equivalences for library services, it's not a shopping list, but yeah, if you were to say we want it to be 3.5, you would have to make some decisions about what you don't want, right? So you don't want a library in Gunbarrel, you don't want, I'd want you to be able to have the information that you knew what decision you were making, right? So you don't want an outreach program to the Latinx community, or you don't want to renovate the Carnegie Library, right? So those are all certainly within your purview. The reason for putting up the list is so that you understand what the impacts of those decisions are, right? And I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. It's the difference in between address community demand and the full expansion is 0.35 mils within the district. It's about per $100,000 of value, it's about $3.50 difference in $100,000 value per resident. So quadruple that for a business. It's about a $15 value for $100,000.
Thank you.
Certainly within your prerogative to do so.
Thank you so much for this. I'll reserve my comments for whenever we're allowed comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie. We got Rachel, then Matt Jones, Matt Benjamin, Lauren.
Thanks, Mayor Brockett, and nice to see all the commissioners here. This is a little fun. Wish we were in person. I have a couple questions. So want to confirm that tonight, sort of what we will be voting on is whether to adopt this resolution, and then kind of two subpoints of the district boundary and the kind of upper level of the mill levy. Is that right?
That's correct.
So for people who are, we have like 100 people 100 plus people who are going to speak on public comment, which is awesome. And I thank you all for waiting patiently for this. For the things that we won't be talking about or voting on tonight, will there be a way, and this is, Marta got to something like this earlier, will there be a way for them to engage or give feedback on the IGA points? For example, we've had a lot of emails about people feeling strongly about whether to lease or dispose of library assets. How will community members get to engage on the stuff that we're not talking about tonight?
We're currently accepting emails on all things district, as is council. And yeah, I don't know that we've measured like a straw poll as to whether or not some people think it should be owned or be leased. But certainly there's been feedback, and we're continuing to get it.
Well, maybe I'll ask that differently. Let's say that we, will drafts of the IGA be public, and we can receive input, and people maybe won't like where we landed on things, and we'll hear that, or I don't know what all is going to go in there. So open comment on this.
The recommended IGA is public now. The Library District Advisory recommended IGA is public now, and will remain so. So we can accept and solicit feedback on. And I think you're probably talking about the three issues that we've talked about with council: ownership or leasing, appointment of the trustees, and the dissolution timeframe. So the district. So yeah, those could all be weighed in by.
And David, if it's helpful, and Rachel, to add just a little bit, is if you each pass resolutions to form the district, and then the Board of Trustees is appointed, then that kind of IGA negotiation period starts. And Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 90 days from the date of the resolutions being approved. Is that
90 days from ratification? So once the board is appointed.
So there's essentially 90 days. So it's through the summer, into the late summer, early fall, that council and the commissioners and the Library District Board of Trustees would each consider approval of that. So there's lots of time to still gather feedback from the community on the terms that would be reflected in the IGA.
And will there be like listening sessions, or is that to be determined later? Like, in the other?
Hasn't been designed yet, but I think that's the sort of thing, if there's feedback on what the desire is, happy to, but we haven't designed that engagement process yet, but of course we would want to hear feedback from the community.
Yeah, I mean, again, just the volume of people who are here tonight indicates to me that there's a lot of interest in us hearing from the community. Okay, next is Commissioner Levy had asked some questions about accountability, and I just want to check in. I know that there's like a report that's a couple times a year maybe that would be expected to be filed. Would that get to any of those concerns, or what's in that report, and what could we do with that information?
It's a financial report and an annual report. So the district, Colorado state law requires that the financial report is done to the establishing entities annually, and then there's also a requirement for an annual report. There's a laundry list of requirements that a library district has to adhere to. Those are the two big ones that would concern, I believe, an establishing entity, such as city council or a board of county commissioners.
Okay. Let's see. And then just one point on an early slide. It was mentioned that in 2019, there were conversations with the city manager, and so the petitioners pulled the petition that would have otherwise maybe gone on the ballot in 2019. And, you know, there's been a lot of questions about, like, are there other options? Is this the path we have to go down? And my understanding is sort of we kind of committed to petitioners that we would work kind of with them to get this on the ballot. So I just was hoping somebody would know the history there. And I think it would be poor form for us to say pull it as a city and then not do what we said we would do. So I'm trying to understand if that would be the scenario we'd be looking at if we were like, no, let's not do this on second thought.
Yeah, Rachel, I appreciate the question, and I'll start and then look to others to add in anything that I missed. And in 2019, my understanding is there were some conversations and a commitment of we're going to have a really serious conversation around library funding. And there was lots of work done around that and lots of conversations. And then in February, if I recall, February of 2020, we had a study session to build up towards a public hearing that was going to be in March, I think, of 2020, and then COVID happened, and we kind of hit the brakes on everything. And then in 2021, we resurfaced that conversation and had that conversation with council around really there's two approaches here. There's one around continuing to explore a municipal funding model and municipal governance model, and a district funding and district governance model. And then council held a public hearing and gave us direction as staff to proceed down the district governance and funding model. So that was the direction we took that brought us to today's conversation. And if resolutions are not approved, of course, we could always go back and begin the municipal funding conversation again if folks were interested, but we are following through on that direction that we received to explore what district funding and district governance would look like. That kind of brings us to today. So anything I missed, team?
I think that's a good summary.
I'm jealous that you're sitting there with the team. It's so isolating.
It's kind of good.
Okay, one last question, and this is sort of my attorney boogeyman worst case scenario brain at work here, but Commissioner Levy said something about, you know, in the time since we started looking at this, our assessed property values have gone up, or property values have gone up 16%. Is there a scenario where could a library become too extravagantly funded under a certain mill levy, and what would be the remedy for that if it happened? I'm sure that is not likely to happen. And again, it's an outlier scenario, but just to think through, you know, if my property value quadrupled this year and we had a mill levy set at a certain rate, what would become of sort of what scenario would that lead to? And are there safeguards we could build in?
So it's a fair question, right? And I can confirm that it has very rarely happened. Where it has happened on a couple of occasions has been around oil and gas money. So the boom and bust cycles of oil and gas, there are at least two instances where district libraries received far excess revenue than they had imagined. They just didn't collect next year. So they can they can either set up for a refund for that year, which their county felt was onerous on staff time, or just the following year, they chose not to collect the tax. So that has happened in 2 libraries in Colorado that I'm aware of. But
would it be possible to build?
Otherwise, I'm not sure where it's at. Yeah.
Okay. Is there language one could add to the IGA that would sort of buffer against that extravagance scenario? Like, if property value rates escalated X in X time period, then, we'd drop to a different mill levy or something like that.
I don't think so. From our conversations with Library District Council, it kind of sounds like the decisions on once the library district once it's formed, that's part of the fiduciary responsibilities of the Board of Trustees. So I think that, the real, where you would really get into the, where does oversight happen? It probably happens a lot in who you're putting on the Board of Trustees. That's where your control is.
All right, thanks. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Rachel. And I'll note that Councilmember Bob Yates has joined us. Welcome, Bob. Okay, Matt Jones.
Good evening, everybody. Unfortunately, we don't have a bunch of oil and gas in this area. I'm happy about that. So we will not have that severance tax problem. But it's fun. This is actually kind of fun. I've never done this before, so it's good to see all of you in the meeting here. And for the public to wait for us, I apologize, it's taking a while. We're all learning about this. First, I wanted to say I like libraries. I think everybody does here. My mother didn't tell me to say that. She would have, I guarantee you. But, the Boulder Library has been really generous through time. They've allowed people to check out materials that don't live in the city and get cards and do all that. So I just wanted to say that. And I just want to be honest, I haven't decided where I'm going to vote on this. I wanted to understand it. It's unusual. It's an unusual kind of setup. And to hear from residents, both incorporated and unincorporated, through the emails and tonight. So thanks for everybody for testifying. And the county's role is driven by Colorado law. It's very explicit what we do. And it's not the proponents of this. It's just we're asked to come in and weigh in on this because we're elected representatives of the folks in the district, both in the city and unincorporated areas. So we're required to vote on that. And what I learned along there, and this has been said a couple times tonight, it's really easy to put this on the ballot, 100 signatures. So it's kind of funny. Like, what would you want the perfect thing to be? It would be, what do you think is important that's in this so that it doesn't go to signatures kind of thing. So it's a little different that way as well. And so I looked at the statute that sets us up, 2490-108, and looked for what could be in a resolution. And it says you shall put in a mill levy, you shall put it down. It doesn't say anything about what you can't put in there. So I'm curious from staff, if we were to, for instance, in this resolution, which I think what should be in it, say that the members of the governing body will be appointed by the council and commissioners. I know that might be in the IGA later for negotiation, but I think it's a really important concept because, the idea of taxation without representation, you have elected officials looking over the taxing matters in a jurisdiction, and these folk could appoint themselves. The Board of Trustees could appoint the future Board of Trustees, and in fact they do in some districts. And I think that's a problem. The next best thing to being elected is having appointed by the boards. So there's nothing in law that restricts us from requiring that the commission and the city, the county commissioners and the city council appoint representatives.
I don't think so. There's 2 approaches in the statute. You identified both of them, so I wouldn't see a problem with that.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to effectuate too. You just take item number 7 and you just use the same exact words, and after members you put appointed by Boulder City County Council and the Boulder County Commissioners. So it'd be easy to do. And I just think it's important to do too. The boundaries. I've brought up the Marshall Fire survivors. I live in Louisville. I feel extraordinarily lucky just to have to replace insulation in our attic and clean up ash. And this community and unincorporated areas near are going through a lot of trauma. And there's a real problem with underinsurance and being able to build people's houses back. You might know about. I'm sure you know about actually. And so I've wondered about adding a property tax to people who are in that situation. And the district boundary solution was an option. It's basically removing one precinct. In Jamestown, the precinct was removed about the same size, 1%, because they hadn't been talked to. Have we talked to the fire survivors about including them?
We have in the engagement, a lot of the engagement leading up to this conversation happened pre-Marshall Fire. I think, there have been various emails that community members have submitted to the council and to the commissioners, including, if I go from recollection, some from that area. But has there been a specific engagement process with the properties impacted by the Marshall Fire on this exact topic? No.
Okay. And earlier in your study session, it was mentioned maybe we could do a rebate and have a more temporary solution. And I've recently learned that you cannot do rebates. Is that correct?
The library district cannot.
Okay. So the solution for these folks is to exclude that precinct, basically. I just make note of that. This also allows for 3 bites at the apple, if you will, 3 elections in a row. Do you know of any other setup that allows 3 election votes if instead of just doing 1 and seeing if it's yes or no?
Well, the most recent one was, I think in Lyons, Colorado, their library district, they had 3 or 4 bites at the apple in terms of what was in their resolution at IGA.
Oh, that's interesting. It was guaranteed. Typically you can't bind future legislators or legislative bodies, and it's very odd for me to see that.
It's not binding bodies. This is just the number of times that the library, or the time period that the library district board of directors has to put on a taper measure, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. So it's and if they fail, it's really a limitation. If they fail in whatever time period you set under the terms, the district just dissolves and it goes back to being a plain old municipal library, and the city would provide services.
Okay, so in other words, they get 1 bite of the apple, but they can do it any 1 to 3 years.
Well, I think that Lyons just said, if you don't have a funding source approved by, and there was a date set, I believe in the resolution, then the district shall dissolve. So it just gave a time period. It did not, I don't believe that one specified the number of bites in the apple.
It was just a date, Commissioner, and their first bite was 2013, right after the flood. Their ballot lost by a few hundred votes. They went back in 2014 after recovery had started, and they won on that ballot. So that the establishing a date far out gave them the opportunity to run again in a time when it wasn't in November, right after our September flood.
Okay, it's helpful. And this is an unusual process in that one body is voting on it, and then the second body votes on what the first body says should happen, and doesn't have ability to change that. It's a yes or no. And typically you negotiate these things and then vote to ratify. So what happens if the council approves something that the commissioners do not support? We have a choice to vote yes or no, or if we vote no in that case. Is that correct?
yeah, we would be at a standstill.
And I think to maybe add to that is, let's say the council approves version A and the commissioners approve version B. Depending on the order of who goes first, then essentially you'd want to bring that conversation back around. Let's say the order is the council votes tonight, the commissioners vote on Thursday, they don't match. We would bring that then back to the council to say, are you in support of changing a few items to match the version of the commissioners? Yes or no, maybe there's some back and forth, or if there is an agreement, then it would be a standstill as David has described, where then they would not match.
Okay, thanks. And Claire covered the affordability issues, but I have the same concerns about our property tax rates. I mean, we all get letters to that effect, so I just want to put that out there. Thanks very much.
All right, thanks, Matt. On to other Matt.
All right. Thanks, staff, for really a great presentation and just further clarification of what we've been discussing now for quite some time. And also a pleasure to see all our county commissioners. It's great to see you all. Hope we can do this in person again, but I understand how unique these opportunities come, or how rare they are. Couple questions, but also some clarifying ones based of things that staff have said, and perhaps some of my council colleagues and some of our county commissioners. Wanted to sort of touch on, a clarifying point in terms of maybe the competing interests between the city and the library district. And I sort of want to just really clarify in terms of fiduciary responsibility. Is the primary fiduciary responsibility of the city to the library, or the overall financial health of the city? And as such, is the primary fiduciary responsibility of the library district the financial health and success of said library district?
I would agree with that statement. In terms of the city, like the city council as our board of directors, has a fiduciary responsibility to running the organization called the City of Boulder. So that's where your primary fiduciary responsibility is, just in terms of developing revenue sources, services, all of the things that we do every day. And the same is true for the library district, except that they would have a much narrower set of services that they deliver, and limited. They're limited by statute. The council, of course, has all of the benefits of the Home Rule Amendment in the state constitution.
I appreciate that. So it's probably fair to say that in terms of which entity has the greatest stake or the most core responsibility to the financial health and security of the libraries, it would be that of the library district rather than the city in that sense. So the long-term health and stability would be better suited under the guise of perhaps a library district whose sole fiduciary responsibility is that district.
Yeah, that's a value judgment, but
sure,
I understand your point.
Thanks, David. The other one is Commissioner Jones brought this up about commonality of this form of governance, and I too thought this was also uncommon, and it was brought up in a previous staff thing, and so I just wanted to maybe ask out here. Isn't library district the most common form of governance for libraries throughout the state of Colorado?
That is correct. That is correct.
That's helpful. So that gives us a lot of precedent from which to work from in order to think about forming this and certainly guide our process through that, which I think is probably quite helpful. And the other question I have is, with regards to, we talked about sort of rebate, and I think Rachel asked this question of, if the revenues sort of get way out of whack from the needs of the district, and I think as Commissioner Jones brought up, rebates are not really allowed, certainly maybe for the Marshall Fire survivors, and that I think there was a point made by David about you could just sort of not take the mill on a particular year. Could the Board of Trustees go back to the voters at any point and request a lower mill levy, and therefore just change the mill levy at some point to maybe re-throttle that, be back a little bit more in parity? Is that also a process to calibrate things and bring things back to even keel?
Yes, and I don't think that they would even have to go to the voters. So typically under Tabor, it sets the upper limit of taxation, and the legislative body has the authority to tax at a rate that's lower than that. So.
Okay, so to clarify, the Board of Trustees could at any point just say, well, 3.8 is getting us 50 million. We don't need that. We'll just take it down to 3 just to get us back to closer to our needs. And just that they could decide that themselves?
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. And the other part that I wanted to maybe touch on is a point that we've been sort of hearing a lot about in the community, which is, you know, there's going to be this amount of money, roughly about $10 million, that the city is going to, you know, have available should the library district get formed, and that there's concerns about this sort of being just duly absorbed into the general fund. And I maybe wanted to clarify this for, you know, the county commissioners, is that, you know, in a previous meeting, council said that we are going to go through a process of actually defining what to do with that money. And so I think that's a great opportunity for process for the community to weigh in on what is really transformative investment, because as you guys know with budgeting, usually when you want to add budget to something, you got to take something from someone else. But in this instance, right, that's not going to be the case. That's an opportunity to do really big things with up to $10 million. And so I just want to give you guys the confidence, and those listening, that the city's going to go through a really good process to try to help define that. Obviously, we can't dictate future budgets, but we're going to stipulate the goals and really the areas of need and where we want to invest that money. And I think that will be a great place for the community to feel confidence that this money is going to be properly reinvested in the community in ways that are quite transformative, because we're talking about, you know, a substantial amount of money of about $10 million. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that, because I think that's important for people to get out there and certainly understand. That covers some of my questions and certainly clarifying. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Matt. Lauren, then Marta, and then I have one quick question.
I apologize to all of the people waiting for public comment. I just have a couple quick questions. So, Marta, you kind of touched on this at the beginning, and I just wanted to clarify. So, if the city of Boulder and the Boulder County Commissioners support a different boundary or a different mill levy, how long do we have to come to agreement if we were going to want to see this on the 2022 ballot?
I would say probably, this is a very rough guesstimate, early summer. We would want to get this done sometime in early summer, so that once the district board is seated, that they still have time to do a ballot measure for the Tabor election. And Janet, if you want to further tighten that.
Yeah, I actually think it's closer to May, which is when the Board of Trustees has to give notice to the county assessor of their intent to begin collecting property taxes in 2022. So because the Library District Board of Trustees has that deadline, we should have it nailed down between the two governing bodies by that deadline that the assessor has imposed. And just looking ahead at some of the meetings that City Council has, I know the agendas are very tight, but it looks like we have maybe 3 opportunities to come back to council. So we could do a little bit of back and forth if we, in order to meet that deadline, so that the District Board of Trustees can give notice to the county assessor of its intent to begin collecting property taxes.
Thank you. And then I also wanted to touch base on the multiple bites of the apple question. So if we only allowed one vote on this IGA and it failed, petitioners could still petition the following year to have, and we'd be back in the same boat, the next year to right in basically the room that we're in, having the same discussion again and sort of relaying out the rules of the IGA potentially. Is that true?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Marta?
Thank you, and thanks to the for the patience from folks waiting to participate. Two pieces. I wanted to ask a question, and Matt Benjamin brought it up. Councilman Benjamin brought up that what hadn't been spoken about yet, that fiscal impact, the 9.5, somewhere between 9.5 and 10.25 million dollars, and appreciate the assurance to community that there will be a public process and some discussion. And the other question around that is, if there's an opportunity, and where would it lie if there, I mean, it looks like in the analysis and the paperwork and the FAQ questions, et cetera, that there is deferred maintenance, that the library is not currently running how one might want it to be. It's certainly not to the vision level that folks are talking about, that there are already planned increases in salary or wages for folks to get. So it sounds like there's a number already, and I don't want to say it's in the red, I just don't have those numbers, but it sounds like there's a deferred amount of maintenance and other issues. And so I'm just curious about, is that an opportunity with that 9.5 on the low end number? And if so, where's the commitment to kind of get us closer to that current wish list of library, so that community members would know that it is likely, even in less than a 3.8 mil resolution, that we would get to a full service expanded, meeting everybody's needs. That's what I'm seeing on the district, the language in there. So I don't know who that question goes to, because I don't know, I can't see from my seat who all is at that table. I don't know that it's the Davids, but who could respond to that?
Yeah, Marta, I'll start. This is Chris, and we've zoomed out, so our heads are a little small now, so you can see all of us. But I think you ask a good question, and there's a couple of pieces to it. I think the piece that you just ended with is the work that's been done to sketch out what would a library district budget look like that would maintain facilities at the full level that is kind of the industry accepted standard for facility maintenance. That's what's been built into that budget, and that was presented to you tonight. And so if the district is formed and approved by voters, then the district board of trustees would be able to make those decisions on allocating the funds. But we've kind of sketched in the anticipated budget that they would be able to do facility maintenance to catch up on that deferred maintenance and really maintain it at an industry standard. And then, depending on exactly what the final disposition of who owns the assets, there's a bit of a conversation there on responsibility for maintenance. We've assumed that if the district is the tenant of those buildings, they would be responsible for that facility maintenance. And so I just want to pause there and make sure, did that kind of address what your question was, or is there a piece on the earlier part that I missed?
Does somebody have an actual number of
what the kind of annual cost is?
Where's the gap right now in current funding to run the library where it should be ran, to have the salaries that are being potentially requested? It sounds like there's some numbers formulated. I feel like that would be helpful from a transparency standpoint.
Yeah, so there are numbers associated with each one of the items. So, we have priced out what it costs to run a gun barrel branch, what it costs to run an outreach program, what it costs to do facilities maintenance, what it would cost to do a staff increase. All of those are components of a financial document which projects the cost of the district. The difference between where we are currently funded now, which is roughly $13.78 million, and the projected 20 million is what? So it's that $6 million difference. The difference between what the library master plan, to fully fund the 2018 library master plan from where we are right now, and that's about a $6 million difference. A large portion of that, as Chris pointed out, is maintenance, capital maintenance of facilities.
Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm looking through my notes here. I think what I'll do is just wait until we get through the public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Marta. We got one from Bob now.
Hi, folks. I'm sorry I'm joining late, and I heard most of your questions, but maybe not all of them, so I apologize in advance if this question's already been asked and answered. But Commissioner Jones's question prompted this in my head. It's probably a question for either David Gear or Janet Michaels. What we're being asked to do, I think, this week is to the council and the commissioners to form a library district. And if the two bodies do that, presumably the library district trustees, which would then be pretty quickly appointed, would then pose a question to the voters in the fall about a mill levy, a new property tax. So I kind of get all that. If for whatever reason these two bodies don't form a library district this week, I understand that a group of residents can get 100 signatures on a petition. But my question is what would that petition ask for? Because I don't think it would automatically form a district. I think it would ask the voters the question, shall a district be formed? And that would go on the November ballot. Is that correct, lawyers?
That's correct.
Yes.
And I know that like with the Fort Collins Library District was formed that way. And the way that they structured the question, it was, shall the district be formed? And then they integrated their Tabor question into that ballot question.
Sure. So they could combine it. They could either say, should there be a district, and leave it at that, and then ask the next question later, or they could ask both questions at the same time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. So it's not as if the district isn't formed this week, then 100 people can just simply form a district. 100 people can put a question on the ballot to ask the voters whether the district should be formed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they would have to go through the counting process of getting the petition certified and all of those election requirements.
Yeah.
And Bob, this is Janet Michaels. You might not have heard the conversation, but there is an opportunity if the commissioners and the council do not land on the same conditions for the resolution, that there is a window of opportunity for us to do a little bit of back and forth. So, the commissioners come back with, the council takes some action tonight and the commissioners do something differently, then we could come back to council before the end of May, which is when when the library district has to give notice to the county assessor that they're going to start taxing the properties. So there's a little bit of window. It doesn't have to be this week, but it has to be within the next several weeks.
Great. Thanks, Janet. That's really helpful, because I would very much value the wisdom of the commissioners, and I wouldn't want them to be stuck with whatever binary decision that we might make tonight. I'd love to hear what they have to say on Thursday, and if it's slightly different, I'd love for that to come back to council. So thank you for that, Janet. That's all I have, Aaron.
Thanks, Bob. Right. One quick question for me, and we'll move on to public comment. And my question is, you were talking about notifying the assessor's office. If, let's say, Tabor measure passed this November in 2022, what would be the first year that residents of the district would be paying the additional mill rate?
2023.
Okay, so
and I believe those assessments start coming in, if I remember from finance correctly, in the first quarter of 2023.
Okay, so it would start right next year. Thanks for that. All right, so I think we're done with questions. We will be able to ask a handful of additional ones after public testimony if we would like. But let's go ahead and move to the public hearing here. We do have well over 100 people signed up, so really appreciate everyone being here and excited to share your thoughts on the library district question. I am going to be pretty strict about the time, so the 2 minutes timer will, when that runs out, I'm going to thank you for your testimony and move us on. And just to note that you do not necessarily have to use your full 2 minutes. If you've heard some similar thoughts from other folks in the past, you can ditto those if you would like, and then relinquish some of your time. But you're also very welcome to use the full 2 minutes. We're very interested in hearing what you have to say. So Ryan, do you want to bring us into that?
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you all so much for being here to share your perspectives and your experience this evening. We'll have 2 minutes, as the mayor mentioned. And Emily, do you want to go ahead and pull up our meeting rules, please? We'll go through and cover those before we open public comment.
Hi, Ryan. Yes, I am bringing them up for you. Just one moment.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Thank you again for being here this evening. We want you to know that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. Next slide, please. We want to make sure that everyone is clear on rules of decorum that will be in place for this evening and that support this vision. These include all remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up using their name they're commonly known by, display their whole name, and audio testimony will be allowed this evening. Thank you, and we can turn to our first participant.
All right, thanks for that, Ryan. All right, first three: Barbara Croissant, Timothy Williams, Eric Noodleman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. My name is Barbara Croissant. I'm a senior citizen who loves living in Boulder and who strongly supports the creation of a Boulder Library District. Even though I live on a fixed income, I wholeheartedly support the district concept because I understand from a career at the Smithsonian Institution how difficult it is for cultural institutions that are the soul of our cities and nation to survive, much less thrive. It's a heartbreaking truth in American society generally. As a senior citizen, I believe it is essential for a city like Boulder to have a library system with a truly stable financial base so that it can take care of its buildings responsibly, rehire much needed staff, and reinstate vital services. I personally have deeply appreciated many creative art exhibitions, wonderful movies, and excellent concerts at Canyon Theater in the past, and would love to see it open again. Both of my grandchildren love attending story time at the library, and I hope this and other literacy programs can be reinstated and expanded with sustainable funding. Boulder Library means a lot because when I first came here 6 years ago, it was a refuge for me and my grandson. We walked along beautiful Boulder Creek to the main entrance and first checked out the mesmerizing fish tank and the train that drew us like a magnet. Then we spent several hours in the play area tucked among the stacks of enticing books for children where I made friends and so did Daniel. It felt like community. In conclusion, I implore you, commissioners and council members, to please vote on this important issue with your hearts especially, so all of us can look forward to a kinder and brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Timothy Williams, Eric Noodleman, and Chris Barge.
I'm Tim Williams, Gun Barrel resident and incoming president of the Boulder Library Foundation. I've been fortunate to spend my career working in startups. It's rewarding work creating innovative solutions to complex problems using new approaches and new thinking. As we've seen at the national level, it's much easier to dismantle existing institutions or block progress towards new solutions. So I'm extremely proud of the difficult work those of us supporting the library have done to create something that can solve longstanding budget issues for the library and the city. I'm disappointed that some members of council have chosen to adopt the national model of obstruction or obfuscation to attempt to knock that progress down. Are there areas for debate in the proposed library district? Of course, but they are exactly the decisions you are making now. If you want to keep the buildings, great. If you want to delineate how library board district members are appointed, great. If you want to come up with your own solution for reopening the Carnegie branch and the Canyon Theater, restoring service hours at other branches, clearing the maintenance backlogs for all the buildings, fully funding construction and staffing for the voter-approved North Boulder branch, and opening and staffing branches in Gun Barrel and Niwot, great. But so far, all I've heard are the same deflect and confused style arguments we see at the national level that don't propose solutions, but instead fuel resentment and divisions without any ideas of how to actually solve the fundamental problems. So for those of you intending to vote no, I want to hear your alternatives. As president of the Boulder Library Foundation, I vow to work with you to explore any viable solution that addresses all the issues noted. But as of right now, after years and years of debate and negotiation, this district is the only solution on the table, and polling shows it has strong public support. I implore you to vote yes for the formation of the district and allow the voters to decide whether they will, quote, notice the difference and whether it's worth the investment. After all, you get what you pay for, and I'm willing to bet that voters are informed enough to weigh that equation for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Eric Needleman, Chris Barge, and Rebecca DeMichelle.
Hello, I'm Eric Noodleman from Iris Avenue in North Boulder. Moving here 7 years ago, I'm quite active in the community and I strongly support the creation of a Boulder Library District. I attend the Building 61 Makerspace twice weekly for the past 4 years. It's cutting edge and allows for community building, creating, recycling, repurposing, building, and it's a ton of fun. I've worked on over 75 projects that range from home improvement, gardening, beekeeping, and of course, personalized holiday gifts. The makerspace is grossly underfunded. It's amazing what the 2.5 staff does with what they're given. With proper funding, it could graduate from the current 3 days a week to a full 7 and impact many more people. Where else in the world can we have free access to 3D printers, laser cutters, a CNC machine, a full wood workshop, an electronics lab, and expert advice? If you can describe it, you can build it. However, it needs a ton more funding to keep it open and to connect with many more community members. Commissioners, City Council, please, please, please create a library district to keep this space and other spaces open and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Now we have Chris Barge, Rebecca DeMichelle, and Nicole Perelman.
Greetings, Commissioner and Councils. I'm Chris Barge, Boulder resident and Executive Director of Boulder Library Foundation. I'm here to ask that you form a library district and allow our generous voters to decide whether to fund it. Boulder Public Library has been underfunded for decades. There are leaks in the roof. Canyon Theater has been shut for 2 years. Carnegie is practically closed. We are decades late offering Gun Barrel residents a branch they can walk to. This proposal is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to put our library on sustainable financial footing. Fresh polling indicates 7 in 10 likely voters will approve an increase in their property taxes to adequately fund our library, if given the opportunity this fall. For that reason alone, you should put it on the ballot. The vast majority who support this proposal understand that libraries are more than the sum of their parts. Sure, they like the idea of longer hours, new branches, and improved programs, but what they really want is a well-funded library that has the bandwidth to transform lives. They want our libraries to partner with our schools and nonprofits to improve library and literacy programs for youth, seniors, and underserved populations. They want more funding for more materials like books, ebooks, music, and movies. They want safe public spaces for the community to have meetings, workshops, and programs. They want to expand literacy and STEM programs and give more access to Wi-Fi for young people, seniors, and the underserved. They want more access to makerspaces where people from all walks of life can use tools and technologies like 3D printers, woodworking tools, software, and other equipment for creative projects. Libraries level the playing field. They are based on the fundamentally decent concept of sharing. Let's put this on the ballot and let our generous voters decide whether to share their wealth with others so that we all may benefit for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have Rebecca DuMichelle, Nicole Perlman, and Jenna McAfee.
Hello, Council and Commissioners. I confess that when I first heard of the Library District proposal, I wasn't sure that I would support additional property taxes. After all, my home in Boulder Junction is already subject to additional mill levies to support the BJAD districts. And now that I own property in the county as well, I'll pay any new taxes twice. However, it's become clear to me that the Library District is the best and most equitable path forward to providing stable funding for our treasured library, expanding services to our neighbors who drive in from surrounding areas, often the only areas where any attainable housing remains, and offers an opportunity to fund other city departments and priorities with the general fund dollars that are freed up. Libraries provide books, yes, but also internet access, classes, the makerspace, and children's activities that give our neighbors opportunities they wouldn't otherwise have. The larger debate about giving our library the funding it needs has been going on for 30 years, and it's time to move ahead. We can't keep claiming that we love our library and then continue to push off a concrete plan for supporting it. It's our duty to independently fund our library against future political changes and economic downturns. Please support our future through the creation of a library district that serves everyone, regardless of their economic class. I yield my time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now we have Nicole Perlman, Jenna McAfee, and Julia Hank.
Hi, it's Nicole. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Nicole Perlman, and I live at 5785 Old Stage Road in Boulder County. For 40 years, the city and the county have had many opportunities to give the library reliable funding, and neither the city or the county has done it. I can't believe we're having this conversation again and again and again. The library has remained chronically underfunded while the population, the wealth, and the region demand has grown. So I see a pattern where the library keeps getting pushed aside, and we're close right now to breaking that pattern. Now, while I understand cost increases over time, let's be honest and say that as Boulder County residents, our property taxes have gone up 20% in the past decade. What have you done with that tax revenue that's tangible for me and for my kid? This district is a small increase, and I know exactly what I'm going to get for that. Something for me, for my family, for the community. Something I will notice, something that is worth it. Now, I wanted to speak briefly about some of the opposition you'll probably hear tonight and these concerns about rising property taxes. This is a dynamic I am just plain tired of. I have kids I care about more than money, more than myself. I care about our community, our kids, reading, literacy programs, community events, citizenship classes. According to Zillow, as of today, I own a home in Boulder County worth $1 million. That is unbelievable to me. I bought it 5 years ago for about half of that. And honestly, I couldn't give less if I have to pay a little more money every month for this public good. I did the math on my own property tax, and we're talking $5.17 a week at the highest possible amount. And I will say that I spent more on that on a latte this morning at Ozo, which is probably the most Boulder thing I could actually say. I don't represent the majority of county residents. I'm extremely privileged. This isn't about rising taxes or city control over the budget. This is time to think about our kids, our community, people other than ourselves. It's not time to complain about saving money that you could spend on a latte when you have $1 million or a multi-million-dollar home. People like me are the majority of Boulder County residents, not necessarily people in my financial situation, but people who care about kids, community.
Nicole, I'm sorry your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Jenna McAfee, Julia Hank, and Ellie Goldberg.
Hi, this is Jenna McAfee, and I live in El Dorado Canyon in unincorporated Boulder County. I'm speaking tonight in favor of a library district. We lived in the city for about 30 years and used the library a lot when my kids were young. In 2017, well after we moved to the county, I continued to use the library for meeting spaces and as a community resource because I was working with immigrants and others who needed a free, welcoming space. This is like public radio or open space. A library is a community asset that we all need to pay for. We easily approve ballot issues for more open space taxes. Let's do it for libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Next, Julia Hank, then Ellie Goldberg and Jennifer Yee.
Hi, my name is Julia Hankey. I am the proud homeowner in unincorporated area of Gun Barrel. I support the formation of a library district and the expansion of services into the Gun Barrel area. My family currently utilizes the library for accessing diverse reading materials. I also believe in the value of library access to all individuals and its foundational importance to our community. We should put our money to support this vital asset and ensure its long-term funding by the creation of a library district. I personally have been involved in this topic for 5 years and spoke in public testimony last year to City Council. Let's not waste more time. Now is the time to move forward. I urge both the Boulder City Council members and my Boulder County Commissioners to vote in support of the library district formation and to set the mill levy to fully fund the vision of a Gun Barrel branch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julia. Next, Ellie Goldberg and Jennifer Yee and Eric Budd.
Hi, my name is Ellie Goldberg and I live in Martin Acres in South Boulder, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the Boulder Library District. As a reading teacher and mother to 2 elementary school students, I use the library on a near daily basis. Just yesterday, I met with a new student who needs to build better reading habits. Her eyes lit up as we walked through getting her very own library card, perused book list online, and placed holds. The book collection at the Boulder Public Library really does open the eyes, hearts, and minds of kids. Raising strong readers benefits our entire community, and we could not do it without the incredible library system. I support a library district because I'd like to see expanded partnerships with schools and nonprofits to improve library and literacy programs for youth. We know the pandemic led to seemingly insurmountable learning loss, particularly for K-3 students in literacy, and we need to get creative as a community to help address the gaps in our kids' learning. Reliably funding our library system can be of great value in this endeavor. I'd also like to see the Boulder Reads program reactivated and staffing levels restored so that the library can continue helping adults in our community build literacy skills. I urge City Council and the County Commissioners to work to create a library district and so we can vote on sustainable funding this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Now we have Jennifer Yee, then Eric Budd and Andrew Harris.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the City Council and County Commissioners for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jennifer Yee, and I am a resident of unincorporated Boulder County. Google Maps tells me I live about 305 feet inside the northern boundary of the proposed library district. I'm also a small business owner and investor. Along with my husband, I own the Waxing the City Boulder studio on 28th Street. I am speaking tonight to share my support as well for the creation of the Boulder Library District. I have 2 young children who are 7 and 4 and who have spent their whole lives in Boulder. The public library has been a central part of our family's experience in Boulder, including story times, public programs on race and climate change, and the respite the library provides on the rare few days the weather isn't perfect here. I only recently came to understand that at this time I am a library card holder that currently benefits from a source of funding that I do not pay into. I want to be a good corporate citizen and contribute to the sustainability and the growth of the library and its services. As a business person and entrepreneur, I also see a lot of benefit to the city of freeing up funds to allocate to other impactful projects, as mentioned by Councilman Benjamin and others earlier tonight. I'm most excited about the new branches that could be closer to my home, including the one in North Boulder, satellite branches in Gun Barrel and Niwot, as well as expanded and equitable access to library services for all Boulder residents. I urge City Council and County Commissioners to continue this work to create a library district so we can vote on sustainable funding this fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, Eric Budd, then Andrew Harris and Henry Corn.
Thank you, Council and Commissioners. I'm also speaking in support of the library district, and I really appreciate hearing all the dialogue tonight about how these are managed. But the reality is that the library districts are enabled in state law, and they've been done over 50 times in Colorado. And what we're doing here is not new. But what we're doing is we're giving permanent sustainable funding for for public spaces and places that anyone can go and anyone can learn, and they can take their children to. And these are places that, are not, these are accessible and they're affordable because they're free. We provide them as a community. We pay for that. And so, some people say, well, I don't know what libraries are going to look like decades from now and that sort of thing. And I say, like, we're preserving our public spaces, we're investing in them. And right now, what I've seen during the pandemic is I've seen that don't have these permanent funding funding sources. And so we have is the services that are not available. The Canyon Theater being closed, the Carnegie Library is largely unavailable. And we can solve this. This is really not a novel concept. This is just doing what is in the best interest of our whole community. And so I'm asking you all to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Andrew Harris, then Henry Corin and Lila Hickey.
Howdy, folks. Thanks for the introduction. I'm a 6-year resident of Boulder, now living in Gun Barrel, who's experienced the city both as a graduate student at CU and now as one of those resident PhDs that occasionally takes a rock for the sake of a joke. But I'm here to speak in support of the library district. Libraries symbolize a community's commitment to not only learning, but to support of its citizens regardless of their means. They're one of the few remaining public spaces in which access is not predicated on ability to pay or trying to sell you something, one of the few spaces that are truly intended for access by the general public. On top of that, libraries provide critical access to information and services for everyone in the community, providing a rare opportunity for the less fortunate among us to get a leg up, and for the more fortunate among us to avoid buying their own laser cutter. Boulder's library system is clearly intended to uphold these views, but has been let down by the funding provided by its community, leaving what should be stellar facilities like the Canyon Theater, Makerspace, and the Carnegie Library closed around limited hours. In addition, as a Gun Barrel resident, my access to Boulder's library system is heavily predicated on my ability to drive into town with all the costs and externalities involved. I'm convinced that the formation of a library district to separate library funding from city finances can help address both of these problems. I urge council and the county commissioners to work towards creating a library district to safeguard and expand this critical community resource. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Henry Corin, Lila Hickey, and Sarah Dawn Haynes.
My name is Henry Corin. I live in Table Mesa. I moved here 13 years ago. I first lived in unincorporated Boulder County, where I rented an apartment provided by Boulder Housing Partners. My wife and I walked our 2 baby girls from our affordable Boulder Housing Partners apartment at People's Crossing to the downtown library. At the library, my kids would hear their very first musical story time. My wife and I saw the library staff modeling the behavior we as parents would go on to emulate. As we had not yet moved into the city, we paid nothing for the amazing library that changed our lives. The good people of Gun Barrel and Niwot deserve the same opportunity my family had, which is only possible by the creation of the library district. My Boulder business has grown to employ almost 30 people. There exists a pipeline of developing bright young citizens that starts with the library and continues on to BVSD, CU, and eventually into the workplace. When it comes to hiring and finding workers who already live here, enables my company to grow without further exacerbating our housing crisis. My company is happy to pay an additional tax to invest in our community by funding the creation of a library district. As a citizen, I recognize that funding is a limiting factor that prevents us from achieving a multitude of worthwhile objectives. Funds freed up by the creation of the library district can help be directed towards addressing ambitious transportation and housing priorities that will enable us to fully actualize our potential. Thank you.
Sorry, my Zoom freaked out there for a second. Next, thank you, Henry. Next, we have Lila Hickey, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Jean Hayworth.
Council, commissioners, and staff, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Lila Hickey. I live in Boulder, and I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for a Boulder library district. As a child, I consumed books at a rate that would literally have bankrupted my parents if they had to purchase every book I read. They actually would have had to choose between food and books. But access to a library made me who I am today and is fundamental to my ability to thrive in our increasingly complicated society. No one should have to choose between books and food, nor struggle with whether they have time to drive into Boulder from Gun Barrel to reach the nearest branch, or whether they can make it to the library before it closes because of reduced hours. Let's create a library district and guarantee stable funding for the future of one of our most fundamental, yet fundamentally overlooked services. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Now, Sarah Dawn Haynes, then Jean Hayworth, and Gary Erling.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah Dawn Haynes. I'm a resident of South Boulder, and Henry, who spoke a few minutes ago, neighbor. He's great. Thanks, Henry. I am thinking about my two good friends who worked for Boulder Public Library almost 20 years ago and couldn't afford to stay on the wages they were making. One went off to DU and one worked in Denver Public Libraries, and they both still do. And they have ties to our community and come and visit. And I think it's really sad that we couldn't keep them here. I think about the 100 job openings that we've had in the city staff, and that we should take care of our city staff, and doing this would do that as well as take care of our community. It's a win-win. I'm really excited for all the things that I've learned tonight that have just reinforced what I first thought 3 years ago in 2019 when Library Champions started to bring this to the table and to community events and engage us. So I hope we find the commissioners and the council support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, Jean Hayworth, then Gary Erling, and Kate McQuaid.
Jean, your mic is open. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gene Hayworth. I'd like to thank Mayor Brockett, the City Council, and the Boulder County Commissioners and staff for this opportunity to express my thoughts on the proposed Boulder Library District. I'm also very grateful to have a chance to hear comments from my other community members in a public forum. I'm a resident, a homeowner, and also a small business owner in Niwot. I own Inkberry Books, a small bookstore here in town. Many of my customers have asked me whether I'm worried that a library would compete with my business. I believe a library would only reinforce the value of books and access to information. And Lila, fortunately, thanks to libraries, you don't have to choose between books and food. I certainly understand the tax ramifications of creating a library district for a homeowner and for a business owner, but I believe the benefits to the community offset these tax implications. I was also a librarian for over 20 years, and I support this proposal for a variety of reasons. First, I believe a library district would provide a dedicated funding source to create a system that meets the needs of all residents, including the Latinx community, economically disadvantaged residents, families, and seniors. I know there's no guarantee that if this initiative passes, we'll get a library here in Niwot. My understanding is that we would need to petition the Board of Trustees. But what I'd really like to see here is a full-service branch library in Niwot rather than a corner library. A Niwot branch library would offer additional and expanded free public spaces for the community to have meetings, workshops, and programs, which is something we currently lack. Also, the total minority enrollment at Niwot High School is 41%, and 23% of the students are economically disadvantaged. The high school has a good library, but a public library would greatly enrich those students' educational opportunities. I do have to say there's one thing about the proposal that disappoints me. I'd like to see some mechanism put into place that would guarantee that all the communities within the district boundaries have representation on the Board of Trustees. And I hope that if this proposal passes, the commissioners will keep this in mind when appointing the trustees. I urge the City Council and County Commissioners to work to create a library district so the public can vote on this proposal in the fall.
Thank you, Gene. Next, Gary Erling, then Kate McQuaid, and Neil Anderson.
We do have Gary on the line. Gary, I'm hoping you can unmute yourself and let us know your full name.
I think I just unmuted. My name's Gary, Gary Erling, and I'm opposed to the library district as it's defined. I would have no issue if we had, well, I would be a big supporter of a county-wide library district, equally funded across the whole county and equally representing the whole county. The reason Boulder has a poor library has nothing to do with the taxpayers being willing to pay for a library. It has a problem with our councils having other priorities. I also have a problem because in Boulder, we have kind of a unique situation that most other county cities don't have. Our larger property owners are tax exempt. The CU pays no property tax. The Boulder Housing Partners pays no property tax. There are several homeowners who own properties that are, the underneath property is owned by the city, so they pay 40% or more of the county or the city are renters. They don't feel they pay. And two of our city representatives, city council members, either work for CU and one of them actually lives on CU property, which would be exempt. So their employee or their employer and their clients are exempt from paying property taxes. That's not fair. Everybody should pay for a library. I go to the library in Longmont. I see how Longmont takes care of their library. I come to Boulder and the library is not even safe. So I'm through. Just I wish the county commissioners vote their own.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Kate McQuaid, then Neil Anderson, and Rosie Fivian.
Hi, I'm Kate McQuaid, and I live on Martin Drive in South Boulder. I love our library for all the different things it provides me, but I also like taking my graduate students there. I teach museum studies at CU. And why take future museum workers to a public library? Because I hope they'll make museums better at serving their communities. So we take a field trip to the library downtown as an example of how an institution can improve people's lives. While we're there, I explain how there's not a single place in Boulder where I feel more like I live in a diverse community. It's a great feeling. I don't feel it on campus, at the grocery store, or on hiking trails. I'm grateful there's a place in Boulder where everyone comes together. Our library is not just a value-added enhancement to Boulder City and County. It is a consequential part of our community's health. This isn't just me talking. Researchers and analysts studying American society are pointing it out. Deborah Fallows, for instance. She's been studying U.S. communities since 2013, and she calls public libraries, quote, the most heartening story I've witnessed of American resilience, end quote. Over and over, she's seen libraries serve as what she calls second responders, helping their communities return to normalcy after hurricanes, floods, shootings, and fires. So our library is among our most crucial institutions. But as a line item in the city's budget, its funding is vulnerable when the money gets tight, like this moment, right now. Please, take the steps in front of you to stabilize this community resource. Thank you so much for your marathon of attention.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Neil Anderson, then Rosie Fivian, and Rachel Daly.
Yes, good evening. This is Neil Anderson. I'm a 30-year resident of Niwot. I am also a prior president of the Niwot Communities Association and a member of the Boulder County Planning Commission. I am not in support of this district for a variety of different reasons. I am a holder of a Boulder library card, which I have not used in 15 years. Simple reason is I go to Longmont. Longmont has all the services I need. It is short closer. I don't have to fight through Boulder traffic. And the parking is ample and free. So the real question here is this process democratic, and are the voters in Boulder, unincorporated Boulder County, likely to be fairly represented? There are 20 times more voters in Boulder than there are in Niwot. So if the district is formed as currently with the current boundaries, the reality is that however we vote in Niwot will have no influence on the result of this election. The voters in Boulder will determine whether the residents in Niwot pay a tax. And that's fundamentally what I think is wrong with this whole process. Furthermore, since I think most of us in Niwot tend to use the Longmont Library if we're going to use a library, including us in the Boulder Library District deprives the Longmont Library of future participation in what is likely to be a district there. So I would support a library district of Niwot being incorporated within the Longmont Library, but I don't think it's appropriate to incorporate it within Boulder at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I'm just going to make a note. Some of our speakers coming up are not present. I'll just note David Martis, Nathan Schneider, Honora Burnett, and Lisa Seaman are not present. If you all show up later, if you're listening, let us know and we can get you in later in the sequence. Okay, now we have Rosie Vivian, Rachel Daly, and Amanda Graziak.
Hi there. My name is Rosie Vivian. I live in Boulder's Table Mesa neighborhood, but have also lived in Gun Barrel and work with clients in Niwot. I own 2 small businesses in the city of Boulder, and I'm a homeowner. I strongly support creating a library district. This vote is so important for the future of the county. Earlier tonight, I voted for Joe Nagoose at CD2 Assembly. He received 100% of the votes. That's something I hope most of us can agree on here. Joe said, "Fear is contagious, but so is hope." This is such a beautiful sentiment, and I hope we can think about these words tonight, as there have been a lot of outrageous fear-mongering claims around this issue and overblown claims of huge tax increases, which are in reality less than a Prime or a Netflix subscription. And we have some of the lowest property taxes nationwide. I've done the math using my 2022 property tax statement, and the library district would cost my household $17.68 a month. With 2 incomes and 2 library users, it amounts to $8.84 per person. A household of 4 would be paying $4.42 per patron using the same figures. It's well worth it because of the value that the library provides to everyone. Colorado is number 45 out of 50 in the US in terms of property taxes, according to the US Census Bureau, and the county is around number 35. Every 15-minute neighborhood needs a library, including North Boulder, Niwot, and Gun Barrel. It completes a neighborhood and provides value to so many of us. Libraries build community, bring people together, and they continue to evolve and spark creativity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Next, we have Rachel Daly, Amanda Groziak, and Lauren Lattes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Daly. I'm a mom of 2 school-age kids. I'm also a small business owner, and I live in Gun Barrel. I'm speaking once again to support the creation of a Boulder library district. I love Boulder's existing libraries, but it would be great to have some more accessible branches for folks who live in unincorporated Boulder County and outside of Boulder proper. Libraries are for everyone, and supporting a library district is one way to make real progress towards inclusivity and equity in Boulder County. I love hearing all the enthusiastic voices tonight, highlighting the amazing services our libraries offer. Council members and commissioners, if it's been a minute since you've been to the library, please take the time to visit one soon so you can experience the magic and feel the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. Next, we have Amanda Groziak, Honora Burnett, and Lauren Lattes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Amanda Groziak. I am a Boulder resident, and I would like to speak in support of the creation of a new library district. I wanted to reread to you some of the crucial benefits of the library district as published on the Boulder Library website, because I know we've had a long meeting. They would address facility maintenance backlog, restore library hours to pre-pandemic levels, reopen Carnegie Library for local history with adequate staff, reopen Canyon Theater with adequate staff, rehire staff for Boulder Reads program and expand program, rehire staff for Building 61 makerspace and resume services, fully fund the North Boulder Library, open Gun Barrel branch, open Niwot branch, and create an early literacy outreach program for Latinx youth. In my opinion, libraries are some of the best spaces in cities and provide numerous resources to residents. They're one of the last spaces in our society where people can exist without the expectation of spending money. We really need to prioritize helping libraries recover from the economic impacts of the COVID pandemic. Some additional benefits of public libraries just in general include access to health information. For instance, according to a study by the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences, 59% of libraries help patrons find health insurance resources, 18% bring in healthcare providers to offer free limited screening services, and 23% provide free fitness classes. Libraries also offer free educational resources to everyone. They are safe refugees for the homeless and underserved populations. They help boost local economies. They play an important role in English language learning. They make communities healthier, provide important business resources, especially for local businesses. And lastly, at a time when book banning is on the rise, supporting libraries and free access to books and information should be a priority for the city of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next, we have Honora Burnett, Lauren Lattes, and Nathan Schneider.
Hello, my name is Honora Burnett. I live at 1009 Lincoln Street, and I am speaking up tonight to share my support for the creation of the Boulder Library District. I was born and raised in Boulder, and I spent a large chunk of my childhood checking out every Nancy Drew book I could from the main library. I'm now a local pediatrician, and I serve children and families from all socioeconomic spectrums. It's my firm belief that libraries form the cornerstone of early literacy. As a pediatrician, it is a magical thing to tell families, many of whom struggle financially during the pandemic, that their children can get a new book every week or even every day. As a parent, I love watching my children learn about the world from the books we check out. No matter the age, background, or language, the Boulder Library offers a safe place for learning, study, and conversation. Books are a powerful tool for social justice and good for this community. I would like to see expanded partnerships with schools and nonprofits to improve literacy and literacy programs for youth, seniors, and the underserved, many of whom struggle during this pandemic. I know this expansion might come with the cost of increased taxes, and as a local taxpayer, I support this. I urge you all to work to create a library district so we can vote on sustainable funding this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Next, Lauren Lattes, Nathan Schneider, and Philip Ogren.
Hello, my name is Lauren Lattis. I've lived in the city of Boulder for over 30 years, and I'd like to share with you why I strongly support creating a library district. I have so many reasons to love our libraries. I've raised my now adult 3 kids, going to story times, checking out books, programs, especially shout out to summer reading programs. I personally check out more than a book a week, but tonight I want to talk to you and share my perspective as a Boulder Public School librarian at Whittier Elementary. Our public libraries are vital in the work we need to do as a community around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Specifically, they help all of our students, and they don't even have to have a library card. We now have the Student One card, which is a collaboration between Boulder Valley Schools and Boulder Public Libraries, where students can access all digital resources using their school ID number. The reality of our school district is that some schools can fundraise for student resources, research databases, books, while others cannot. This is one example of many where Boulder Public Library is helping to level the field by giving access to high-quality materials to all. These supports need to continue even and especially during times of economic hardship. There are so many important reasons that the majority of public libraries in the state have formed library districts to govern and fund their libraries. It is time we join them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And I'll just note, we do not see Jason Bush, Bill Moose, or Richard Russell. Let us know if you are in fact here and we're mistaken. Okay, now we have Nathan Schneider, Philip Ogren, and Thomas Meyer.
Hello, I'm Nathan Schneider. I'm a professor of media studies at CU Boulder, as well as a parent of 2 kids who love the library and a homeowner in the city. It's striking that the library is really funded, under the current conditions by necessity at a moment when misinformation and disinformation are spiking in our communities and across the country. This is reflective of a much broader problem and a need to invest in the future of the information ecosystem. And to me, that's a big part of what's at stake here. Research that I and others have been involved in doing for years now have demonstrated that our problems with misinformation don't just come down to a business model or a set of regulations that need to change, but really a need for public investment, a need to ensure that we as a community, as a public, set a bar for the kind of information that we want to make sure to provide to each other and ensure that that's available at no cost to anybody, regardless of their circumstances, to ensure that people can find the best information possible in a world full of complex issues that can often be confusing and difficult to get through. Libraries are an essential commons, and we need to set up a structure that ensures that they are prioritized and stable, especially in the times of most urgent need and our deepest crisis. So I think these last few years have indicated how important it is to ensure that we're supporting our libraries in a stable way that will be resistant to any shocks that come to us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next, Philip Ogren, then Thomas Meyer and Margaret Clinton.
Hello, my name is Philip Ogren, and I rent a house in Boulder near Baseline and Foothills, and I support the creation of a library district. I welcome a new district-wide property tax and will gladly do my part with civic pride to help fund the important work of supporting a world-class library system. I feel fortunate to live in a community that has the economic resources and the social capital to pull this all together, and I want to thank all the organizers who have worked to put this proposal together. And I look forward to voting yes on this in November. I am confident this will be a wildly popular ballot measure and that the resulting library system will do much good in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Philip. Next, we have Thomas Meyer, then Margaret Clinton and Holly Carlson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tom Meyer. I'm calling in to give my full support for the creation of a library district. My wife Hope and I live in unincorporated Gun Barrel just east of 75th Street. We moved here from Austin, Texas in December 2019, and so many folks that we met here in Boulder have welcomed us with open arms. And I've heard many of those voices, many of those familiar voices on this call tonight. Why do I support this library district? In the United States right now, there are twin, very problematic, troubling rising tides. The first is social and income inequality, and the second is a prevalence of very loud voices spreading misinformation and disinformation. Both of these tides are highly damaging to our democracy and our society, and a fully funded library can help roll back both of those tides. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thanks very much, Tom. Next, Margaret Clinton, Holly Carlson, and Jillian Sullivan.
I'm Margaret Clinton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm a single mom living in unincorporated Gun Barrel. Libraries have played an important role in my parenting for both my child and myself. The world and its people and communities are better because of libraries. Solidifying Boulder's libraries with a library district will be good for all of us, even if we never visit or use the services of a library. Connected and informed communities and individuals are better able to contribute to a democracy and construct a fair and just world. When my son and I lived in North Boulder, we frequented the Noble Corner Library, and our reading dropped off dramatically when it closed during the pandemic. Now that we live in Gun Barrel, we miss the convenient access, especially since I don't even drive into town for work anymore. Aside from fiction and nonfiction books, we have particularly appreciated access to consumer reports, ebooks, the You Fix It Clinic, and the Teen Room. I am even more appreciative of the resources it offers families who have less resources at home than we do. I'm a homeowner, and I'm happy to contribute a couple of $100 a year for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next, we have Holly Carlson, Joanne Sullivan, and Sharon Colling.
Hi, my name is Holly Carlson, and I am a resident in your affordable housing here in Boulder, Colorado, in North Central Boulder, Colorado, particularly Depot Square. We are a crime hub. We have one of the highest crime rates here currently in North Central Boulder, and we have one of the highest police activity complexes here in North Central Boulder. I also cannot take my 2 children, as I'm a single mom, and also getting my master's degree, to the library in Alpha Canyon because A, it's not affordable. I have to pay for parking if there is parking. And also it's habited by unhoused individuals, and a lot of them are suffering from mental health and drug addiction. I cannot take my son to the playground as we have found many needles in that sand over by the playground. I do not think we need any more taxes when the taxes that are already being asked of us through sugar tax, plastic bag tax, etc., don't seem to be putting any help into our city, as our city is being swallowed up by the crime and theft issues currently going on in Boulder with the encampments surrounding both the library and the surrounding areas. I am not in favor of this tax, and I do hope that you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next, we have Joanne Sullivan, then Sharon Colling, and James Ruger.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Joanne. Would you please confirm your last name?
Oh, yes. My name's Joanne Sullivan, and I live in North Boulder. I just wanted to voice my support for the formation of the library district. It's a matter of priority, and a district is my priority, and here are a few reasons why. Pre-pandemic, library story time and the playground was a great gathering place for my 2 daughters and me. I made many, many supportive friendships with other new moms and their kids, and many of these friendships have become our family, and we still meet at the library and the playground. During the pandemic, the library was an essential resource for the homeschooling curriculums I was using with my daughters, and books just soothe my kids. We borrowed 40 plus books every 2 weeks. And currently my 8-year-old school does not have a dedicated in-school library. It relies on the Boulder Public Library to supplement their classroom libraries. Very useful. And there are so many more meaningful experiences I could share, but I would gladly contribute the equivalent of eating breakfast out by myself once a month in order to fund a library district, which would provide more access and services to more households in the city of Boulder and Boulder County. And just a reminder that tonight's vote isn't about approving any tax. It's about moving the district forward to the ballot so that I can vote on it, and I would vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Next, Sharon Colling, James Ruger, and Judd Valesky.
What's so funny?
Good evening. My name is Sharon Collins, and I'm a homeowner on Paiute Avenue in Niwot. Can you hear me?
Yes.
When I first moved to Boulder nearly 30 years ago, one of the first things that I did was get a library card. My family and I have used the libraries in Boulder County since our children were toddlers. We go to the library usually about once a week, and each of my 2 kids checks out 20 books or more. We participated in story time, concerts, and events at the Canyon Theater and many art exhibits over the years. I've done the math, as others on this meeting have done, and this increase in mills would be the equivalent cost of our family going out to dinner once and not at an expensive restaurant. I am fully willing to pay the cost to support the library district. The Boulder Library needs a dedicated funding source, so we have a system that meets the needs of all residents, including seniors, families, and people with low or fixed incomes. We talk the talk in Boulder County about trying to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I would assert that libraries are the most inclusive spaces in our community, where people from all demographic categories have access to rich opportunities for learning, personal enrichment, and enjoyment. A library district is a tried and true method of sustainably funding outstanding libraries throughout Colorado. The majority of public libraries in the state have elected this form of governance. Communities as different as Pueblo and Fort Collins and Colorado Springs and Estes Park have decided that a district is the best way to govern and fund their library. Walter Cronkite is quoted as saying, "Whatever the cost of our libraries, the price is cheap compared to that of an ignorant nation." I think that libraries may be the most brilliant invention of humanity, and I strongly support the creation of the Boulder Library District. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have James Ruger, Judd Valesky, and Miho Shida.
Hello, this is James Ruger. I lived in Boulder for 30 years. First, I want to start off. I read the statements by Mr. Yates and Mr. Wallach, which I agree to on the issues that they raised with the problems of the library district. But I want to touch another point. It's clear from the people that have testified today to that the library is a very important and should be a priority with the city. I don't disagree with that, but it should be a priority with the city of Boulder in their budget. And it should be an essential part of the budget, and therefore we want to need a library district. The Boulder City budget is projected to be $462 million, $300 million in operating budget, and $162 million in capital improvements. Clearly, there is money in there to take care of the library, and that's how it should be funded. It shouldn't be funded to a library district. It should be made a priority with the city as an essential part of the city in their funding. And instead of allocating money to non-essential social engineering programs, that money should be straightly allocated to the library. Also, if you're going to put something on the ballot, you should reallocate the sugar tax to go to the library, because the sugar tax is for education. So, in short, the library should be a priority for the city of Boulder to take care of as an essential element of the city's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, Judd Valesky, Miho Shida, and Grant Couch.
Hi there, Judd Valesky here. My family moved here in '79. Been here a while, have enjoyed our libraries throughout in lots of different configurations during this time. James' comments I thought were pretty well spot on there, actually. My issue is less about the library setup and a distraction from much more pressing needs that the city has today. And frankly, when I saw this come up, I was just kind of shocked. We're in crisis with respect to our transient population, open air drug use, and this dynamic we've been dealing with over, increasingly over the past 1, 2, 3 years. And I'm just, my dissent is around spending as much time, energy, and ultimately potentially money on a luxury in the library arena when we have these baseline criminal and safety issues at hand. So, hard to argue against wonderful library dynamics in a community. That's all great. But we've got much greater pressing needs at hand, and I'd like us all focused on those, our money as well as everyone on this call's time. So that's all I have to say. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Jed. Now, Miho Shida, Grant Couch, and William Kramer.
Hi, my name is Miho Shida, and I live in unincorporated Gun Barrel. I support the creation of a library district because the amount of money I would have to pay as a homeowner is an incredible bargain for what I and the entire community, as well as future generations, would receive in return. Thank you.
Hey, you have the brevity record. Thank you, Miho. Next, we have Grant Couch, William Kramer, and Heidi Jackal.
Hi there. I'm Grant Couch, and I've lived in downtown Boulder for 15 years and love it. And I want to start by expressing my deep appreciation for the effort that each member of the council and commission put into managing our city and county. I know it's big, and I thank you. I also want to say that I'm a big fan of our current library system. Our granddaughters are avid readers, and when they come for sleepovers, they love to go to the library to pick out books. It works perfectly well, and they love the playground too. I've always thought our library is as good as any municipal library I've ever experienced. And so I'm stunned by the stories Boulder residents have shared tonight. To be clear, I'm not opposed to increased taxes per se. If we need service increases such as more outreach and literacy efforts, etc., I would be supportive, but they should be handled by our elected representatives. And if taxes need to be raised for that purpose, I'm fine with that. The community needs a strong library. But I also think the community needs safe streets without potholes, good policing, and all the other necessary services. Do we need special district funding for each of those? I don't think so. To be clear, I'm opposed to this library district plan as proposed for two reasons. The lack of elected official oversight, which makes no sense to me, and reminds me of our country's founding proposition of no taxation without representation. I also don't like how the proposal forces taxpayers to have to say they don't want this program 3 different times. Don't you think the voters know what they want? You all know elections are expensive for both sides. Why put us through that? However, after tonight's comments, I now understand this question will be on the ballot whether we like the concept or not. Therefore, I ask that you don't advance this resolution as it's currently proposed. Instead, please require that the trustees are appointed by the council and the commission and put it in front of the voters only once so that we don't have to go through the effort over and over. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Grant. Next, we have William Kramer, Heidi Jackal, and Tom Wilkie.
Good evening. My name is Bill Kramer, and I'm a Boulder City resident. Please excuse my croak. It's a gift from our grandson's daycare. I can visualize the knowing smiles. I wish to address as a district supporter one of the principal challenges, namely adding tax burdens to individuals, including seniors like myself, and businesses. It's a real concern. As you have done many times in the past, I believe that you and the district team will address the equity issues and resolve other technical issues. Both the city and the county have full quivers of taxing and expenditure tools to assist in redressing real inequities if they occur. That said, over many decades, we have found good cause to tax ourselves to express widely held community values and to achieve broad community goals. We should celebrate the commitments of our predecessors, for they made today's vibrant Boulder. And all of us, elected officials and voters, should emulate them. The past generations of Boulderites invested in the future. A fully funded library system is a remarkably efficient and virtually limitless dividend-paying investment in our collective future. But more importantly, it is an investment in each and every one of our children and grandchildren. The new library district will be a lasting and positive legacy of your public service and a powerful benefit to current and future residents. What Andrew Carnegie, the father of modern public libraries, wrote about libraries more than a century ago rings true today. Upon no foundation but that of popular education can man erect the structure of an enduring civilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Now we have Heidi Jackal, Tom Wilkie, and Kristen Eller.
It does not look like Heidi is currently present. Let's move next to Tom.
Hi, this is Tom Wilkie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And my name shows up as Leslie Wilkie because this is my wife's computer. My wife and I have lived in North Boulder since 1984. We've been paying taxes, property taxes, for the last 38 years. I'm concerned about the funding proposal for this this IGA. And if on slide 13 that was shown at the beginning of the meeting, it showed that the existing funding amounts to 2.74 mils, and the library district requires 3.72 mils. There's already 2.74 mils available. Only an additional mill is needed to fully fund this new district. So I think this is fuzzy math you're doing here. And several of the earlier speakers have said, well, we can reallocate that money, but what we're doing is raising taxes for other reasons. I think that's inappropriate. Another point that was brought up earlier by Grant Couch, a speaker a couple of slots before me, was about creating a new government entity. I don't think anybody's in favor of creating more government entity. You are our government. We expect you to be able to manage the libraries. We expect you, as our elected representatives, to do this without creating another government entity to take over a function that you can do. Just like, as was mentioned earlier, you take care of potholes, you take care of fire protection, you can take care of the library. My last point is about the threat of a small number of people putting forth a resolution to be on the ballot. You should not be afraid of that. That your job is to govern, your job is to make decisions, and you shouldn't be voting in favor of this just because there's a threat that a small group of people will put this on the ballot. Let them put it on the ballot, let the voter decide. But if you say that you're in favor of this, you imply that you're taking the position that you like this. And there are a lot of voters like me who are opposed to the property tax increase that you've proposed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Now we have Kristen Eller, Alicia Seidel, and Michelle Brokaw.
Hi, my name's Kristen Eller. Thank you all for your time and staying up late, as you'll probably be staying up later than me. But I just wanted to say, so I'm a Gun Barrel resident. I am in unincorporated Boulder, and I am so excited to be able to have a library in my area, to be able to have one that I can bike to, I can walk to, and that I can use on a daily basis, that I don't have to, go only when I commute into. And another thing I wanted to mention is that I'm also a renter, and I know one of the things that has been proposed as a reason why we should avoid putting money into libraries is that it potentially could be a cost that's put onto renters. And I want to say that as a renter, I know, for example, that I'm excited to have something that, if this cost is put onto me, it's something directly that I know I'm using and that will benefit me. And any increases that we're seeing in rent will not really be due to the library. If we really care about housing and the increase in rent and pushing people out, the excuse is not the libraries, and we need to look at housing scarcity. So that's just really not the problem here. And then finally, I just want to say that I think I've heard a lot overall in general that everyone loves a library. I mean, almost everyone has said it, that they love their library. And I think it's just time that we put our money where our mouth is and really put our values into perspective. What do we value more? A little bit more in property taxes, is that where we value more than our library and the community benefit that we can gain from that? So I'm excited, and I am fully supportive of a library district. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Just note that we don't have Kate Weiner or Michael Schreiner present. Let us know if we're mistaken about that, Kate or Michael. Now we move to Alicia Seidel, Michelle Brokaw, and Bennett Beeman.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. I'm Alicia Seidel. I have residential properties both in the city of Boulder and in unincorporated Boulder County near Gun Barrel, and I have a small business. I would be taxed multiple times through this initiative, and I love it. I recognize my privilege, and I have a responsibility to share my wealth. That's one of the reasons I'm a huge supporter of the library district. I have been a library commissioner between 2014 and 2018, so I had a hand in writing that master plan. I was president of the Boulder Library Foundation Board, and I was a member of the Library District Advisory Council. I have studied the data, the budgets, the funding. I know that our city is not going to give us more funding as much as we ask. And I have been involved with community input in all of those roles. Our community wants more library. Residents of Gun Barrel used to come to the commission meetings begging for a library in their neighborhood. And for those of you who are new to the county commission, I wish that you could have heard some of those voices. It is clear to me that the library needs sustainable funding, and that the sustainable funding, after everything I've studied, is through a district. This became crystal clear and erased any doubts I had during the pandemic when district libraries in Colorado were able to remain open and have static funding through the pandemic, and city libraries in Colorado, such as ours in Boulder, closed and had budget cuts. If you're concerned about the mill levy, I think the best thing you can do is, from a taxpayer perspective, is be forthcoming as possible about where that current 9 to 13 million will go that will no longer flow from the city to the library. I'm super excited that Council Member Matt Benjamin brought up that there will be a process around that. If you're concerned about the mill levy, give back the property tax that is currently collected for the library, which I realize is much less, but if that's truly a concern, it's one way to bring down the total property tax bill. Libraries are democracy. Please
Michelle, your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Now we have Michelle Brokaw, Bennett Beeman, and Brenda Puccio.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Brokaw, and I represent a group of investment partners and our tenants who office at Siena Square, a 55,000 square foot building located at 2060 Broadway, a half block off the Pearl Street Mall. Our building is home to office and retail tenants with a median size of just over 1,300 square feet, and we own properties across Metro Denver. And nowhere are our property taxes and overall operating expenses as high as they are in Boulder. Tenants pay a base rent plus triple net operating expenses. That means tenants pay a pro rata share of their taxes, insurance, and common area maintenance. Taxes are a straight pass through to the tenants, so any increase to taxes doesn't hit the landlords, it's paid by the tenants. These small businesses are the backbone of downtown Boulder, and we have seen a migration out of Boulder that started way before COVID due to the high cost of taxes and parking. At a time when folks are figuring out how to reopen their office, we are increasing the price of doing business in Boulder. It's absurd. We are pricing ourselves out of the market for unique retailers and businesses. Those that can't afford these increases are the Googles and the Amazons of the world. Is that really what we want more of in Boulder? What is the real value of this library district to those that are going to shoulder the primary burden of this 3.8 mil increase? It was mentioned tonight that the reason for this new library district is that since it is currently funded by a sales tax, it is subject to the whims of the economy, and that a mill levy increase provides a sustainable funding source for the library. Our small businesses are subject to the whims of an economy. That's business. That's a free market. This tax transfers all the risk and burden to our small businesses with no benefit to them and no help from large institutions like CU. I ask that you not approve this tax against an already overburdened business community and let it go to a vote by the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Bennett Beeman, Brenda Puccio, and Peter Mayer.
Okay. All right. Bennett Beeman, North Boulder.
I don't believe the library district tax is a good use of our time or money. It is clearly not the greatest good for all concerned or Boulder as a whole. My agenda does not involve my taxes or property value. I live in government subsidized housing with Section 8 support. I am not prejudicial towards the homeless living around the library. My son has lived on the streets of Boulder and is now in the county jail. He is in jail for being ill, mentally ill. If we put our energy and creativity towards mental illness, I believe it will substantially reduce homelessness and drug use. This population is grossly underserved, and an alternative sentencing facility staffed by professionals would give me hope for him and many. It would be steps towards solving the problem, not changing the location of it. The ghosts that surround our downtown library are also members of our community. It is my sincere hope that we can support the homeless sub-community with tools, new professional medical programs, and compassion. This includes setting clear boundaries and holding them accountable for laws broken. Relationships don't heal without both sides winning. We cannot redo, refurbish, redecorate before we care for our foundation. Will we be able to access these proposed facilities safely? It is difficult to enjoy something beautiful if you're looking over your shoulder. By the way, my friend says the library as it stands is one of the most beautiful she's ever seen. If we park our cars, will our cars and bikes be safe? I am not only talking expensive cars. My 1997 Honda was stolen 2 months ago in Boulder. Can we safely do a creek walk? Can we go tubing on the creek used as a bathroom? Can we wiggle our bare feet in the water without worrying what we'll step on? Are our children safe in the playground?
Thank you so much for your testimony.
That's okay. Thanks.
Next, we have Brenda Puccio, and I understand that Peter Mayer is not here, so we will have Catherine Phoenix and Alicia Murray.
Hi, I'm Brenda Puccio. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I am a South Boulder resident and homeowner. I am not in favor of a new library district with a new mill levy to fund it. Boulder already has a world-class library system, and it already has a funding source. Please instead direct attention towards solving the homeless crisis in Boulder. I would far prefer tax increases if it meant improved mental health and other human services for the homeless population. This will have the added benefit of restoring Boulder to the safe town it was before encampments proliferated. Several years back, I stopped taking my children to both the George Reynolds branch, which is walking distance from my house, and the main library because it didn't feel safe. It was apparent that these buildings were being used as day shelters for unhoused residents looking for respite from the elements. I have compassion for those looking for a warm, safe place. So I think rather than focusing additional money on library service expansions, the city should focus on sustainable long-term solutions to day sheltering. In recent years, I've also stopped taking my children to the Children's Fishing Pond, Ebbenfein Park, and the Boulder Creek Path because of encounters with drug use, violence, and other criminal activity. These are all community assets that are becoming inaccessible to residents who value personal safety. I do not understand all the complexities of helping the unhoused, but I do know focusing time, money, and energy on a library district is a distraction from what I think is Boulder's most pressing issue, the homeless crisis. Thank you for considering my input.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have Catherine Phoenix, Alicia Murray, and Stephen Frost.
Hi, my name is Catherine Phoenix. I've lived in Boulder for 34 years. I'm speaking in favor of the Boulder Public Library District because I have lived, worked through, and seen the benefits of a library tax district. I was an adult services librarian with the Adams County Library System for 17 years. The Adams County Library used to be the lowest funded and poorest of the 7 library systems in the Denver metro area. In 2004, 18 years ago, the library broke away from the county to become a dedicated tax district. We were no longer in competition with, for example, the police and fire departments for funds to manage our services. 2 years later, in 2006, we had a united library user community which voted to raise the mill levy to 3.69. That made us just the third poorest library district in the metro area, but we were finally able to count on stable funding for long-term planning. The Adams County Library System is now known as Anything, a revolution of range new libraries and winner of numerous national awards for library service. The thing is, we were able to plan long-term, but also shift nimbly when called upon. Our goal was not just good public service, but inclusive hospitality. While staffing the reference and circulation desks at the library, we all felt directly responsible to the taxpayers we serve. As Andrew Carnegie has said, a library outranks any other one thing a community can do to benefit its people. It is a never-failing spring in the desert. I would add, now more than ever, Boulder County needs an integrated county-wide library service because democracy demands an educated population. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I'll note Fred Bratman is not present, so we're going to go to Alicia Murray, then Stephen Frost, and Kathleen Ackey.
Thank you. This is Alicia Murray. Brenda Puccio, who spoke a few minutes ago, is my neighbor. Hi, Brenda, if you're still listening. So Brenda and I are on opposite sides of the coin here, but I think we do agree on a lot. I too would love to see a lot more mental health care in Boulder. I'm not aware of any way that we can come up with a mental health care taxing district. That's just not an option. An earlier speaker said taxing tools are at your disposal, they're in your quiver. To my knowledge, just like every other government organization in Colorado, you don't have any taxing tools in your quiver. All you can do is circulate the money around that already exists. If I were in your shoes, I think I would be thrilled to have the opportunity to get rid of the library. I don't mean that because you don't like the library. I mean that because you have so many other priorities to deal with. You have a very excited and committed library community that wants to run a library and can take that off your plate. And yes, you can either give the taxpayers back some money or you can use that money for other priorities. Sometimes you need to invest more in order to get the best return on investment. The city of Boulder simply cannot and has not invested enough in the Boulder Public Library to create a stable, robust library system. To shore up the third leg of our public library system, the first being public education, the second being our community college system, we need City Council to vote for the creation of the Boulder Library District and the County Commission. And we need you to advocate for the mill levy that goes along with that creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. We have Stephen Frost, Kathleen Ackey, and Dorothy Riddle.
Good evening, Mayor Brockett, Boulder County Commissioners, City Councilors, and members of the community, including David and his tireless staff who have worked on this proposal for years. My name is Stephen Frost. I'm a resident of Yellow Pine in North Boulder. I'm a library commissioner and assistant professor in the Department of Media Studies here at CU. Today, I'm here in my capacity as a Boulder resident to offer my support for the proposed library district. I must confess that last week I did something that I swore I would never do. I went on the website next door and I read comments related to the proposed library district. After reading through a sea of opinions, I came to the understanding that some members of our communities don't support the library district because of the rising cost of living in our city. Believe me, I understand that the cost of living here is super high. Most of my colleagues live in other cities because they can't afford property or rent in this beautiful place. Actions clearly need to be taken to address the rising cost of living in Boulder County, but striking down the proposed library district or further delaying this decision, it won't solve that problem. Many people here agree that the library is not a luxury, but a necessity. But unfortunately, it has not been a priority for the city for many, many years. Our elected officials have pulled money from the library for their own priorities for decades. And I ask tonight that you secure funding for our library by supporting the formation of a library district and allow the public to vote on funding this fall. Thank you all. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Stephen. Now, Kathleen Aki, Dorothy Riddle, and Joseph Gibson.
Aloha, I'm Kathleen Aki. Some people also know me as Pua. I live in South Boulder. I am heartily in favor of you voting to favor a resolution to form a library district. I'm especially interested in the additional and expanded offerings of actually reading and literacy programs. I am a mentor at an elementary school here in Boulder, and the ability to use the public library has greatly helped my work with the young students that I work with at this Boulder Elementary School. I know that through the summer reading programs, a student that I have been mentoring, she was reading at below grade level. Her mother enrolled her in these summer reading programs, and she is now at reading her grade level, reading level and above. I can't say enough about how much the library helps me in that work. Also, as a former board member of a Hawaiian civic organization, I also cannot stress the importance of access of free meeting and public community space for other community organizations. It's been very helpful for our Hawaiian community to be able to meet for culture and language classes at the library. And also to expand access to the library. I've heard people saying that they want libraries in their communities. I grew up where I was very privileged to be able to go to our community school library in Kahuku, Hawaii, but the next library was 26 miles away. So I can very much resonate with that. And I just want to end by saying we've been watching the series about Ben Franklin, who helped found the first lending library in our country. And he believed that what we can do together far outweighs and exceeds what we can accomplish individually. So thank you for voting yes for the resolution.
Thank you, Kathleen. I see John Walker is not present, so our next three speakers are Dorothy Riddle, Joseph Gibson, and Matt Bissonette.
Dorothy, your mic is open and you are unmuted. Dorothy, maybe go ahead and begin to speak. Mayor, why don't we move on to the next speaker? I'll reach out to Dorothy and see if we can troubleshoot some technical support.
Sounds good, Ryan. So Joseph Gibson then.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Joseph Gibson, and I live near Iris and Broadway. I support increasing funding to the library, but I do have some concerns with the proposal. Small businesses, renters, and retired homeowners will feel every bit of the 3.8 mil tax levy. The current system uses dollars spent in town by visitors and locals alike to fund the library through sales taxes and city revenue. Much of that is discretionary spending. I like having visitors $500 downtown dinners pay for our library. And now we're considering shifting that responsibility, the whole thing, onto our local cost of living. I would like to see the new voices on city council who I supported look out for those who struggle with access to living in Boulder. It's not accurate to describe services as free. Citizens pay for them and businesses pay for them. And that's not trivial for all citizens or businesses that continue to survive the effects of the pandemic. There are options between the current 1/3 of a mil, which is 15% of current library funding, and 3.8 mils. Was 1 mil considered, or 1.5 mil with city funds making up the difference? Those options would mean more stability in the funding without a complete shift. I support increasing funding for the library, but I think the proposal needs a level of moderation. Should not include giving away city assets, and that the Library District Commission should be accountable to voters via the city and county commissioners. If the proposal goes through and the voters approve the 3.8 mils, I'll be looking for the council to make the most of the $10 million windfall with an eye on transparency and efficiency. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Joseph. Now we have Matt Bissonette, Angela McCormick, and Peggy Sands.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Matt Bissonette, a resident of the city of Boulder, and I am a huge fan of the library. I have 3 young kids that love to read, and we go to the library about every 10 days. And while I'm a big fan of the library, I'm opposed to the creation of the library district as proposed. One of the main duties of our city council members is to preserve and nurture the city's assets. And what's being proposed here is to give away, absolutely for free, one of the city's most cherished assets that we spent generations and millions of dollars creating, our libraries. Another role of our elected officials is to decide how to spend our tax dollars, and this proposal would transfer that duty to an unaccountable board. And with regard to how we govern ourselves, this proposal would have taxes go up and accountability go down. And this is a path, I feel, to a dysfunctional government that we see in many of our larger cities in our country. We're fortunate, I think, to have the accountability that we have in Boulder and have the elected officials we have. Arguments I've heard for this proposal are it's a dedicated, sustainable funding source, and that would be great, but there are also many other worthy needs in our community: affordable housing, open space and parks, the fire department. Do we create a special district for all of these? And the other one is to build new libraries, but we don't need a library district to build new libraries. We've been doing that for years in Boulder without a library district. So the citizens of Boulder have elected you all to represent our interests and our community's assets. And I appreciate very much the time, thought, and effort that each of you commit to our community every week. It's a lot of work, and I know a lot of time and effort that all the members on the council put into to their duties. So I would ask that you please keep doing your job and don't advance a proposal that give away city assets and remove yourselves, our elected officials, from the duties we entrust in you, including deciding how to allocate our tax dollars. Please don't advance an initiative that gives away one of the city's most cherished assets.
Your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. And I think we may have Dorothy Riddle available now. Let's give her a try.
Dorothy, your mic is open and it looks like you are unmuted. Please go ahead and begin speaking. Dorothy, we cannot hear you.
It's still not working, so I'm afraid we'll have to try again later. So let's move back to Angela McCormick and then Peggy Sands and Lynn Siegel.
Thank you, Angela. Your mic is open. You'll just press *6 to unmute on the phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hey, I want you to know that I am a lifelong library card holder, and I personally read every single Nancy Drew mystery in the stacks of my very small town library, and I am a regular digital subscriber through our library for my Kindle. And I also wanted to say tonight that I do not support the city conveying any real estate assets to a newly created library district if passed by voters in November. And I would like to see the draft IGA amended to reflect a 3 or 5 year trial period with the newly seated district board to ensure fiscal and operational management ability. I would recommend that we be a landlord to the district first and convey last. And I would also like to see oversight on the district board. I don't have any specific recommendations for that, but I second a lot of what Joseph Gibson said and Matt Bissonette said with regard to we are taking away a sales tax funded community asset or resource and now placing it squarely on property owners, both residential and commercial. And that doesn't sit well with me. So I would like council and county commissioners to continue to weigh in on who sits on this board if the district does get created by voters, to ensure that it's managed correctly and it's doing what it needs to do according to its projected budgets. And that's what I have to offer. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Angela. Peggy Sands now, and then Lynn Siegel and Linda Quickly.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Peggy Sands. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a local artist. I do public art projects, and one of the people who rents here. I am in the situation where I have to move out. I've lived here for 9 years now, and I'm priced out of Boulder. And I would like to point out how many people like me simply can't afford to live here anymore. And when this property tax happens, it all comes to us. It's always passed on. So that's the first thing. I would like to also mention, somebody spoke about the wonderful shows they've seen in the library. Well, I'm one of those people, and you're not going to see my work, because I'm leaving, most likely, unless something opens up for me. Another person spoke about lattes, and it's only the price of a latte. Well, I don't drink lattes every day. So there's a real gap. There's a wealth level in this city, and I hear a lot of those people speaking tonight, but there's a huge gap between those of us who are simply not at that level. Our current library, by the way, I love the library. I spend a lot of time there. Our library is gorgeous. It's one of the nicest ones I've ever seen, and I've lived all over the world. I'm wondering why there's the way people speak, it's as if this thing is like falling apart and just a mess. I don't understand why there aren't other ways that could possibly fund what's needed in the library. I don't understand why we'd ever consider giving that asset away. I don't understand why we're talking about taxing people without having them be able to represent themselves. There's no accountability for the people for the board. So I know this is a thorny issue, and I want to thank you for listening, and that's where I'm at with it. I think it's time to be a little more creative with what we do in this situation, instead of just throwing the burden on basically lower income Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Linda Quigley, and Beth Bennett.
I follow 5 city boards very closely. 3 of them overlap. I'm fighting my property taxes at the Board of Assessment Appeals. I love the library. Get it? I love the library. It's not a matter of the library. It's a matter of where the money comes from. We have property taxes rising like crazy. $80 a year for me. I've got my water bill just went up $15 a month starting in October. I've got Medicare, $21.60 a month. I've got Excel Energy since we didn't pass the municipalization. That's rising like crazy. We've got inflation going nuts because of Ukraine. What could you be thinking? This should never even be thought of to go on to a ballot measure for $40,000. I don't want to pay for that. Charge Ali, okay? The developer from Aspen that's down building and taking over the whole block at Folsom and Pearl. Charge him. Charge Adrian Sofer at the Olive. Charge the Millennium people. Charge the university for all the housing they're taking over in Boulder. Charge the people that can pay for it. Get a per capita on every citizen in Boulder for every development. How much they are worth in the library, in the rec center, in all the services they use, in the 42-inch interceptor for when we get the 500-year flood, because we want to do a 100-year flood mitigation at CU South. All of these things are really what this issue is about. It's not about we don't love libraries or we do love libraries. It's not about that. It's where the money comes from. Look at Aspen and the guy building here, and charge the developer, because I see you. I follow every, and that's where the money's going. So put it in the right place.
Lynn, your time is up. Thank you. Okay, we've had a few people who have withdrawn: Kate Lawrence, Stephen Clark, Sylvia Perez Larson, and Catherine Hoga. Now we will move on to Linda Quigley, Beth Bennett, and Vikas Reddy.
Hi, this is Linda Quigley. I've lived in South Boulder since 1982, and I want to thank the council and the commissioners for this chance to speak. It's hard to speak against the library district because you sound like you're against the library, and that's the farthest thing from the truth, I think, for 99% of this very intellectual community. But I'm against the LD for more reasons than 2 minutes could embrace. One, of course, is the timing. We're just peeking out from behind our COVID pandemic. Many businesses and families have not recovered from the last 2 years of financial hardships. Our own city council still meets by Zoom, despite most everything else being open. Our city government is one of the few things I'm aware of that still operates without our access, without being able to look at the council or them seeing us. According to the latest poll, a 100% property tax was only approved by 15% of the people as a sole means of funding for an LD. And yet this is how we're looking at it. I don't quite understand the disconnect there, but I do, despite my own nervousness, understand people being upset by that. I don't want to see those who see the library as a pet or a special project with direct access to my property taxes. I didn't elect them. And the library is wonderful, but so's the police force, child protection, and everything else on our city budget. And finally, I'm just asking you, please, are you relinquishing the governing of our assets after we've paid for them for our entire lives?
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. All right, we have next Beth Bennett, Vikas Reddy, and Leslie Barrett.
Hello, Beth. Your mic is open. Would you go ahead and confirm your last name, please?
You have, my name is Beth Byerlin, not Beth Bennett.
All right. Thank you for confirming. We'll come back to you in a moment.
Do we have Beth Bennett present?
I have another Beth present.
Sorry, you do or do not?
We do not have another Beth present.
All right, so let's move on to Vikas Reddy then.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Vikas Reddy. I'm speaking in strong support of the Boulder Library District. I've lived and worked in Boulder for over 14 years. My wife, Elaine, and I have 2 young kids, a 2-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old son. So first, I wanted to say that the public libraries are one of the last free, welcoming, and open spaces for communities to gather, learn, and meet. I think it's a critical part of having a more educated and integrated community. And wanted to say that Boulder's library in particular has been an amazing resource for my family. We've checked out hundreds of books for the kids. We love the playground in downtown Boulder where the kids go several times a week. There's been countless rainy or snowy days where the library has been a welcoming place for us to get out of the house. The library is literally the only place I can think of that I don't mind getting fines from because I'm sure the money will be well spent. However, I'm really embarrassed to say that until recently, I didn't realize how poorly we were funding our library system. As use of the library has grown, the funding hasn't kept up. The library district would solve this with a dedicated property tax, one that I hope most in Boulder would agree is money well spent. I'm strongly in favor of us joining many other similarly sized cities across the state and country in creating a library district. Lastly, I wanted to thank everyone that works at the Boulder Public Library. You've made a huge difference in my family's lives, and I'm sure your work over the past several years has been especially difficult. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you to the council for hearing this feedback.
Thank you, Vikas. And Alicia, I see that your hand is up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, sir. My apologies. There must have been something on here.
Okay, no worries. All right, so that takes us now to Leslie Barrett, Karen Holweg, and Scott Milan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Leslie Barrett. I live in unincorporated Gun Barrel and prior had lived in Boulder proper for 6 years. I'm also sharing my support for the creation of a library district. Libraries are one of the only public spaces, and specifically indoor public spaces, that do not require people to spend money to spend time in them. They've been a core part of how I engage in community, whether it's spending time writing with friends or taking a free class and getting to meet others in the community outside of my regular circles. I would love to have access to that closer to my area of town. A few people tonight have talked about how homelessness is an issue impacting their use of the library. On the contrary to their staying away, it pulls me closer. The Boulder Library is one of the only places where I've seen a staff member address a houseless neighbor by name and ask how they were. The sign inside says all are welcome, and it is one of the only spaces where that feels true. That's a good thing. It gives us the opportunity to build stronger community. There are many reasons I support the creation of a district. Among them is that at a time when digital community has become more common than real-life connection, we need to ensure the library is consistently funded to make space for our communities to gather and learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Now we have Karen Holweg, Scott Milan, and Vicki Wolf.
Hello, this is Karen Holweg. I'm a longtime Boulder resident. I've valued libraries since I got my first library card as a child, and I agree with many of the effusive comments about libraries that we've heard tonight. I think it's time to restore the library's pandemic funding cuts, but I want to see our libraries funded in an fiscally equitable way. I'm a retired teacher and I own a townhouse. I have serious questions about the affordability of implementing the vision level in the library master plan. I'm opposed to adding taxes for a library district and continuing to collect and spend the $10 million in government basic funds that we now give to the library. And I'm concerned about Boulder's library assets that our taxes have acquired over many decades getting passed on to a library district at no cost. Like others who have spoken tonight, I think library budget decisions need to be made in the context of all of our budget priorities. I know there are high priorities for the fire department and emergency communications among agencies. I know the entire community thinks that affordable housing is a top priority. Personally, I must live within my budget, and I ask council to live within reasonable budget limits too and set budget priorities. If you vote for a library district, I urge you to find a more equitable and constrained way to fund the library district. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Now we have Scott Milan, Vicki Wolf, and Elaine Danmiller.
I'm Scott Malin, and I'm a resident of Boulder. I'd like to use my time to ask you some questions about city and county funding. In this format, obviously rhetorical questions, and some of these have been touched on in your discussion. Now, let me be clear, I'm a book lover. More importantly, I recognize and value how good books can educate, entertain, and motivate readers, especially younger readers. Unfortunately, the current proposal goes too far, too fast. Thus, I'm opposed to it in its current form and the way it is currently structured. As you all know better than I do, funding is very competitive. So let me ask you, do you believe our public health and safety programs are appropriately funded and that our firefighters, law enforcement, and city and county staff have the resources they need to protect us? What about transportation funding that help employees get to their jobs? And what about better bike safety that would save lives? Budget decisions are not made in a vacuum. Also, I'm concerned with the process. Somebody, as a former political science major, a former lobbyist, a large association and law firm, very rarely have I seen a tax proposal that allows multiple at-bats. If we were playing baseball, okay, but we're not. For credibility's sake, let's have one vote, which is the normal way. What's wrong with letting the proposal rise or fall on its merits? Some would say if you have to stretch the ends, and then maybe it was not meant to be. The ends do not justify the means in any endeavor. We are not talking about less funding here. We are talking about how much more.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, now we have Vicki Wolf, Elaine Dannemiller, and Diane Connolly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Vicki Wolf, a Boulder resident. I value libraries, but oppose a library district. This year is the wrong time to start an LD because taxpayers are already experiencing pandemic and war-related substantial inflation for everyday needs. Residents cannot afford another financial burden right now. Owning a home in Boulder valued at the median of $1 million does not mean people have unlimited discretionary income. We have mortgages. Almost $400 per year per house for a library with little to no accountability is not reasonable. And businesses cannot afford the significant tax increase an LD would impose on them. They are already stretched to the limit and businesses have been closing. The city should not impose this on us. Will sales taxes go down if the libraries are funded through an LD? The question of an LD should be tabled for at least 5 years to give residents and businesses time to recover. If affordable housing is a concern, a new tax for an unnecessary LD will make it worse. And renters and students will also feel the tax because landlords will pass it through to them. If the LD is pushed through, the city should expect taxpayers to say no to future tax increases for other things. Money is fungible, but not infinite. Council, let it go to a petition one time and let us taxpayers vote it down one time. We shouldn't give away our library assets to an LD either. Our libraries are really good already and should continue to be governed by our elected officials and supported by sales taxes. Right now, the city has bigger issues to deal with, such as drugs, used needles, thefts, unsafe bike trails, and encampments that prohibit people from using the libraries and other public spaces we already pay for. The city needs to deal with the serious issues it faces rather than embarking on an LD at this time. Please do not approve a resolution. Make the taxpayers vote and let us vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Now we have Elaine Dannemiller, Diane Connolly, and Ulla Mertz.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett, council, commissioners, and city staff. I'm a fan of the library and I use it. I love the makerspace, I've frequented Seeds Cafe, and I love everything the library offers. Most of the comments that we've heard tonight have been about what a valuable asset the library is for the community. And polling supports that. Everyone loves the library. I don't think you'll find anyone who says, libraries, who needs them? So while I'm a fan of the library, I'm opposed to the formation of a library district. So let's start with the process. We hear a lot about the precedent for library districts, but of the 57 cities in Colorado who have a library district, only 7 were formed through an election. That was a statistic presented to council in 2020 by a consultant that they hired. I think that the process of forming a library district should be put to the voters. So next, about the purpose of the library, there was a slide discussing the purpose of the library district. And one of the bullet points said that the purpose of the district was to provide facilities, materials, media, and programs. Those are all things we already provide. So my question to council and commissioners is, are there assets and programs that can only be provided if a library district is formed? So then on to governance. I was a bit confused by the draft IGA. So if a library district is formed, who controls the library? Sections 1.1 and 1.2 state that the library district and the Board of Trustees shall operate and maintain the BPL and have all powers and duties. But then in section 1.3, it says the city will continue to operate the BPL. So from formation of a library district to securing the funding, who's going to make decisions for the library? Will we have two conflicting entities, or will the likely trustees be the same people who already run the library, in which case, why do we need a library district? So my next comment is about assets. I know I'm running out of time. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Now we have Diane Conley, Lula Mertz, and Daniel Miller. But before we do that, Rachel, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wondered if we needed a motion at this point to extend the meeting.
I would certainly accept that.
I would like to move that we extend the meeting because I believe we will be going past the appointed time for, and I'm sorry, I don't know, commissioners, if you get to weigh in on this or not. This is a City of Boulder thing, but I welcome your vote too.
I'll second formally, but I would like to also hear from our friends at the county level.
Well, let's just say, does anyone object to the motion on the floor? And seeing no objections, I'll say that passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Rachel, for keeping us legal here. So let's now go on to Diane Connolly.
Hi, my name is Diane Connolly. I live in Table Mesa, and I've lived in Boulder County, in Boulder and other cities in Boulder County for about 28 years. I voted for every single proposal for a tax increase in that time. I will not be voting for this one. I've used the libraries. I love the libraries. I too have taken out thousands of books. I've attended classes. I use the online resources. The libraries here are amazing, and the resources are ones that are rich and used by just about every resident, if not every resident. So it's obviously not an issue of whether we should continue having libraries. Nobody, and I've listened to all the commenters, nobody said let's get rid of the libraries. It's a matter of whether we fund them at what was termed the vision level, when other things aren't funded at the vision level. My life isn't funded at the vision level. Odds are yours aren't either, right? So we all have to make decisions how we work with finite resources. So my taxes went up $800 last year over this year in a non-assessment year. They've never gone up that much. I don't know where that money's going. But then a proposal to add another $400 to my taxes to pay for a resource that, from my perspective, I already have. I'm already paying for. Nobody is talking about refunding the $10 million already allocated to the libraries to existing taxpayers. So I agree. I don't want to go on and on about the things that other people have said, but the issue of accountability, the issue of giving away the library assets that the folks in Boulder that we've been paying for, I think those are all very important ones to consider, and making reasonable allocation of resources when they're by definition limited. Thank you. And thanks for hanging out. It's a long night.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Diane. Now we have Ula Mertz, Daniel Miller, and Beth Byerling.
Unmute. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Ula Mertz, and I'm a long-time resident of the city of Boulder. and I'm also co-owner of a small business located in the city of Boulder. Let me begin by saying I think that the library is a fabulous institution that offers equal access to people from all walks of life. I'm also a past volunteer of the Maria Rogers Oral History Program. I do not oppose the proposed property tax increase on my personal home, but I have three concerns about the proposed library district: its funding source, its governance, and its funding amount. As a tenant leasing industrial property with a triple net lease, I will be responsible for the proposed 3.18 increase in mill levy. Industrial commercial properties are taxed at 4 times residential properties. This means that instead of the $270 per 1 million value, commercial tenants will pay $1,080 a year for $1 million value. If you would ask Boulder citizens if they would be willing to pay 4 times an increase in assessed property tax, I would think that you don't get an enthusiastic approval. I also have concerns about the proposed governing structure that trustees appoint their successors. I've seen in organizations where this is the case that groupthink develops in self-congratulating board that celebrates their uniform opinions. Worst, accountability to citizens that foot the bill. I also have a concern about the proposed funding increase to almost double of the current budget. This funding will increase as the property values will increase, creating an ever-increasing burden on businesses. Finally, I'm not opposed to the
Lula, I
library.
apologize, but your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, well, the late hour is causing some losses here from our testimony list. We do not have Maureen West, George Boone, Jill Adler-Grano, Jean Gehring, Deborah McNamara, Kenneth Stickney, or Jim Helgoff present. Let us know if any of you are actually present. And then, Brian, might we try Ms. Riddle again? I believe she's still in the meeting.
Sure thing. Dorothy, your mic is open. Go ahead and unmute yourself. It looks like you are unmuted. We should be able to hear you. I don't know if there's a different microphone that you can use using the pop-up button next to the microphone button in Zoom. You can choose to select a microphone. You have now muted yourself. All right, Dorothy, your mic is open.
Well, it seems like it's just not working. Dorothy, so sorry. If you wanted to write us a quick email, we can get that if you'd like before the meeting's over. All right, so moving on, we've got Daniel Miller, Beth Byerling, and Ridge Rath.
Hello. Are we live?
Yes.
Great. I'm Dan Miller. I've been a Boulder resident for over 40 years, and I'm also a very avid Boulder Library user. And I've been on this call for 6 hours now. I can't believe how you guys do this often. But anyways, I'll carry on here. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for having this public meeting tonight. Second of all, I'd also let you know that I'm a firm supporter of the Boulder Public Library system and a reliable and adequate funding level. But I would also urge you to deny approval of Resolution 1305. I think the current library system is great. Everything I think I've heard tonight portrays the library system as a broken, non-functional system, but it's a great library. The buildings are wonderful, the stacks are full, the library staff is wonderful and welcoming. So it's not like we have this broken system that needs this huge repair. What we're looking for is a funding system moving forward. I don't think the proper funding mechanism is an increase in property tax. The increase in property tax is significant and it's regressive, and it hits our business community particularly hard. And I don't think that's a good place for us to be moving to. I would suggest that we take a look back at a dedicated sales tax. And however we have to adjust that sales tax, whether it be through a new sales tax, it's renewable maybe after 3 years or 5 years, and then we look and see if that worked or not, or whether we look at current sunshining sales tax and see if we can't move that.
Your time is up, but thank you very much for your testimony. All right, so now we go to Beth Byerling, Ridge Rath, and Anarelli Morales.
Is that okay?
Hello. My name is Beth Byerland and I love libraries. What's with all the talk of losing the libraries? They aren't going away. Our current tax dollars can be better spent, and we know it. Libraries aren't a City of Boulder priority. We know this. 5 years and hundreds of thousands of tax dollars has been wasted to study this issue and shuffle it around. No other communities started with library districts should be compared with Boulder, which did not. If our buildings were in such terrible shape, why did you spend millions on a refurbishment of the main library only recently? This issue is not one for the City Council or commissioners to decide. If there are citizens in favor of this measure, let those petitioners take their chances with a detailed proposal to the voters. Let this private group set the boundaries, the tax rates, the governance, and then let's let the citizens of this community decide. This additional tax provides unlimited and expanding funding into the future, which is unacceptable. Sales tax makes the library subject to the whims of the changing economic landscape, just as our individual circumstances dictate. I don't spend any time at the library as it has been made into a comfortable destination for alcoholics, drug addicts, and the mentally ill. Yet council and commissioners continue to avoid this horrific problem in our community, and instead you've focused your time on bigger and more inclusive libraries. Help the addicts and the mentally ill. Make this town safe and clean again. I'll happily pay for that. A group of cronies would oversee a $20 million budget with no government oversights. You would give away buildings valued at over $40 million without compensation. What special interest groups are benefiting here? And here's a hard no to the $10 million money shuffle proposed by Matt Benjamin. Fund libraries from the city budget if it's a priority. If not, let's just admit it. Run them like a business, rent out the main theater to interested parties at a fair price. The North Broadway.
Thank you for your testimony.
$5 million worth of value.
Appreciate it. Okay, next we have Ridge Rath, Anarelli Morales, and Maximilian Knight.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett, and thank you, council members, for staying up so late with us. My name is Ridge Rath. I'm a graduate student at CU, and I'm here to speak in support of the formation of the Boulder Public Library District. The impact that public libraries have had on my early childhood development is immeasurable, and I credit it immensely with helping me to obtain a post-secondary education. As we fully reopen our libraries, it's imperative that we take this opportunity to address the shortcomings of our current library system by forming the Boulder Public Library District. By creating a public library district, we afford our libraries an opportunity to secure their own source of funding and no longer be reliant on the city budget that has been neglecting them for years. Additionally, with the city relinquishing control of the library system, an extra $9 million is freed up in the city budget to address more pressing issues in our community. Even as the median home price in Boulder nears $1 million, the increased property tax to fund the 3.8 mills proposal would only amount to $270 annually for the median Boulder homeowner. An extra $270 a year in property taxes is not going to displace anyone from their home in Boulder, but it will potentially free up millions to help other residents find affordable housing. One thing that I encourage the council to take into consideration if the resolution is adopted is the importance of having adequate representation in the Library District Board of Trustees. To ensure that the Library District is able to reach its goals of expanded services and maintaining community demand, it is imperative that the Board of Trustees represent the communities it intends to serve. Appointing trustees to the board who are from the communities outside Boulder city limits, as well as trustees that represent many frequent visitors of our libraries, like Spanish-speaking population, is paramount to achieving the goals of this resolution. I encourage the council to adopt the resolution forming the Boulder Public Library District, and I encourage Boulder residents to vote to approve the tip of war measure this upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Rich. Okay, now we have Anarelli Morales, Maximilian Knight, and Adriana Paola Palacios Luna.
Hello, this is Anarelli Morales. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anarelli Morales. I live in the city of Boulder, and I strongly support the creation of a library district. I've been volunteering with the Boulder Public Library since 2018 as a technology coach and one of very few Spanish-speaking volunteers. I have witnessed how valuable the library resources are to the community, especially our senior citizens and those with limited funds. In the summer of 2020, I helped loan out hundreds of Wi-Fi hotspots to families and people who needed reliable internet access, all free of charge through the library. These hotspots were vital for their children to learn remotely and provide internet resources for all family members needing to work from home because of the pandemic. To our Spanish language speaking community members that may be listening, la Biblioteca Pública de Boulder nos ofrece muchísimos recursos gratuitos para nuestros niños y adultos por igual. Por favor, apoyen la creación de un distrito bibliotecario para proporcionar fondos estables a la biblioteca y aumentar los recursos disponibles para todos. The library deserves a stable funding source to continue to support the most vulnerable in our community. I want to see more staff that are bilingual in Spanish and American Sign Language. I ask council members and county commissioners to support the plan for a library district. Thank you.
Thank you, Anarelli. We have Maximilian Knight, Adriana Paola Palacios Luna, and David Limbach.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maximilian Knight. Currently live in Longmont and have lived in, before that I lived in Boulder for 7 years. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, and moved out here to study engineering at CU. I got my degree in environmental engineering and minored in ethnic studies and just graduated a couple years ago. Since graduating, I started a product business, which kind of pivoted into a robotics company that focuses on vertical farming. And both of these ventures have benefited greatly from the resources at the makerspace. We often have to create parts that can't be bought, they don't exist. We have to design them ourselves, and the laser cutters and 3D printers have been a huge help and also really affordable and really allows us to scale our business in a really cheap way. The biggest problem with this has always been that they're only open twice a week, and so we often have to plan our design cycles around that. So getting the makerspace open 5 days a week is really important to us, and I think it would really help the entrepreneurial community as well as the various people who use the makerspace to create unique gifts and experiment with art and learn new skills. And yeah, so for those reasons, I support the library district. And something else I wanted to note that I haven't really heard much of tonight was that I think a community where the library is providing all these services is probably going to increase property values. And I think that's, kind of being left out of the conversation. So I'll just finish up the side note, really impressed with all of you guys. I've been watching your faces here all night and you're actually paying attention. So I appreciate you doing that. Have a good night.
Thanks, Maximilian. All right, now we have Adriana Paola Palacios Luna, followed by David Limbach and Ken McCloon.
Hola, buenas noches. Soy Adriana Paola Palacios Luna. Quiero hablar por que sí exista una biblioteca, un distrito bibliotecario en Boulder. I want to share as a community member and as a Latino woman, tiny business owner, and as a single mom that I definitely support a library district because this will allow more community members to access these amazing services and programs that I know. Me and my kids are a testimony of how an inclusive place is that provides you access to information and resources available for all people can actually change lives. And it supports our communities to thrive. So I really encourage to support this initiative. For some of us, this is also as a place to access mental health because it's not only to accessing books, it's accessing art, culture, cinema and films, music, the amazing maker space, the teen space, the STEAM activities, and so much more. And this is a place where we can be ourselves. It's a diverse and inclusive community where you can see a lot of different identities. And we know that this is what actually makes a community thrive because you can build community, you can build resources for the people, and then we can address all the other issues that we are fighting around our communities. So I really thank you for listening at us today. We know that it's late and we're probably very tired, but we really appreciate your support on these amazing resources for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. All right, I've heard that Ken McCloon and Ronald Pekarsky are not present. So next we have David Limbach, Sean Oshman, and Kelly Donovan. And David, I understand you have two people pooling with you who are present tonight, so you will get 4 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Limbach. I am a resident of Niwot. I am the current Niwot Community Association president. And as I shared with the commissioners at their virtual town hall meeting last month, I was concerned that many members of the Niwot community were unaware of this library proposal and its possible impacts on them. So as a result, the Niwot Community Association and many other organizations started an information campaign. The NCA campaign was factually based, neutral in its message, and tried not to bias anybody's opinion. And it was followed up by a survey, and the results of that survey I'm going to share with you now. We received almost 200 responses, and of those, we were focused in on the numbers that we could validate, and we reduced that to 111 responses that we could validate, and the following slides will represent their responses. Next slide, please. The first three questions were demographic in library card usage. The question was, do you currently have a library card? And as you can see, most residents have a Longmont library card or both, and then a small minority have just the Boulder library card. Next slide, please. Speaking to the people who say they have a Boulder library card, you can see that 62% say they don't. But of the people that have a library card, you can see the activity has been very minimal. If you add the monthly and weekly statistics, that's just 6% of cardholders have used it this month. Next slide, please. Asking the same question for people who have a Longmont library card, you can see that a third of them say that they don't have one. But of the people that do have one, if you combine the weekly and monthly, you see that about a third of those people have used their library card in the last month. So that gets us through our demographic questions. Our next question, next slide, please, goes to the heart of the matter. And this is, as it says at the bottom, in the context that the current proposal represents a mill levy increase of $26 per year for every $100,000 of assessed residential value. The question is, would you be in favor of this tax increase? Overwhelmingly, the response is no, with 84% saying no and only 16% saying yes. Next slide, please. Trying to get to what people could stomach in terms of a tax increase. You can see that 45% of the people are adamant that they don't want any tax increase, but you do see 31% would be willing to support about a $10 annual increase per $100,000 of assessed value. And then you've got some smaller numbers for 20 and then above 20. Next slide, please. There is talk that there is the formation of a Longmont Public Library District, which is about a year or two behind this effort. And so the question is here, do you want to be part of either a Boulder or a Longmont Public Library District? And you can see that 61% say no and 39% say yes. So there is some wiggle room there. Next slide, please. And assuming that the proposal for either a Longmont or a Boulder Library District would be identical, which would they prefer to align with? And overwhelmingly, Niotians have said that 80% of us want to, I shouldn't have used us because I'm keeping myself out of this. 80% of our respondents said that they would prefer to be part of a Longmont Library District as opposed to a Boulder Library District. Last slide, please. This last slide just kind of represents how information is made it out to our community. You can see the NCA as the leading source of getting people engaged in this.
Dave, I'm afraid your time is up. Was that your last slide?
That is my last slide. I hope this information helps you make your decision, and thank you for staying up late. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Sean Oshman, Kelly Donovan, and Nathan Seidel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, this is Sean Oshman, and I moved to Boulder here in 2009, and I am for the formation of the library district. When I moved here in 2009, I started a business, and in that time, I got to employ a bunch of people, and in that journey of 8 years, I was a commercial property owner. So I paid commercial property taxes and also a residential property owner. So I'm familiar with the burden of property tax and also understand where it goes to. I mean, Boulder over the years has a reputation of innovation, business innovation, and people are attracted to Boulder because Boulder is always thought to invest in its own future. And it does that by having the business improvement district being as strong as it is, Downtown Boulder Inc. And these are things that might not have direct, immediate, tangible benefits. These are long-term investments in our area, and they spread to Boulder County, so far outside of the city limits of Boulder. This new business that we just started a couple of years ago is a product-based business, and we've been able to use Building 61 to do prototyping, and that's just another example of Boulder investing in entrepreneurship. And I can say the state of the buildings could use improving, and to see the facilities maximized with better programs, better staff, and just giving them all the resources that they want. And the scaling of taxes with property values, as far as being able to put money into endeavors such as the library, it makes sense because as the area increases in value, then people need to be able to get paid enough money in places like the library to be able to stay in the city. So it makes sense that it would scale. Thank you so much for staying up late. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Sean. Now we have Kelly Donovan, Nathan Seidel, and Jean Aschenbrenner.
Good. Such a good talker.
I was kind of nervous.
You talk some.
Hello, my name is Kelly Donovan, and I am a homeowner in unincorporated Gun Barrel. I've lived in Gun Barrel for 15 years and have always wanted a library branch in our area. I'm a working mom with 3 kids who are all big readers. I would happily pay the $15 to $20 extra per month in property taxes to give my children unlimited access to a wide variety of books and programs at the library including shows at the Canyon Theater. One of my issues is finding the time to go across town on a regular basis to pick up and drop off books and participate in the programs. I would love to see a gun barrel branch available. Not only would it be more convenient for me and my family, but it would also bring some much needed community space to the area. Boulder is surrounded by towns with library districts already in place. It's crazy that being such an affluent city, Boulder doesn't have a stable funding for their library program. As a long-term library user and supporter, I am asking the City Council and County Commissioners to vote in favor of the library district. I would love to see my dream of a gun barrel library branch become a reality. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this.
Thank you, Kelly. We have Nathan Seidel, Jean Aschenbrenner, and Alice Gunther.
My name is Nathan Seidel, and I'm the owner of Sparkfun Electronics, a business in Boulder County with 104 employees. We own and operate an 80,000 square foot manufacturing facility on gun barrel. In 2021, we paid $304,000 in property taxes to the county. While this amount has been increasing at a staggering rate, we would love to be taxed more for a library district. In addition, I do not know any business owners in my network who would be against increasing taxes for the library. Increased funding to a library means a more educated workforce. To me, a 2019 survey represents the will of the people. The people that love the library in 2019 want to continue to want it. And as a father of 2 young children who love the library, we would really benefit from a library district and are ready and willing to pay for it. Please don't waste more time and money doing nothing. Please do something. As a business person looking at the predicament both the library and the city are in financially, it just makes sense to move to form a library district. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. I've heard that Emily Reynolds, Crystal Gray, Chelsea Castellano, and Jane Hummer are not present. So now we've got Jean Aschenbrenner, Alice Gunther, and Ben Katz-Moses.
My name is Jean Aschenbrenner. I've lived in Boulder for 38 years, and I've been paying taxes and voting for the library and supporting it during that time. I'm opposed to the library district because it will increase my taxes even more. As I see it, I will be paying double. I will be paying taxes to the district as well as the old taxes to the city for the mill levy and sales tax that I pay for the library currently. But the city's going to use that money for something else. It seems to me that since we voted those taxes in to be used for the library, I'm very surprised that they can be used for something else. I want to talk about the North Boulder Library. For years, we've been wanting it, and we finally voted in $5 million to build it, but then we were told that we don't have enough money for it. When I investigated, I discovered that the plans for this library creates a jewel in North Boulder. It seems wonderful with a playground, beautiful plaza, a culinary makerspace, etc. But our goal was a library so kids in North Boulder could get books out of the library. Why did planners choose to create a super expensive place when they knew the budget was tight? Now we don't even get the library. However, recently I read that it would be affordable if some of the fancier aspects were sacrificed. The city needs to learn to identify priorities and stick with them so that we get what we want. I want to talk about homeless in the library. If the district is established, who's going to be taking care of the homeless? Will there be security guards there that the district pays for, or will Boulder City Police have to step in? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Jean. Now we have Alice Gunther, Ben Katz-Moses, and Andy Saylor.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alice Ginther, also known as Lisa. I live at 4500 19th Street, Lot 637 in Boulder. I work for the University of Colorado, and I'm chair of the Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Committee. And I am speaking tonight as a stakeholder in support of the proposed Boulder Library District. This district would support expanded education services that would directly help my neighborhood of almost 1,000 families in Boulder Meadows. That means computer help, reading and language help, homework help, and access to the internet for us. I also hope this would mean a new and larger branch that is a 10-minute walk from my neighborhood. To use sales tax in funding the library puts a larger burden on the lowest incomes. As the lower your income, the proportionally higher the burden of sales taxes become. Using a small property tax increase to create a funding district is more equitable for all. Please support forming a Boulder Public Library District. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Now we have Ben Katz-Moses, Andy Saylor, and Jane Sykes-Wilson.
Hi, my name is Ben Katz-Moses, and I rent in the Newlands neighborhood. And I'm speaking up tonight and to share my support for creation of the Boulder Library District. Just this morning, my 4-year-old went into her room and brought out a big stack of library books. And she said to me, "Daddy, here's what you need to do today." And then she proceeded to go through each one and tell me whether I should return it and get the next one in the series or hold on to it so we can reread it. Needless to say, we are big library fans in our house. It's the space where my daughter can play, make friends, learn, and grow. And when my daughter is doing those things, I actually get to read to myself for a change. I want the same opportunity and more for everyone. I want to see new branches in Gun Barrel and Niwot. My daughter spends a fair amount of time in Gun Barrel with her grandparents, and I know they would love to take her to a library out there. Libraries are great, and everyone knows it. But this is about how we fund our library system. Instead of continuing to choose regressive and unreliable funding sources, let's choose this small property tax increase. If we do that, we get much needed stability for our library system. We will also make sure that our library system can thrive and grow and meet the needs of our community. So I urge City Council and County Commissioners to work to create a library district so we can vote on a sustainable funding in the future, or in this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I have heard that Emily Reynolds and Jane Hummer are now present, but that Gary Sprung is not. So we've got Emily Reynolds, Andy Saylor, and Jane Sykes-Wilson.
Let's choose this small property tax.
Good evening, Council and Commissioners. I'm Emily Reynolds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My mother was a reference librarian. I love libraries. However, this is a bad idea. The library district proposes a budget twice what our libraries receive today. And then we're going to give the buildings away and probably not return to taxpayers the $10.2 million we already pay for the library. Boulder would make up about 1/10 of the geography of the new library district, but Boulder residents and businesses would pay 80% of the costs. It seems quite a bit skewed. What does Boulder get in return for a 90% increase to the library budget? We gain $1 from the sale of each building. We lose all control and oversight. We establish yet another self-perpetuating government entity. I'm not clear on what outreach has been done, but I've heard that the Library Champions did a survey of 500 people, which they feel represents valid data, with 7 out of 10 people positive on the issue. So never mind the other 99.5% of the population. They did their phone survey of 500 citizens, representing 1/2 of 1%. Coloradans face massive property tax increases. We're in the process of pricing ourselves out of our own state. This proposal has huge implications for small business. A recent study says property owners in Colorado will get hit by a 20% property tax increases on average over the next 4 years if the state doesn't come up with a solution. When was the last time you visited the downtown library? Or don't you go anymore because of the encampments and people washing up in the bathrooms? As long as the main library is being used as a de facto day shelter.
I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. There was a little background noise there, but I was able to understand Emily just fine. Hopefully others were as well. Okay, now we have Andy Saylor, Jane Sykes-Wilson, and Jane Hummer.
My name is Andy Saylor, and I'm a resident of North Boulder. Thank you to the Boulder City Council and Boulder County Commissioners for holding this meeting this evening. As we have now been going on for over 5 hours, I imagine we are all a bit tired of discussing this topic. I'd like to start by noting that this meeting is a very poor proxy for assessing public sentiment. By its very nature, we are limiting participation to those who are able to spend 5 hours of their weeknight and stay up past 11 p.m. to lend their voice to this topic. This is no way to run a democracy. Fortunately, we have a much better way to measure public sentiment, holding a vote. All that is being asked of you, our elected officials, is to do just that. We have been discussing the topic of a library district since 2007 and have been discussing the vote since 2019. Spending over 3 years just discussing whether or not to vote is extremely slow, even by Boulder governance standards. Let us not delay further. Let us stop kicking this can down the road. This is ultimately a decision the voters will make, and you, as stewards of our democracy, must facilitate that vote. I'd like to address a few of the comments those opposed have raised this evening. The first is the idea that we are giving away the library. That's not what is occurring here. The library is owned by the residents of Boulder. That is true today, and it'll remain true under the district. Several commenters have raised concerns about Boulder becoming increasingly unaffordable. The library is not the issue driving this problem. It's the fact that we have failed to build enough housing to meet demand over the past 40 years. Let us not conflate our housing failures with the opportunity to advance our library. Finally, all funding decisions involve trade-offs. Echoing Alice, moving the library funding away from regressive sales taxes toward more equitable property taxes is a necessary step if we wish to unburden the most vulnerable in our community. I'd encourage the city to consider shifting more of our funding away from sales taxes and toward wealth taxes, like a property tax, that scale with one's ability to pay. The only thing being asked of you this evening is to allow the people to vote. Please do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Now we have Jane Sykes-Wilson, Jane Hummer, and Claudia Thiem.
Hi, my name is Jane Sykes-Wilson. I live in the city of Boulder. First of all, I really want to thank you all for staying up so late and hearing everybody who signed up to speak tonight. I'm a supporter of the formation of the library districts. I'm a heavy library user. I'm the current chair of the Boulder Library Commission. I was previously on the Boulder Library Foundation, and I was also a member of the LDAC committee. I just wanted to comment on one thing tonight, and that's the question of alternative funding methods and whether they have been explored. For 40 plus years, Boulder has been debating whether to put the library on a reliable, stable funding path. In more recent history, alternative ways to fund the library have been extensively studied since 2017. Policy goals, pros and cons around alternative ways to fund the library, and the pros and cons of a library district have been a major topic on the council's agenda 11 times over the past 4 years. 2 city councils have considered this issue. 4 library commissions have studied, analysed, and reviewed this funding issue. The LDAC committee undertook further analysis for 4 months with a report submitted to the council in February 2022. This was a 12-member committee of volunteers who represent both the city and the county, library users, community members, and the business community. We spent over 150 hours studying the community need, the levels of service, the levels of funding, the building, the contents, the governance, the process, the timeline, and Colorado library law. So yes, alternative funding methods have been considered, but a viable solution has not been found. The Boulder Library needs a dedicated funding source so that we can have a system that meets the needs of all residents. Now it's time to let the public vote on the proposal of a library district. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jane. Now we have Jane Hummer, and then Claudia Thiem and Claire Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, you got two Janes in a row. What a treat. Thank you to the council members and county commissioners for holding this joint hearing tonight and listening patiently to so many comments. I support the library district. My mother was a school librarian, so I grew up in libraries, and it's been gratifying to hear so much support for the Boulder Public Library, which I view as the physical embodiment of our community's love of knowledge. And now we need to fund the library commensurately with our love for it. As a librarian's daughter, I'm well aware of librarians' abilities to make magic happen, even with inadequate and unpredictable budgets. But in a community with so much wealth, why should they have to? We need all the magic we can get. Gun Barrel needs some library magic. North Boulder needs some more library magic. And the library district is the way to ensure that our library system has the stable funding it needs for years to come. So council, I'm asking you to vote to adopt the resolution tonight. You've heard some resistance to a new property tax, but that's not the decision before you tonight, despite what some of the speakers seem to think. All you're doing is giving the voters the opportunity to approve or deny the property tax in November, and we're ready to vote on this. The presentation by the library staff, and echoed by the speaker just before me, made clear how thoroughly this funding option and the alternatives have been researched and discussed. As Tim Williams said much earlier tonight, after years and years of debate and negotiation, the district is the only solution on the table. So please give us a chance or three to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I understand that Molly Lipman and Laura Clark are not present. So next we have Claudia Thiem, Claire Kelly, and Doug Hamilton.
Good evening, members of council and county commissioners. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I'm a parent of two elementary school aged kids in Boulder, and I'm part of the Boulder Library Champions team. I wholeheartedly support the creation of a library district to stabilize library finances and to better serve our neighbors beyond city limits. I'm normally here at Boulder City Council to talk about housing and land use and how we use these tools to make stronger and more equitable communities, and my support for the library comes very much from the same place. For all the reasons you've heard about already tonight, our libraries are both beloved places and critical social infrastructure, and libraries are amongst the most popular and important services local governments provide. But in Boulder, we've been asking our public library to do too much for too many people with too little and for too long. As you know, funding was an issue for years before the 2018 Library Master Plan recommended a district solution. We know from both community feedback and cardholder data that today's Boulder Library is a truly regional resource. And one of the most heartening things I've learned in working with the Library Champions is that the library also has broad regional support, at least from the general public. Our survey of likely voters included 150 residents of unincorporated Boulder County and found that 2/3 of them favored the proposed district. And I find that an astonishing number, given that those residents currently pay no dedicated library taxes. What we've found is when people hear the facts about the mismatch between funding and service area, most of them understand the need for a district, and they want their library to thrive. Please approve this library district. Let the voters decide on funding. And thank you for listening to our stories tonight.
Thank you, Claudia. I understand Peter Mayer is present in the meeting, so we're going to do Claire Kelly, Doug Hamilton, and then Peter. So Claire, you're up.
Great. My name is Claire Kelly. City Council members and especially County Commissioners, I'm speaking tonight to ask you to please form a library district by resolution and let voters decide whether to fund it this fall. Boulder City staff and legal counsel have been working on this for a long time and have the information you need to understand why this is the most common form of library governance in the state of Colorado. Creation of a library district would be a historic moment for our city and county. In 1902, a Boulder resident named Charles Ambrook wrote to Andrew Carnegie to ask for a library building. Carnegie agreed, but only if there was a guaranteed yearly tax to support the library, because Carnegie wanted to be sure that the community would support his gift of a building with sustainable funding to maintain its services far into the future. Even at that time, there were citizens in Boulder who did not want to pay taxes that would be a contingent part of the gift, but women campaigned and secured the location for the library on Pine Street. Today, the Carnegie Library branch is not open to the public. It is by appointment only. The branch manager position has been left vacant. The building is old and needs careful maintenance. Because of the Boulder Public Library's permanent cuts when the pandemic hit, services, staffing, and hours have not been restored. Fort Collins, which has a library district, does not have these problems. These are not new problems for Boulder Public Library. They have happened over and over again for decades, and going back to the city budget is not going to solve them. Today, what the Boulder Library champions, a group of citizens, been fighting for 3 years, is not different from what citizens in Boulder County have been stewards of for over a century, and that is advocating to sustain and fund the library as a truly democratic institution, one that is open to all. The bottom line is that this library district will strengthen our city and county because well-funded and consistently funded libraries allow them to plan ahead, benefiting students, seniors, immigrants, businesses. Now is not the time to delay the decision. Now is the time to bring the question to voters. Happy Library Workers' Day, which is today, April 5th. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. All right, we have Doug Hamilton, Peter Mayer, and then finally, Johnny Teeter.
Hey, this is Doug Hamilton, really late. I'm a Boulder Library champion. I write for the Daily Camera. I'm a founder of the Boulder Beat opinion page. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit about kind of some of the misconceptions that were shared tonight. I think one thing I want to talk about is businesses. There was a story in the Daily Camera this weekend on Sunday that talked about the library, and opposite that story was a story about the PPP loan for Boulder County businesses receiving $1.56 billion in PPP loans. That's enough to fund the library for a century. They got it in 1 year, okay? My wife is also a business owner. We lease space here in Boulder. We calculated what the increase on her space would be. It's 17 cents for her triple N, 17 cents per square foot per year. I think earlier Ms. Brokaw spoke about her space that would increase and they pass that on. It would be about 17 cents per square foot per year. She also received $21,000 in PPP funds. So enough to fund this probably for at least a couple of years on her PPP funds. The tax increase is a tax increase, and I think it allows you to use the freed up funds for your most pressing issues. So in the city of Boulder, and all of these issues that other opponents have said they don't like. I mean, you could use the money for that, and I'd press you to do that, and that's the end of my time. So.
Hey, thank you, Doug. Now we have Peter Mayer and then Johnny Teeter.
Peter, you're now able to unmute yourself. It doesn't look like Peter is unmuting themselves. Let's move to Johnny Teeter.
Okay, sorry to miss you, Peter. All right, Johnny, you're batting cleanup.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging in there. Johnny Teeter. I just want to speak to 3 points this evening. First, To the accountability issues that were raised by Commissioner Levy early on, Colorado law establishes very specific responsibilities for accountability and transparency for the Board of Trustees, including the requirement that a report be presented to the establishing entities twice a year, detailing exactly how library district tax revenues are spent. Second point, Niwot and the mountain communities were included in the original proposal because a previous board of county commissioners asked us to include them. That board believed that library districts are an effective and equitable way to provide library services to unincorporated county residents. We've heard a lot of support for library services from Niwot folks in the 3 years we've been doing outreach there. However, we have no horse in this race. It's up to this Board of County Commissioners to decide whether Niwot folks will get library services in their community through this proposal. And finally, approving this resolution will put this question on the ballot in a way that ensures accurate and complete information for our community. Much of the opposition we have heard is based on misinformation or mistaken assumptions. The IGA will answer outstanding questions and fill in details so the community knows exactly what we are voting on. Boulder Library Champions believe strongly in a well-informed community. That is why we pulled our petition and have worked with selected electeds these many years to put this question on the ballot through the legislative process. A large segment of our community has been asking to vote on library funding for a generation. Please let us finally vote, and thank you. Hopefully we can all now go to bed.
Thank you, Johnny. And that brings us to the end of our public comment. Just enormous thank you to all the many community members who stayed with us tonight and shared your thoughts on this important question. Really appreciate the level of engagement. And I also have to give a real shout out to Ryan Hanshin here at the city, who has just done a phenomenal job working our way through this 115 person speaker list. So really appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you. Okay, so now it's back to us. So I know it's really late, but can we do a 5-minute break, or would people be okay with that? Because I think we have a little bit more to do, and gosh, we've been sitting here for a long time. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. All right, I'm seeing some thumbs up here. So let's come back, let's make it 7 minutes. Let's come back at 11:30 and we'll finish up. Thanks so much.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Claire. I see Aaron. I see Bob.
Does everybody have their second pot of coffee now?
No, I went the other way with it. I put my pajamas on. We'll be going right to bed. More coffee.
Going for heavy metal in the break.
Would it be unseemly to start drinking beer?
How about you wait till after we adjourn?
Okay.
I wouldn't announce it, you know, attorney to attorney at least.
All right. Looks like we got everybody back here. All right. Thanks for taking that break. I feel a little more human now. So we now have the opportunity to ask any follow-up questions and get any final thoughts from our county commissioners before we say good evening to them. So any follow-up questions or words from the county commissioners?
Aaron, I have like 10 questions. Can I ask them? Just kidding.
Honey.
Can I go ahead and jump in?
Okay. Claire, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, Claire.
I am muted. I was deferring to Marta. I thought, were you jumping in, Marta?
You go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I did just want to come back to a question I asked earlier that I may not have phrased very artfully. And again, maybe it's not possible to answer it this evening, but I would like to understand whether it's possible to, well, if we approved a lower mill levy, seeing as how the assessed valuation in the proposed boundary has increased so dramatically over the last 3 years since the Baum study was done, and we know we can pretty well project the increase in funding. Could we match up when the library district, if the voters approve it, would be in a position to expend the additional funds on a built-out Novo branch, on a gun barrel branch, on these other services that sound phenomenal, and have that funding come online as the mill levy whatever it is, 3.2, 2.7, as it creates more revenue. And I'm not used to speaking at this hour of the night. I'm usually sleeping, so forgive me if I'm stumbling. But that's my concern, is that property values are rising quickly. We need a well-funded library with stable funding. I don't oppose that. I am concerned about the mill levy. So that's one. The other, and we'll noodle on this on Thursday, and you guys go about your business tonight. So you have to make your decision tonight. The other thing is that I guess I would like some consideration for the city to continue to fund a portion of the budget with the sales, with its existing revenue, and unincorporated Boulder County residents shop in the city of Boulder and pay those sales taxes, as somebody testified to. Out-of-town visitors pay sales tax. So it wouldn't be a situation of exclusively city of Boulder residents double paying for this. But I think that would be a way to lessen the property tax burden, so that without compromising funding. So those are two, they're not really questions that possibly can be answered tonight, but those are two things on my mind that I would like to be able to, I'd like to have that information on Thursday when we vote on this. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire. And Marta, did you have something?
Matt jumped off mute as well, so I didn't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead, Marta.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And first of all, as electeds, I think this is part of the job. We're on call whenever, but certainly thank you to Boulder staff and county staff that are still on for supporting the work that we're doing. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Also, just from kind of a statement standpoint, just to be clear, it sounded like there might be a little bit of question in regards to the role of the county. And so just want to make sure that it's clear for folks and residents who are on the line or who'll be listening later that we are here, Board of County Commissioners, as an invitation from City of Boulder to your joint hearing, as well as an invitation from the Boulder Library District and those that are working on this initiative. And we have also been really put in a position where we need to respond despite all the work that we're doing as well separately. And so I want to say thank you to Boulder County staff who have jumped in, not on an initiative that we were putting forward as much as an initiative that was coming from other sectors of our community. And we sent out over almost 12,000 postcards. You saw that in the NCAR quick survey that they had a few minutes to share. And that's where some of the residents found out about this hearing. We have done a lot of other work, gotten on the website, connected with your staff. So just want to appreciate the work that everybody's been doing to respond to this initiative that's come forward. Just in regards to some questions, I'm hoping that someone in maybe city staff or someone else can respond to, and I won't go through absolutely everybody's, but it just happens to be the first question that was Eugene asking about, and it brought up a question for me, so would love some clarification. Asking, the statement was something around, would they need to petition the Board of Trustees to, and so I just was curious about, and I don't know who might have been taking notes on staff, but it brought up a question to me if that was in regards to the statement. It was something around that to do the IGA, then they would have to be petitioning the Board of Trustees to get services for unincorporated Boulder County. So I don't know if somebody has I apologize. I don't know who your staff is. Normally I would know who to ask on my staff.
He is correct. They would request library services from the Board of Trustees.
I can tell you that the library district, the financial projections assume that that residents in Niwot would ask for a library, and so the funding is in place in that mill levy that you've seen before at 3.72 to do a library in Niwot.
And so I think the question that it brought up for me was when I hear a residents are going to have to go petition, that concerns me.
Well, there are two options. Yeah. The way to ensure it, and this is obviously not within the city's control or the county commissioner's control, but the people who write the ballot language, which is, I understand it is the Library Board of Trustees. So if the Library Board of Trustees would enter into the ballot language by saying that they were going to have a library in Niwot, then that would be their commitment to having that. So they could include it in the ballot language. That would be something other that wouldn't require necessarily the citizens to petition.
Okay, so if the city and the county commissioners were to approve a resolution, what I just heard you say is that there'd still be an opportunity in there for the language to be written in a petition that ultimately might take out a facility for Gun Barrel or Niwot or other unincorporated Boulder County residents. Is that true? Does that potential exist?
Yeah, I think maybe in the district formation process, the council and the commissioners would set the geographic area, so the physical area the district covers, and a ceiling for the amount of revenue that the district could have. But then it would be up to the board of trustees of that future district to decide how to provide those services. And so it would be up to that board of trustees to decide whether to establish say a corner library or services in Niwot or Gun Barrel. What we've brought forward is what's represented in the 2018 master plan, which has a vision of providing that. But I think as what David was describing was that we've heard from some residents to say, I want kind of a guarantee that you're going to give me a library in my area of the county. And the only way to guarantee that would be probably through a ballot language commitment, is my understanding. Does that help?
What I hear you saying is that the 100 and so folks that just said they wanted this to either pass or not pass are basing that on very preliminary information, as are we, in which case what ends up being on that ballot might be something different than what any of us are expecting. Because you're saying there are no guarantees, and that a resident's going to have to go then petition this board of trustees that right now we don't know who will be on the board of trustees. Is that correct?
So the board of trustees would be set, and then the board of trustees would have the responsibility to put together the services of that library district. Right. And if the district includes, say, the geographic area of Niwot, then it would be the responsibility of that board of trustees to determine how to best deliver those services to that area, say, of Niwot. Does that, anyone want to add anything?
No, only that the financial projections. So a lot depends, right? So a lot depends. If you approve of an up to 3.8 mils, there is adequate funds to open a library in Gun Barrel and a library in Niwot, and there's no reason why they wouldn't do it, especially if they committed to doing so in the ballot language. If you approved it up to 3.4 mil, as we saw from the thing, that does not actually allow for, it doesn't create adequate funds. They may decide to do a library in Gun Barrel and Niwot even still, but the mill rate wouldn't generate enough revenue to do all of the things that you're talking about. If you were to set the mill rate at 3.4 or 3.3.
But ultimately, depending on who that board of trustees is, they could use the 2018 master plan. They could use something else that they come up with between now and when this actually goes to a ballot and gets approved. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah, the
Yes,
Board of
okay.
Trustees would be they would have the ultimate fiduciary responsibility for the library district.
Okay. So I think then one of my questions for Thursday will just be I feel like I'm 5 hours from where we are right now with the same question. What can we guarantee to residents about what they'll ultimately be voting on in the resolution process? Because right now it feels like all we can do is say, we would either say yes or no on a resolution, and then the details get worked out in an IGA, and the details get worked out with the Board of Trustees. So that would be helpful to me, but I don't know that that has to be answered tonight unless somebody else has a similar question and wants to hear it. And then the only other question that I wanted to know that's similar is around that $9.5 million on the low end number. And again, I'll ask the question, is there any way in this process of this decision about the resolution to know if the city of Boulder can give some kind of indication that's a strong indication that they would support and get these facilities, the services, the wages, et cetera, up to a place where it is more reasonable to then hand over to a new organization and ask them to start running all of these programs and get all the maintenance going, et cetera. So that's another question, which I think is also the piece around, it's connected to the fund.
So I'll be quick. Mayor Brockett, you did a great job. I realized you sat there the whole time. It's spectacular. You did that, and you ran a great meeting. And thanks for all the public testimony. I won't, I'll just hit the highlights. I'm concerned about the council and the commission appointing the board of trustees. I'm concerned about the boundary for the fire survivors. And I'm also concerned about what Claire raised. I mean, there's $10 million that's going to the library that will presumably go someplace else. And so it's a net increase for people. And because the property tax is such a concern for folks, and I know it's a separate district and all that, but it just seems like so.
Okay, thanks for that, Marta and Matt. Any other last comments or questions from our county commissioners before we say goodnight? Claire?
I think I'm going to try another run at, I think, what Marta was asking, and maybe try it a different way, or maybe it's a different question. When we put tax increases on the ballot, say for transportation, there's a list of projects, so people know what they're going to get, and then that creates some accountability, even though there's never a guarantee. And so I think maybe the question is, would there be in the ballot language, in addition to, shall property taxes be increased by X, $20 million, et cetera, would there be a list of services and facilities to be funded by that, so that there is some level of accountability?
Well, I think it could. The question that I would want to think about a little bit is how you could make something like that binding. But I know that when the city of Boulder drafts its ballot titles, generally speaking, for tax measures that are especially capital oriented, it's very routine for us, as I know, for the county and the school district as well, to list the actual projects that would be funded with the tax measures. So it's a very common ballot title drafting technique. And it's very transparent to the voters who are voting for the tax, so that they know what's coming out of their pocket and what they can expect in services or, capital improvements.
Great. So in other words, it's something that could be done, right? Like we're not deciding the ballot language tonight, but it is something that could be done as part of the ballot language. Great. Claire, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I know it's, it's never binding. You can't, can't make something get built if there's no one, CEG Northwest Rail, to touch the third rail here.
Let's not go there right now, but yes. And Michelle, I see you popped up with your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I think the other thing, Commissioner Levy, I just add is there's
Sorry,
also.
Michelle, I apologize, but do you mind introducing yourself?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Michelle Krizik, Chief of Staff to the Board of County Commissioners. The other piece of this is there's a ballot title, but there's also a ballot resolution. And that's generally, at least the way the county does it, that's generally where we would put all those projects, and those would be in the resolution. And so that while, again, the project that you mentioned, Claire, that I won't talk about, that was probably in a resolution as well. But for the county, that's what we use as our guide for what is built. And I think as you work with the Board of Trustees, you could ask for that same level of detail in the resolution so that you have some guarantee that those projects are out there and the public's talking about them.
Okay, I understand. All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything else.
Just really quick, I'm sorry. Yeah, just last kind of comments more than anything. I just to clarify from the board and the three of us as the board, although I'm sensitive to the Marshall Fire residents, I'm also worried about, I don't share the same worry about cutting them out of the boundaries simply because they're folks that will be rebuilding and returning to our community. And so if the resolution was to be passed, I would just hate for that whole group of folks to be cut out from that opportunity and from all the pieces that we heard from folks. So I just wanted to say that. And also one of the concerns, and we haven't, there's other conversation about just the ballot and what other asks will be out there for voters to have to decide about. And so the library, and then housing, and then transportation, and then some of the city ballot initiatives, et cetera. So I just want to state that out there because that's the other piece that folks are going to have to be dealing with. And I heard someone ask earlier about the 1, 2, 3 strike or whatever the different terminology was, but that's something also to take into consideration. And just knowing, whether or not it's the 2022 or the 2023 or, so I'm sure y'all are going to talk about that a little bit, but that's just one thing that was on my mind as well from a timing standpoint. So I just want to say thanks again for the invitation, for inviting the Board of County Commissioners to participate, and we'll certainly be interested in hearing about the outcome for you all this evening.
Thanks for that. Well, Marta, Matt, and Claire, we so appreciate your time this evening. We know that this was not on your to-do list necessarily for this year, so really appreciate you taking the time and working this through with us. And we'll be very interested to hear what you all come up with on Thursday. And I'm sure if what we each separately come up with are a little different, that we can talk together and come to a point of agreement if that's where we end up. So thanks again. We'll say goodnight to you and take care. And then we'll come back to.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. All right, City Council members, you don't get off that easy. So wanted to take a temperature check. It is quite late, but do we feel like we can finish this out here in the next few minutes? I will say that neither Wednesday nor Thursday is available for every council member. So if we did not want to finish it tonight, we would have to go to next Tuesday, FYI, in order to include everybody. Mark?
Yeah, I would urge us to do that, to put it to next Tuesday for the following reasons. We've all had conversations in the past about how difficult or almost inappropriate it is to be making decisions at 12 o'clock at night. But more importantly, it's an important issue for the community. I have a sense of where the vote will go, but I think it is important for the community to hear us and to see us making those decisions, as opposed to the 7 people who are still watching Channel 8 and trying to stay awake. I don't think this is going to change the result, but I think as a process, Since we've all had these prior conversations of, you know, it's ridiculous to be making decisions at midnight. The result, as I said, will probably be the same. I would expect it to be the same, but I think it's important as a matter of transparency, to give the community an opportunity to see us articulate our views and come to a decision. And that's really my only argument.
Okay, thanks for that, Mark. And we got other people. So I would really like to not spend a long time talking about whether we extend the meeting. So real quick comments, and then let's take a straw poll, and we'll go with the will of council, whatever that happens to be. So Matt and then Lauren.
Yeah, I just point out we are already scheduling special meetings throughout the next many months because we have a schedule that is fuller than the time that we allot. And so kicking this to Tuesday only burdens our schedule even further. And so I think for the sake of just all of that that's down the pipeline, I think we got to knock this out. And plus it creates a great cadence for reconciliation. If we make a decision, then the commissioners, then we get the bite at the apple to try to reconcile the differences between the two. And since we've sort of been driving some of this, at least from the city level, I think that process makes the most sense.
Thanks, Matt. Lauren?
Yeah, while I don't love making decisions at the middle of the night, I think that because of the timeline for when we have to be reconciled by, I think it would be wise to get that going.
All right, so I'm going to ask for a straw poll. How many people would like to finish it out tonight? Just hand up if you'd like to finish it out tonight. I got 6, I believe. So if you all can live with it, we've got a majority that would like to finish tonight. So, but let's see if we can be expeditious about this discussion. We've heard a lot of testimony. We have a resolution in our packet that so we could, people want to open a discussion, make some quick points, and maybe get to a motion before too long. Don't be shy. Okay, we got Matt and then Mark.
Just maybe to take this in bites, would it be worth going back to David Farnan and David Gear to be like, well, what are the very specifics that are required at the resolution? And is there a way to maybe put that on screen and just be like, can we agree on lease or own? Can we agree on a mill? Like, can we just march through like that versus a scatter shot of thoughts that we're trying to piece together live? I'm just trying to think of how we can most efficiently march through the process to make sure staff has exactly what's needed to form a resolution.
Great. Well, I'll respond if you don't mind, because we do have the text of the resolution that we could just pass. As I understand it, there are 2 key variables that are contained within that resolution, in addition to the various text that's in there, and that is what is the maximum mill levy that the district could tax at. And that's a maximum, right? It's not a requirement, but it's the most that they could do. And then the other is the map with the boundaries. And so I think those are our 2 major variables that we're looking at. David, is there anything else?
The date for dissolution and the amendment that Commissioner Jones put forward.
Which specific one was that?
The specific.
It was the appointment.
It was about the appointment process that would be done by the trustees.
Exactly. That the appointment process would be done by the Board of County Commissioners and City Council, as opposed to delegating it to the Board of Trustees for new appointments.
And if I have that correct, that's not currently specified in the resolution, right? That would I think we were anticipating specifying that in the IGA. Is that right?
It could be in either place. And we do have amended language that we could offer to the council.
Okay, very good. So date of dissolution currently is, I believe, 12/31/2024. So if people wanted to offer an amendment to that. So I think currently the resolution has the maximum mill rate of 3.8. It has the district boundaries. Well, it's a map anyway. And it has dissolution date at the end of 2024. So, and then there's this possible of specifying how we appoint people and adding that to the resolution. So people want to speak to those things. I think the question is, that I might start with is if you have ways that you think the resolution should change from how it is currently in our packet, please propose those and advocate for them. So, Matt, does that work for?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Great. Thanks for asking for more organization. That's helpful. Mark.
My comments are more general, so if you just want us to speak at the moment to the resolution itself, I will defer until general comments are called for.
Okay, so let's ask if people, to start out, if people would like to specifically change what's in the resolution as proposed. Bob.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment on one of those issues, and by way of kind of splitting the baby. I know we talked a week or two ago about having a 3-year window in which to have the tax approved. I'd like to suggest, and we heard a lot of people say 1-year window or one-time shot. I'd like to suggest by way of compromise that it be 2 years. That's really 2 election cycles this year and next year. It seems to me if it fails twice, it's probably problematic. I get the fact that people want to have more than one shot at it, but I would suggest that 3 is too many, so I'd like to throw out 2 as a compromise.
Okay, we did talk this through at another meeting, but we could always reconsider tonight. I'll just throw out for a straw poll. How many people would be interested in changing the dissolution date to be a year earlier, 2023? I'll just get a show of hands here on a straw poll there. I got 3 hands.
I'm sorry. Did you say 2 years, Aaron?
That's correct. 2 years. What Bob just said. So end of 2023. I got 3 hands on that. So thanks for the suggestion, Bob. But it looks like it doesn't have majority support. Rachel.
Well, just on that, like if the commissioners are super eager to limit it to 2 years, I'd rather it be 2 years and not 2 years sequentially. Like I would prefer that the option be left open for 2022 and 2024 if the library district would like to go that route. So I'm not interested in us changing it, but if they want to suggest that. And then I had a couple thoughts on the boundaries, while I have the mic, if that's okay. I don't favor carving out the Marshall area where we had the fire for a couple reasons. As Marta was getting at, I think that they shouldn't be excluded, and we would hope that by the time we start the tax several years down the line, people will be well recovering. And also, I think it would be a strange thing to do, especially given that we've had a couple other semi-significant, at least, apartment fires recently, and we also had another fire in Boulder, and I imagine that over the coming years we may have more. And so I think that just picking one group might just be an odd precedent. So I don't think I would exclude that area, and I maybe would just like a little bit more guidance from staff on the NIWAT issue. I'm a little bit confused as to whether that was a statistically valid survey that was done that we heard about tonight, or if we really understand what the desires are of that community in terms of surveys.
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as a statistically valid survey. It was a survey of the members of an organization, and there were 111 of those members that weighed in on it. No, it's not a statistically valid survey.
Okay, thanks.
And Rachel, did you have an opinion on the Jamestown, the staff recommendation to exclude Jamestown?
I'm supportive of that.
Great. All right, so let's talk about the boundaries. We've got Matt and Tara, and then I'll go.
Thanks, Aaron, and thanks for bringing up that piece, Rachel. I support keeping Jamestown out. I'm also looking at where areas that we might be already seeing a need for some reconciliation, given we've heard some general, some agnosticism from the Boulder Library champions, and realizing that there may not be a major, just a major part of either population and or funding. And given what we're seeing in the survey, I would be okay with carving out NIWAT in order for them to, generally maybe control their destiny of maybe being a little bit more related to Longmont and respecting that. I do hear issues of the survey perhaps, but I think that might be something where the county commissioners are leaning, and so might leave one less area to reconcile down the road. So I would be open to carving that out. But to Rachel's point, I would like to see the Marshall folks stay in, because I'm thinking about, you know, the tax base 20, 30 years from now when we're, you know, well into recovery, and making sure that they still have a chip in the game at that point.
It's not Tara.
It's so late, I can't even work my mute button. I'm going to agree with Matt about Niwot. It just sounds to me like people in Niwot feel like they're closer to Longmont. So I know we listened to 5 or 6 hours. Can you remind me if we're the only ones voting, or if, for instance, the people who are affected by the Marshall Fire in Niwot are going to vote or not going to vote?
So whatever district boundaries gets put into the resolution, those are the people that will vote on the tax.
Oh, okay. Okay. So are we going to discuss the mill levy, or you're going to leave it at 3?
Well, we'll get there. I think we'll just finish out the boundaries, and then we'll.
Okay, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay, great. So I'll call on myself just on the boundaries. I thought the excluding Jamestown made sense. I agree with Matt and Rachel that I would prefer to keep the Marshall Fire areas inside. I'm open to running some kind of rebate program through the city, you know, if the commissioners felt like that were important, you know, for a handful of years. So even if the library district itself can't refund it, you know, I'd be open to some kind of rebate program. So I'll just put that out there for the commissioners when they discuss it. But I would continue to include them. I mean, on Niwot, I'm fine excluding them. It's, you know, I'm interested in what the commissioners have to say. So I would probably follow the lead of the commissioners on that one, as it is, of course, in their area. So I could either support removing it and then see if they agree, or leaving it in and see if they'd rather take them out. I'm kind of agnostic on that. So whoever makes the motion eventually wants to just pick one. I could work with either approach. And any other thoughts on the boundaries? Nicole?
I'm joining Tara and having trouble with the mute. I think I would just have a slight preference for just including Niwot as it is, just kind of as it's been recommended. But again, if the commissioners, who likely know that area better than I do, are not interested in having Niwot included, I'm fine with that too. But my slight preference would be just to keep it in for now, and then have it taken out later.
Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, succinct. I like it. Okay, so it sounds like we talked through the boundaries. So mill levy. So right now we've got a 3.8 maximum. Does anybody have interest in changing that maximum number in the resolution? Tara.
I would like it to be lower, much lower. I liked what Claire said, actually. She was very concerned about it. I made an entire speech, everybody. I just want you to know, instead of just rambling on, I actually wrote my little speech down on a piece of paper and didn't even get to use it tonight. How sad.
I mean, you have the floor, Tara, if you really want to say something more.
Really? It's such a good speech. Well, first, all right, I might as well say it for anybody that's listening. Everybody has to stay awake from me now. It's the one time I'm really speaking. I want to thank the many community members who wrote excellent and well thought out emails, and those who spoke tonight. Earlier in the evening, our city manager called us a community of caring and sharing. I want to ask our fellow community members, and I'm asking myself as well, that we treat those who disagree with us in regards to the library district with love and respect. We all love the library. We disagree how to fund it. Let's not have library shaming, please, on either side. Thank you very much. Okay. So my thought is, if you think, do you like that speech, Aaron?
It's lovely. You think about it, which is great. Okay, go ahead.
I know, I like short speeches. If you think about a $2 million house, which is right, it's almost, believe me, I've been house shopping with one of my kids. That's almost the median house price now. That's $540 a year. So much for the free library. I think it is so much money because these people who bought their houses when they were $100,000, they have a $2 million house now, no fault of their own. They have to pay $550 a year after year on a fixed income. It just seems so much to me for the people that can't afford it. Fixed income, Social Security, and those whose income is not increasing as fast as inflation and property values. So I think we should pull it down. I'm going to defer to those that know a lot more than me to give a number, though.
Okay. Lower, but you're not sure, don't have a number in mind. Okay, Mark.
Would also like to lower the mill levy, and I want to address one thing that Tara said. You know, it's not just $540 a year increase. It's $540 a year on top of the increase everyone has already experienced from increased valuations. So I think at some point the tax burdens do become oppressive. I think the people who described it as just a few lattes a month are really not looking at it correctly. The other reason I want to lower it is with respect to our businesses. This will be the third tax increase they will have experienced this year. Every business has experienced a tax increase simply because of the increase in valuation. We're intending to put on the ballot an extension of the climate action tax, which has been restructured to place a greatly increased portion of that tax burden on our commercial and industrial properties. And of course, any of these tax increases, whatever the mill levy rate is, it's 4 times the tax rate for those properties as it is for residential. And where I'm coming out is I almost feel that we are treating the business community as a lemon to be squeezed whenever we want to have some lemonade. And I just think there've got to be some limitations to that. And we're not recognizing those limitations. We're placing a great burden on that community. And that's of course why the chamber has sent us a letter saying that they oppose this. It's not a proportional increase for those properties. So yeah, I would like it to be substantially lower. I happen to like Claire Levy's suggestion that maybe we have a hybrid funding model, part from sales taxes and part from mill levy, which could decrease the mill levy.
I agree with that.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Jeannie?
Thank you. I think for more conversation. So in the resolution, it says nothing less than 0.333, which is 3 threes for the mill levy. We have that floor. And as far as the maximum or the ceiling, maybe that's something that we may want to leave to the IGA to figure out what that looks like. But also, we're still working on that boundary. So how can we know for sure what that mill levy should be as of tonight?
Well, I do say that the ceiling, we do have to pick a ceiling of the mill levy for the resolution. It has to be written into the resolution. So, but it can always go lower, right? Like what goes on the ballot can be something a little bit lower or much lower than the ceiling. This is only the very maximum that's allowed. Does that answer your last concern, Junie?
It does, but I think I think we should definitely do the right thing when it comes to meeting the commissioners somewhere in the middle, but I just don't know what that low number looks like for them to agree. So they've never said tonight that they would not agree to the ceiling that we've provided tonight. So that's just my thought. So since they haven't said anything that they would not, I think from my understanding from Commissioner Levy, that would be her preference. But I didn't hear that she said she would not support.
Okay. Thanks, Jeannie. We got Matt, Nicole, and I'll call on myself.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm gonna, well, for one, I think just it's not the proposed library district's fault that Gallagher amendment is the way it is. And so I think penalizing the library district based on a statewide Gallagher is maybe not a fair apportionment of the blame. So I just want to toss that into the ether. But maybe thinking about this maybe a little bit in reverse might be helpful. Instead of focusing right off the bat on a mill levy, and this might be helpful for the IGA and the ballot, is to figure out, once we settle the boundary, work backwards to a mill based on the support we want, which clearly is roughly about 19.5 million. So whatever the boundary is, and as long as we can maintain the support of 19.5 million, then whatever that mill levy shakes out to be should be what we place on the ballot. And so I agree, at least at this stage, let's keep it at 3.8, but let's, as we move forward, keep in the back of our heads that let's not be stuck on a mill on the front side, figure out, well, what is, based on the boundary and maintaining 19.5 million, what's that target mill levy based on assessment? So I would maybe just reframe the order in which we arrive at it rather than starting at a mill and then going from there. I think that might allow us to actually maybe perhaps lower things, but it all depends on what the map is and where the current assessments are. So that would just be sort of my thing. But to answer the question, I say stick at 3.8, but recognize it might go lower based on what our map is and what the assessments are to achieve 19.5 million, which is the targeted funding amount.
Thanks, Nicole, and then myself, and I'll see if we can straw poll this one.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what's been said before, and what I'm thinking about is that wonderful slide that folks in the Penfield Tate building showed us tonight, where we sort of had it was kind of a menu, but it really wasn't a menu. I just don't know what of those things I would pull out. Is it the Latinx community outreach? I don't, there's nothing in there automatically that I would want to pull out to lower it. Right. So I'm in favor of just moving forward with 3.8. It may end up being less depending on the boundary, but we're not setting what it exactly is. We're just setting an upper limit for now. And I think our conversation with the commissioners through the course of resolving this will help too. But I just don't know what I would cut out of there. I don't know what things I would pull out to try to get us to a lower number. But I expect that maybe once the boundaries are firmed up, we may get to a lower number naturally, but I'm fine with moving forward with 3.8.
Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, I agree with that statement as well. And just keeping in mind that this is this upper ceiling is going to be the upper ceiling for a long time, right? And so the future needs of the district, might require something, that number eventually. It may well be that the ballot this year comes in lower than that, to Matt's point about depending on the map and such. So, but I would like to leave the flexibility for some time in the future. If the system might need that upper number. So I wouldn't want to make that permanent decision to have a lower ceiling than that. And to Mark's point about the business community, I'm very open and interested in having a support program, that say small businesses that for whom this was the extra expenses were a particular challenge, that we might be able to offer some support with some of the funding that we have available if this passes. So I'd like to offer some support for folks who are in that situation, and and then for some of our seniors, there are a couple of programs to assist with property taxes there as well. So we do want to. I would argue for leaving the ceiling higher and then offering targeted ways of helping those people who might be disproportionately impacted by an increase in property taxes. And then I just have to say, I appreciate Claire's point about the hybrid funding model, but I would really love to see the district be self-sufficient and not have to have a back and forth kind of arguing with the city over funding levels over the decades. So I would really rather see the district be, an entity that can run the library system as best as it can, rather than negotiating a hybrid funding model for many years to come. So that's just my thought on that. Rachel, and then let's straw poll this one.
Yeah, I want to empathize, I guess, with Mark's point about businesses and the hit that they will be taking this year in particular, and every year. And it's a harsh climate due to the Gallagher Amendment for sure. And I'm fine leaving the ceiling where it is, but because guess I look forward to hearing what the commissioners come back with, but would also caution, like, you know, for a handful of us to be comfortable with something, whoever puts together that final number that's going to go to voters should be, you know, just very aware that it does have to get voted on. And just because we're comfortable with it doesn't mean that voters are going to be comfortable with that high of a number. And so I hope that people are sensitive to, you know, we may not be able to get everything we want, and the gold, platinum, whatever standard that we would love, like whoever said it earlier tonight, like often we don't get everything that we want. So I would just say to be sensitive to the fact that it's going to come down to voters and not our wishes, and to be mindful of while shaping that, what is a realistic thing to put on the ballot.
Can I just colloquy on that really quickly, Erin? And just note that we've now had 3 polls that suggest that amount is one that voters will support, I believe, including this most recent one that was, I forget the exact term that they use in polling, in the polling world, but a valid in the polling world poll that tells us that really voters didn't have too much difference there. So anyway, I do hope that we can get to something maybe slightly lower once we get the boundary set. But I think the voters, at least the polling from the voters, is telling us that they'll support that because they do see this programming as really valuable and very important for the community.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's just to get a straw poll here, how many people would like to see the number remain at the 3.8 that's currently in the resolution? Get a show of hands. Let's see, 6. I got 6 on that one. So it looks like we got a majority that would like to see that ceiling remain at 3.8. The one last question I think that we had to address was about the idea of including in the resolution that the city council and the county commissioners would select the trustees going forward. Would anyone like to advocate for changing the resolution to include that? Nicole.
I just want to make sure, because this came up in the comments a bunch and it's been coming up in the emails we've been getting. When we say that we will select, we are basically saying that we'll review the applications and decide who we're going to advance to vote on. The alternative would be that the current trustees review the applications and promote somebody to us to say, hey, we think this person's a good candidate. Would you vote on them? You know, and then we would vote yes or no, we and the county commissioners. I just want to make sure that those are the 2 things that we are deciding between, because I think there's some confusion that we may lose our ability to decide who gets on, but that's never going to be the case. Is that right? And maybe somebody could clarify that.
I believe those are the 2 alternatives. I see David Gears popped up. David, you're muted, David.
You're muted, David. We can't hear you.
You're on the screen in 2 places. This is getting very confusing, but we can't hear you talk in either of them. Desperately seeking David.
I'll try my computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can hear you now.
Oh, it looks like.
Oh, no, we lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the way that this, we got a bad echo. There you go. Great. Okay, so the way that the statute
and David, I apologize, no video from you.
There is a committee that gets appointed where you will have 2 city council members, and the commissioners will appoint 2 committee members. And those committee members actually select the trustees. So it's done by the committee. And then once the committee has made its selections, it's sent to the city council as a body and the commissioners as a body. And those bodies either ratify those selections or they reject them. So, yeah.
Thank you. So basically, either way, electeds will always be the ones who are accepting or rejecting candidates for these positions.
Yes.
Okay, well, then between
we'll
those
cut out for a
options,
sec.
I don't care, Aaron.
But I think that that's right.
Okay, very good. Bob, then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I might just suggest to those of you who are going to vote for the library district that you will have less resistance from the community if you leave the selecting in the hands of the committees that David just described, as opposed to having the trustees select and then council ratifying. Nicole, I think you're right. I think it's potentially the same outcome, but I think this is one of those things that's optics. I mean, and we do this all the time, right? We pick boards and commissions every year. We interview people and then we make our selections. And I think optically it looks better for the committees of council and the commissioners to do the interviewing and the selection, subject to obviously the big vote of those respective bodies, rather than having the trustees pick their own successors and then have it be ratified, because it's really kind of hard to kind of like reject someone else's recommendations. So I'm just going to suggest, trying to help you guys out here, that if you want to get this approved by the voters in November, you might want to go along the route of having the selections be by the committees from the council and the commissioners, but do as you wish.
Thanks for that, Bob. I'll call on myself. I agree with you on that. I feel like we are hearing concerns from the community, from some community members about concern about accountability. And I think having the electeds do the interviewing and the choosing of the trustees would be a step in the direction of reassuring people that there is continued additional elected oversight. I mean, we approve either way, but I think having a little bit of a bigger role could be reassuring to people. So I would take Matt up on this idea and include it in the resolution. So that would be my thought. Other Matt, Benjamin.
It's weird having two Matts around. Question about maybe somewhere in the middle. So I, certainly in the early formation of this, I wholly support having us, council and county commissioners, do the whole process for continuity and to get this thing launched. I wholly agree with that. I'm just wondering, 10 years from now, it's a well-oiled machine and it's working like we're thinking about in other aspects of our work, to try to, let others and not micromanage every single thing all the time. And so I'm wondering, is there a way in the resolution to say, yeah, we'll run this for some period of time and then, let the trustees take over if it's working well? Or is that a decision that can be made later on? Maybe that's a question for David Gear or David Farnan. But I'm just wondering, is it, once you said it, is it in perpetuity one way or the other? Or is there a way to modify it or give it some, time period before it moves to a different option?
Yes, and I'll just build on that if you don't mind, Matt. Just the question of, because the resolution is an establishing document that I don't really believe can be amended particularly. So I wonder if the language in the resolution could be something on the order of, we will start off this way unless like a majority or a supermajority of the city council and county commissioners agree in the future to change it. And I'm looking for a David answer here.
Yeah, we're having technical problems in the room. But yes, in the future, you would be able to amend the resolutions. And I don't know that you would need to say anything in the resolution itself. If the time came that you wanted to change to a different process, then we would just propose the city and county amend their resolutions.
That's really helpful. Okay, so it could be changed in the future.
Then I'll just sort of knowing that. So just knowing that, for the case of any straw poll or disposition, I'm good. Keep going with, we will run that process from beginning, middle, and end, and we'll let future councils and county commissioners decide whether to change that at some future date. But we'll stick with it for now. At least that's my perspective.
So why don't I straw poll this then, if that's all right? So how many people would like to change the resolution to include that the commissioners and the city council would make the nominations? So show of hands. I've got a solid 8 I think 9. Okay, that's unanimous. And I believe you had sample language for that. You have proposed. Did I hear that?
We do have proposed language for that, and it would come at section 6 of the draft resolution. And it would, what I can't do is show, oh, there we go. Ah, thank you, Chris.
Wonderful. Okay, so we would add language to say, wherein City of Boulder and Boulder County shall appoint 2 of their members to a committee that shall appoint the initial Board of Trustees. Thereafter, City of Boulder and Boulder County shall continue the committee to recommend new trustees. Great, thanks so much for having that at the ready. So I think we've gotten the 4 issues here that we've talked through. This one that we just did, leave the dissolution date at the end of 2024, the boundary to remove Jamestown and then maybe remove Niwot, and then the mill levy at 3.8. Would anyone like to make a motion, or is there additional discussion that you would like to offer before we get to that point? Lauren, I think, Bob, you've got a hand up. I think it may be old.
It was just a process question. One thing we haven't talked about tonight, I think we don't need to talk about tonight, is the real estate question. Is that something we can reserve for the IGA later on? Is that right?
That's correct. That'll be part of the IGA discussions.
That's fine. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for asking.
Should we straw poll Niwot?
Sure. Who would? How many people would like to exclude Niwot from the boundaries? I got one. I'm seeing a lot of like, I don't know, but so I got 1 full vote for excluding. So it sounds like probably majority is fine, including it. And then, but like we said, we're interested in the county commissioner's feedback on that one. All right, great question, Lauren. Anybody want to make a motion, or Nicole?
I would like to make a motion, especially if it includes us going to bed. Okay, so I would like to make the motion as written with the modifications to remove Jamestown from the boundary, the district boundary area, so that the county commissioners and city council would select and appoint the trustees, and looking at an upper limit on the mill levy of 3.8. Did I capture all the?
I think maybe just say with using the suggested language, the proposed language.
Using the suggested language. Thank you.
I'd like to second.
Right. Motion by Nicole, second by Lauren. Nicole, do you want to speak to the motion briefly?
I mostly just want to say an enormous thank you to the staff and to everybody who has worked for years, really over a decade, for the folks who've served our library on the commission. Kind of putting this out there again and again, all the work and engagement, thousands of people who've been communicated with over the last 3 or 4 years, the patience of the petitioners in letting us wait until we got a little bit past 2020 to figure out what we were going to do to meet the needs of our community. And just thank you to all the people who stuck with us tonight to give us public comment, everybody who's engaged over the years, and previous councils as well, for supporting this process along the way. So just want to thank everybody. And, again, I think for the folks who are out in the community really concerned about this proposal, I just want to remind everybody, we are not deciding tonight to increase property taxes or to impose this mill levy. You, the voters, will decide that in November if we come to an IGA with the or to an agreement with the county commissioners. It really will be up to our community and to everybody who would be a part of this library district to decide whether or not we are going to move forward with this. So I just want to remind folks that this is us sort of putting forward an issue to be voted on, not necessarily deciding that we're doing this tonight.
Thanks for that, Nicole. Lauren, did you want to say a couple words?
No, I'm good.
No is fine. All right. So we got a motion on the table with second. Let's go ahead and call for a vote. Alicia.
Aaron,
oh, yes.
If you don't mind me interrupting real quick, just to make sure that we're super clear from a record standpoint on the map item, and we're gonna share a screen here real quick, is just to make sure the recommended boundary excludes precinct 913, which also includes Jamestown. So it would be the map as shown on the screen here.
Nicole, motion maker, you want to confirm that?
Yes, that is my understanding of what I was making a motion for.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I see a nod from the seconder as well. Thanks for clarifying, Chris. All right. Alicia, what kind of a vote do we have here?
We are going to do a roll call vote here, sir.
Excellent.
All right, we will start with Councilmember Yates.
Councilmember Yates votes no.
Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yep.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Sphere.
Yes.
Wallach.
We'll vote no.
And Weiner.
No.
Mayor, Resolution 1305 passed with a vote of 6-3.
Thanks so much. Does anybody want to make some final comments before I wrap this up? Matt?
I mean, just in as succinctly as I can say, we have a generational opportunity to bring about transformative change to our libraries and the support that our libraries not only do, but have always been meant to do. And in doing so, we also get to free up money to take care of things that we've long needed to take care of. And hearing from the public about homelessness and drugs and crime, we now have some money that allows us to take care of those priorities that we've set without having to take money from other departments who also desperately need to meet our community goals. So this is just such a unique opportunity to take care of so many different things and stabilize our community in some meaningful ways. And so I just look forward for the community to support this as we march forward, and we'll still have some nuts and bolts to work out.
Thanks, Bob, and then Nicole.
Yeah, I just want to observe that, we heard from a lot of people tonight. Some said yes, some said no. We received, I went back and actually counted, we received 322 no emails, a fewer number of yes emails. 322 from people, not more than 322 emails, but 322 from unique individuals. I regret the fact, it makes me a little sad, quite frankly, regret the fact that this puts us in a really awkward situation. I really respect my colleagues who had voted yes tonight. This is not a criticism of you all, but I think we've put ourselves in a very awkward situation here where people are going to assume that we are not respecting their views or their opinions. There's a lot of people who've expressed their views, and I think they're going to wake up tomorrow morning and say, gosh, I got ignored. And maybe that's fair, maybe that's not fair, but I think that's going to be the unfortunate result of this. I also predict, I'm not saying that I wish this, I'm saying I predict that the tax will fail at least the first time. So I think we're putting our library into a limbo for a really long time, and it may take 2 or 3, or maybe it'll never happen, votes to get this thing passed. And so I'm not happy with where we're at, not because I got outvoted. That happens all the time, but I'm happy with where we're at because I think this is going to tonight's decision is going to reflect badly on this council, and I think we're going to come into a lot of criticism over the next few months and after the tax fails in the fall for not listening to our constituents, and that's regrettable. So that makes me a little bit sad, but we are where we are.
Thanks, Nicole, and then Tara.
This is just in response to Matt, but it also applies to Bob's comment as well. And that, again, I just want to remind us, we didn't vote on taking this money from the library tonight, right? We voted so that we as a city are entering into the next steps of being able to put it on the ballot so that people can decide there. I mean, that sort of is, what our democracy is, right? Is hopefully deciding things at the ballot box. And I think that's what we're giving the community the opportunity to say, because we have also heard from a lot of people over the last 3 or 4 years who have said that, yes, they want to see this happen. Yes, this is the most sustainable way to fund our library. And I think it's just going to give it to a test. And I think, when I think about this, I don't think about it as reflecting badly on us, but rather just on us giving our community a chance to do something that folks have been working toward and talking about for a really long time. So I hope that everybody who wrote emails and spoke tonight, and everybody who's been involved in all the polling and everything, if this does make it to the ballot in November, I hope everyone will show up there and let us know.
Thanks. And Taryn, I'll wrap us up.
I do want to end with, once again, a plea that we have so much going on in this world. We have to worry about fires here and drought, etc. And if we can, as a city, not be yelling at each other if we disagree about the library, but instead care for each other and be there for each other, that would be really great. I'm asking for people also that are on social media, etc., that we shouldn't pit each other against each other on this particular subject, because it's just a way of looking at funding differently. And likewise, as I'm worried about people not being able to afford it, I can also see the other side where people who really want it. So I'm hoping that we can all, you know what I'm hoping, Aaron? And say a good sentence for me to end it off.
That we can all go to bed. No,
yes,
yes, that we can all come together despite our differences
yes,
on life approaches.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tara. So anyway, thanks so much to everyone. There's been an enormous amount of work that's got us to this point, and there's a choice here. Do we move forward with proposing library district or not? And we've heard from lots of people who have differences of opinion, but I'm really excited that we're taking this next step for the sustainability of the library, and looking forward to getting it in front of the voters, right? And that's who will make the ultimate decision. And looking forward to hearing from the community about that. And I think Jane Sykes-Wilson put it well in the public testimony about how many years this has been worked over and how much outreach there's been, and about how so many people who care a great deal about the library have concluded that this is the best approach. So really hoping for a successful outcome for the community and the library coming forward from this. And so here we are. It's been just over 7 hours. So really appreciate everybody hanging in there, and your stamina and all your thoughts and hard work. And with that, maybe we can finish this meeting out at 12:40 a.m. Okay. Good night, everybody.